Chapter 653. The weather changed quickly. Before Gu Jiao left the academy, heavy rain poured down. Mu Qingchen accompanied her to the gatehouse to hide from the rain for a while. No one spoke. Gu Jiao had always been a woman of few words. Mu Qingchen didn't say much either. But for some reason he was willing to speak in front of Gu Jiao. But perhaps he recalled the sad past. After he finished talking about his childhood playmate, he didn't say a word until Gu Jiao left. When Gu Jiao returned home, night had completely fallen. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of delicious food. Madame Nan made scallion pancakes. The whole courtyard was filled with crispy fragrance. Gu Xiaoshen had already described the exciting process of the boxing competition to Madame Nan, Master Lu, and Old Master Meng. It was different from the usual practice. The atmosphere on the field was difficult to describe with words. In short, it's very good. My sister is very good. Everyone in the family was very happy. Madame Nan made a table full of delicious dishes. No one ate first. They were all waiting for Gu Jiao to come back. As soon as Gu Jiao entered the house, she saw her family sitting in the central room waiting for her. She looked at everyone and then at the dishes on the table. She didn't say anything like they didn't have to wait for her in the future. Instead she said, "I'll come back earlier next time." Madame Nan smiled. "It's okay. It was raining heavily just now. You didn't get wet, right?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "No, I hid from the rain at the academy for a while." Madame Nan said gently, "Go wash your hands and eat. The water is here, the water is here." Gu Xiaoshen ran into the house with a basin of water. Gu Jiao washed her hands. "I'll go and see Yen first." Madame Nan smiled. "Okay." Gu Yen was exhausted after a whole day of watching the competition. He fell asleep as soon as he got home. Gu Jiao touched his forehead and checked his pulse. After confirming that there was no major deterioration, she got up and walked out. In the central room, Mistress Nan said to Gu Jiao, "I've pickled some radishes. Next time you go to the inner city, bring them to Lulang and Jingkong. I put vegetable oil in them so they can be eaten in Jingkong too." Gu Jiao said, "Many thanks to Nan Shernyan." After dinner, Gu Jiao washed up and went back to her room to rest. Not only was Gu Yen exhausted, but she was also a little tired. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep. That night, she fell asleep again. However, it was neither a large mansion nor a bustling street. Instead, it was at the back of a mountain range. She saw the young High Duke again. In fact, she could only see his back, but she recognized him. He wasn't alone. He was holding the hand of a little girl in plain clothes. The little girl was holding a red pony in her hand. In front of the two of them were more than 10 graves. On each grave stood a wordless monument. The sky was gray and the cold wind whistled around them. The young duke said, "Inin, come and kowtow to your grandfather and uncles. When you were born they all held you. Your name was given by your first uncle. They all loved you very much. Why are there no names on the monument?" The little girl pointed at the wordless monument on the grave. The young duke said, "Because they can't write their names." The little girl asked, "Why? Did you lose their names?" The young duke said in a daze, "Yes, their names are lost. Inin, when you grow up, can you find the names of grandfather and uncles?" The little girl said, "Okay, when I find them, I'll carve their names on the monument." The young duke looked into the distance. "Yes, carve their names on the monument. One day the world will know that the people buried here are the sons of Shen Yuan who protected the Yen dynasty." Gu Jiao woke up in the middle of the night. The dream faded again, but this time she remembered more things than last time. In addition to the duke, there were more than 10 graves with wordless monuments. Gu Jiao was puzzled. The appearance of the graves was strange, and so was the appearance of the duke. She just saw him in the day and then dreamed of him at night. It couldn't be that she had set her sights on a good-looking man, could it? Gu Jiao scratched her eyebrows. "Am I cuckolding my husband?" In the duke's mansion, the lights were bright and the servants were busy. Second Madam was sweating profusely from managing everything inside and outside. "Is the medicine that Miss Mu asked you to boil ready? Is the porridge for the second master ready? Give me the paper money, I'll burn it myself." The duke was sick and had a high fever that didn't subside. The entire duke's residence was in a complete mess. Even though Mu Ru Xan was treating the duke, the second madam still secretly burned some paper money for her ancestors to pray for her eldest brother's safety. The second master was like a frightened quail standing in front of his eldest brother's door. He did not know whether to enter or leave. Speaking of which, it was his eldest brother's fault that he fell sick. On the way back to the mansion, they met the courtesans parading the streets. He looked at them a few more times, which delayed the time to return to the mansion. As a result, there was a rainstorm. The carriage was drenched and he and his eldest brother were drenched. His martial arts body could withstand it, but his eldest brother was in trouble. The second madam came back after burning the paper money. She glared at her husband. "It's all your fault." The second master said embarrassedly, "It's my fault, it's my fault." He really did not expect it to rain. If he knew earlier, he would not even look at the courtesans taking a bath, let alone the courtesans parading the streets. The second madam was angry at him, but she could not help but feel sorry for him. She said bitterly, "The porridge is ready. Eat some before coming back." The second master sighed, "I can't eat. I'll stay here and wait. I'll leave when eldest brother is fine." The second madam said, "It's useless for you to stay here. You won't be able to help Lady Mu." The second master thought for a while. "Then I'll go kowtow to the ancestors." He turned around and left. The second madam looked at his back and helplessly shook her head. Inside the room, Mu Ruxin was treating the duke. Sure, Yi did not like outsiders watching her treat a patient. Other than her, there was only a personal maid she brought from Qin country in the room. The maid knew a little about medicine, so she was her assistant, acting as a medicine boy. Three-edged needle. Mu Ruxin sat by the bed and extended her hand to the maid. The maid handed over a brand new three-edged needle. The duke's high fever did not subside. Mu Ruxin used the three-edged needle to pierce the China duke's de jure point and let out a few drops of blood. After that, she treated the duke's wound and turned him over to lie down. "Hurry up with the medicine. I already urged them, but they said it would be done soon." Mu Ruxin did not say anything else. Waking her up in the middle of the night made her sleepy. Just as she planned to let the maid pour her a cup of strong tea to wake her up, she heard a weak voice. She frowned and looked at the duke, who seemed to be talking in his sleep. She bent down and carefully listened to what the duke was saying. "Young miss, is the duke talking?" "Sure." Mu Ruxin made a shushing gesture. After listening for a while, she sat up and said to the maid, "He seems to be calling a name Inin." Mu Ruxin hesitated for a while before she took the duke's pulse again and checked the temperature of his palm. Her finger was just about to touch his palm when the duke grabbed it out of reflex. "Young miss." The maid was startled. The duke called out that name. "Inin? Inin, the medicine is ready." The second madam personally walked over with the medicine. Just as she pushed the door open and entered the room, she saw her eldest brother grabbing Mu Ruxin. She paused in her steps. "Second madam." Mu Ruxin calmly greeted her and then pulled her hand out of his grasp. To be more precise, it was more like the duke had taken the initiative to let go of her hand. He seemed to know that he had grabbed the wrong person. But the second madam was unable to see through these subtle movements. The second madam was stunned for a while before she walked forward with the medicine bowl. "The duke's condition, how is it?" "I have already performed acupuncture on the duke. Let's wait and see," Mu Ruxin said. The second madam pursed her lips and couldn't help but look at the duke's hand. Mu Ruxin explained, "I was taking the duke's pulse just now." The maid hurriedly explained to Mu Ruxin, "It was the duke who grabbed my young miss. The duke kept pulling my young miss' hand and calling, 'Inin. Was Inin. Don't mistake my young miss for someone else.'" "Shut up," Mu Ruxin said coldly. The maid shut her mouth. The second madam looked at the duke before looking at Mu Ruxin. She said in disbelief, "Did the duke really call you Inin?" Mu Ruxin frowned and nodded. From her point of view, it was indeed so. There was only her and the maid in the room, and the duke only grabbed her to call Inin. "Put the medicine here first. I will go out for a while." After saying that, the second madam lifted her skirt and rushed to the small ancestral hall of the duke's estate. Second Master Jing was kneeling on the ground and sincerely kowtowing to the old ancestors. "Don't kowtow, don't kowtow. I have something to discuss with you." The second madam dragged Second Master Jing out. "What is it?" Second Master Jing looked at her in confusion. The second madam's eyes brightened as she said, "Eldest brother spoke." Second Master Jing was very calm. "Didn't I tell you earlier that eldest brother knows how to call Inin?" The second madam said, "It's not that. Eldest brother just grabbed Miss Mu's hand and called Inin. He mistook Miss Mu for Inin." Second Master Jing waved his hand. "How is that possible? How many years has Inin been gone? Of course I know Inin isn't here anymore. But didn't eldest brother break this place?" The second madam pointed at her own head. "Perhaps he doesn't even remember." Second Master Jing shook his head decisively. "No, eldest brother won't forget." The second madam said, All right, all right, all right. I will treat it as eldest brother remembering. Let me ask you. Did eldest brother's condition improve after Miss Mu came to our estate? Did eldest brother call Inin after Miss Mu saw him that day? Second Master Jing kept recalling. Seems, that's right. Just now, eldest brother grabbed her and called her Inin. The second madam emphasized this matter again. What do you want to say? Second Master Jing asked. The second madam smiled mysteriously. I want to say that eldest brother wants a daughter. Miss Mu and Inin are about the same age. If eldest brother really likes her, he can take her as his daughter. This? Second Master Jing hesitated. The second madam said, let Miss Mu call you father. Perhaps that will wake eldest brother up. Second Master Jing frowned. Wait, didn't you say you didn't believe in talking to eldest brother? When Mu Qingchen's classmate suggested it, you treated him as a quack and chased him out. The second madam said angrily, can't I believe it now? Second Master Jing raised his brows. Then his 500 taels of medical fee wasn't in vain. The second madam respected the Duke's heart. Ever since she married into the Duke's estate, she hadn't been bullied or punished. If her maternal family encountered any problems, she didn't need to personally say anything. Eldest brother would take the initiative to ask second master to compensate her maternal family. She really hoped that eldest brother would wake up. But that girl might not be willing. Second Master Jing said. The second madam smiled. I will go and sound her out first. Soon, the second madam went to the Duke's room and called Mu Ruxin to the courtyard. She softly explained Inin's identity to her. She is my eldest brother's daughter. Mu Ruxin nodded. I see. The second madam smiled. You're about the same age as my eldest brother's daughter. You've been by my eldest brother's side these past few days. It must have made him think of his daughter. The Duke's family's daughter has a high status. Ruxin doesn't dare to compare herself to her. No matter how arrogant Mu Ruxin was, she wouldn't compare herself to the daughter of an aristocratic family. You haven't asked about Miss Mu's mother? The second madam asked. Mu Ruxin said gloomily, my parents passed away early. It was my master who raised me. She really has a hard life. The second madam held her hand and patted it lightly. If Inin was still alive, she would be about your age. After the second madam left, a maid asked Mu Ruxin, young mistress, what does the second madam mean? Why did she suddenly say so many strange things to you? Mu Ruxin looked at the hand the Duke had grabbed and said calmly, who knows? The next day, a piece of news spread like wildfire in the Duke's estate. A few maids gathered in the garden to do some sweeping. The first maid said, have you heard? The Duke wants to adopt Miss Mu as his daughter. The second maid said, who did you hear it from? The first maid said, don't worry about what I heard. Just tell me if you believe it or not. The second maid said, I don't believe it. The third maid came over. It's true. I heard it. The Duke held Miss Mu's hand and called out his daughter's name. The fourth maid also came over. The Duke is awake? The first maid said, he only wakes up when Miss Mu is with him. The second maid said, it seems that Miss Mu is going to be our Duke's family's daughter? She's a bit arrogant. I don't really like her. The first maid said, do I need you to like her? It's enough that the Duke likes her. Gu Jiao didn't know anything about what happened in the Duke's estate. She had been training in the mornings and evenings and going to school during the day. She was extremely busy. In the blink of an eye, it was the 6th day. The next day was the second round of the archery competition. They didn't have any funds last time, so they could only stay at the academy. They had to get up early on the day of the competition. This time, the academy gave them a sum of money and Wu Fuzi booked an inn in the inner city for them to stay there for the night. This way they wouldn't have to get up early the next morning and waste their energy on the road. The contestants had to enter the venue early, but the audience didn't. Thus, Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan would go the next morning. Principal Tsin had a spacious and comfortable carriage to take care of them. The group entered the inner city in a grandiose manner. The inn that Wu Fuzi booked was called New Moon Inn. It was about 2 miles away from Lingbo Academy. After getting off the carriage, Mu Chuan saw the inn and complained, this place is very far from Lingbo Academy. Wu Fuzi coughed lightly. It's only 2 miles away. It's not far. We'll be there soon. The main reason was that the money given by the academy was only enough to book this inn. Recently, because of the archery competition, the prices of the nearby inns had all increased. This inn is so shabby. Mu Chuan said disdainfully. The young master of the Mu family, who lived in luxury, had never stayed in such a shabby inn even when his mother punished him to experience the hardships of the common people. Ahem. It looks shabby from the outside but it's not bad inside, Wu Fuzi said as he stepped over the threshold. With a clang the plaque in the lobby fell down. Wu Fuzi was speechless. Fourth brother, let's go home, Mu Chuan whispered to Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen glanced at Gu Jiao, who had already gone upstairs with her bag, and said indifferently, you can go back by yourself. After saying that, he also walked up the stairs. Hey. Fourth brother, Wu Fuzi booked the best rooms for them. Each of them had a room on the second floor. Even Wu Fuzi's room wasn't as good as theirs. Gu Jiao's room was between Mu Qingchen and Mu Chuan's room. Mu Chuan came over with his bag. Xiao Lulang, I'll switch rooms with you. He wanted to be next to his fourth brother. Gu Jiao didn't have any objections. Mu Chuan got his wish and stayed next to Mu Qingchen. When Mu Qingchen came over to find Gu Jiao, he saw Mu Chuan's face that deserved a slap. Mu Chuan smiled brightly and opened his arms. Fourth brother. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Mu Qingchen was speechless. They had dinner in the main hall. In order to ensure everyone's safety, Wu Fuzi tasted every dish to make sure it wasn't poisonous and harmless before asking the waiter to bring it out. They had to enter early tomorrow, so everyone went back to their rooms to rest after dinner. Wu Fuzi guarded the corridor and didn't allow anyone to come out for a walk. It was a little stuffy in the room. Gu Jiao opened the window to get some fresh air. Her room was facing the street. Standing by the window, she could see half of the night view of the street. Chengdu's night view was more prosperous than the capital of the Zhao kingdom. She quietly looked at the endless stream of people. Suddenly she saw a familiar figure. The night was very dark and he was very far away, but she was sure that she didn't see wrong. She stared at his portrait countless times and pictured his expression in her mind. It was him. Nangong with a broken arm. Nangong had just come out of a shop and stepped into the Nangong family's carriage. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes dangerously and jumped down from the second floor. Chapter 654. Right now the night market was bustling. There were too many people and carriages on the street, so Nangong Li's carriage wasn't moving fast. This made it easier for Gu Jiao to follow him. Nangong Li had lost an arm and was seriously injured. It was said that he was about to die, but it looked like he was living well. Then, how did the rumor that he was about to die come about? What was the motive? Gu Jiao guessed that Nangong Li had failed his mission to assassinate Xiao Heng. In order to reduce his punishment, he pretended to be seriously injured. Who was the person who gave him this mission? Was it the head of the Nangong family or someone else? No matter what, Nangong Li wasn't innocent. Nangong Li's carriage first walked on the long street for a while, then turned right into a small alley. After passing through the alley, there was another relatively quiet street. This street mostly sold antiques and paintings. It wasn't as lively as the long street with the brothels and lanterns. But because there weren't many people, it increased the chances of Gu Jiao being exposed. Gu Jiao had no choice but to walk more lightly. Nangong Li's carriage stopped in front of an antique shop. The driver put down the footstool and helped Nangong Li down. Gu Jiao was hiding behind a pillar diagonally across the street. Earlier, on the second floor, it was too far and she couldn't see clearly. Now that she was closer, the light from the lanterns shone on Nangong Li's face. Gu Jiao found that Nangong Li's injury wasn't optimistic. His face was very pale, and his steps weren't as steady as they were in the country of Zhao. It seemed that Changjing's sword didn't just cut off his arm, it also damaged his foundation. It was impossible for him to recover. After Nangong Li entered the shop, Gu Jiao also arrived near the shop. She hesitated whether to go in directly or secretly climb up to the roof. She had seen Nangong Li before. She had seen him in person and in pictures, but she wasn't sure if Nangong Li had seen her before. She also wasn't sure if he had investigated her while investigating Xiao Lulang. If he hadn't, then it wouldn't matter if she went in openly. But what if? Gu Jiao lowered her head and looked at her clothes. She had come out in a hurry and hadn't changed her clothes. She was wearing the Tianxiong Academy's uniform. Forget it, let's climb the wall. Gu Jiao walked into the alley and climbed up the wall to the roof. The darkness of the night perfectly concealed her figure. She followed Nangong Li's voice and gently lifted a tile. Nangong Li sat on the main seat. Opposite him stood a man in his 50s dressed like a merchant. He looked like the shopkeeper of this shop. Gu Jiao was now at the 10th level of Yen Kingdom, so there was naturally no situation where she could not understand their conversation. She heard Nangong Li ask, "How's the situation over there?" The shopkeeper sighed. His Highness was very angry. He asked why he couldn't even handle such a small matter. Nangongli said, "This is no small matter. One of my arms is gone." The shopkeeper hurriedly said, "General, you have worked hard and made great contributions." His Highness also said that General should recuperate well. I'm afraid that if I wasn't so badly injured, His Highness would punish me, right?" His Highness was also angry. How could His Highness not understand your loyalty to His Highness? When Gu Jiao heard this, she more or less understood what was going on. The small matter that Nangongli was talking about should be the assassination of Xiao Heng. However, this matter didn't seem to be the Nangong family's idea. There was also a highness behind it. Only the great Yan royal family could be called a highness. Why did the great Yan royal family want Xiao Heng's life? Was Xiao Heng related to the great Yan royal family? Nangongli said impatiently, "Okay, let's not talk about this. How's the investigation going?" At present it seemed that this shopkeeper had 3 identities. The first was the shopkeeper of this shop. The second was the informant of that highness. The third was Nangong-Li's confidant. The shopkeeper said, "A few years ago the young master of the Dark Knight sect left home in a fit of pique with the old master. After that there was no news of him. Those elders of the Dark Knight sect who went to the Zhao country should have gone to look for the young master. Who would have thought that they didn't meet the young master but happened to save you?" Nangong-Li frowned and said, "I was unconscious at that time and couldn't tell them that the one who hurt me was the young master of the Dark Knight sect. When I woke up in the Nangong family they had already left." "Wait, wasn't it Changjing who hurt you? How did you become the young master of the Dark Knight sect? What was the Dark Knight sect?" Gu Jiao was confused. The shopkeeper hesitated and said, "Then? General, are you going to tell the Dark Knight sect about the young master?" Nangong-Li snorted coldly, "So what if I tell them? Will they be able to kill their young sect master to avenge me? The young master hurt me but their protector also saved me. According to the old master's nature of protecting his children, he will definitely say that the merits offset the faults. He won't put justice before family." The shopkeeper sighed and said, "The old master had a son at an old age. You don't know how much he cherishes this son. Naturally he can't bear to punish him." Nangong-Li said coldly, "But I can't let it go." The shopkeeper's face changed slightly. "General, are you going to?" Nangong-Li didn't continue, "I have my own arrangements for this matter. Pay more attention to His Highness. Although I'm injured, I still have the military power in my hands. I'm still useful to His Highness." The shopkeeper smiled and said, "The Nangong family is now the most powerful family in the military power. His Highness thinks highly of you. When you recover we'll send someone to kill that boy." "I know." Nangong-Li stood up lightly and accidentally pulled the wound on his broken arm. He gasped in pain and subconsciously raised his left hand to support himself. However, he accidentally knocked down a calligraphy and painting on the cabinet. The calligraphy and painting spread out on the ground. Gu Jiao took a closer look. It was a portrait of Xiao Heng. To be exact, it was a portrait of the number 1 beauty of Conglan Academy. The beauty in the portrait was wearing plain silk and a translucent veil. She was indescribably beautiful. Nangong-Li had kidnapped Xiao Heng before and recognized Xiao Heng's face. Gu Jiao frowned slightly and clenched the silver needle in her hand. The shopkeeper bowed and rolled up the portrait. He said embarrassedly, "It's a portrait of the beauty of the 6 countries. She's the new beauty of Conglan Academy." Nangong-Li wasn't interested and left without looking back. Gu Jiao took back the silver needle. Through the conversation just now, Gu Jiao confirmed 2 things. First, the great Yan imperial family wanted Xiao Heng's life. Second, her sweetheart Changjing was the young master of the Dark Knight sect. Did Marquis Xianping know that he kidnapped the precious son of the Dark Knight sect's master? If the master of the Dark Knight sect knew, he would probably chop him with a knife. After Nangong-Li left, Gu Jiao slowly put the tile back and jumped down. Nangong-Li originally only brought a coachman who knew martial arts, so it wasn't too difficult for Gu Jiao to follow him. However, after they left the pawnshop, a group of people suddenly came to pick up Nangong-Li. Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment and decided to stop here today. Since she knew that this pawnshop was Nangong-Li's stronghold, as long as she kept an eye on it, she would meet Nangong-Li again in the future. However, her plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong appeared nearby. Little Jing Kong was a little taller and his original clothes were too short. Xiao Heng brought him here to customize his clothes. Coincidentally, the embroidery building was right opposite the pawnshop. Nangong-Li and Xiao Heng's carriages stopped at the side of the road. Little Jing Kong stuck his little head out of the window and looked around curiously. When Gu Jiao saw him, she was basically sure that Xiao Heng was also in the carriage. At this time, Nangong Li also came to the street. As long as Xiao Heng got off the carriage, Nangong Li would be able to see him. The curtain of the carriage was lifted. A jade-like slender hand reached out from the carriage. As if there was some kind of invisible attraction, Nangong Li subconsciously looked at the carriage opposite. Little Jing Kong jumped down first. He was so tan that he looked like a little black egg. He blended into the night and didn't show his appearance. However, Xiao Heng was too eye-catching. Just as Xiao Heng bowed and walked out of the carriage, Gu Jiao suddenly picked up a small stone beside her feet and threw it at Nangong Li. With a bang, a big bump appeared on Nangong Li's head. The guards around Nangong Li and the carriage surrounded him. "Protect the general," one of the guards said. With this distraction, Xiao Heng successfully entered the embroidery building. Nangong Li glanced at the carriage but didn't see anything. At this time, his attention was no longer on the carriage that made him feel uneasy. His whereabouts were exposed. He covered the bump on his head and shouted, "Chase after them." Yes. 8 guards rushed forward and chased in the direction where the stone was thrown. Gu Jiao was still wearing the clothes of Tianqiong Academy. It was really not a good time to fight. She quickly retreated. The other party chased after her relentlessly and divided into 3 groups to surround her. Just as she passed by a small alley, a bony hand suddenly reached over, covered her mouth and pulled her over. Because the force was too strong, she bumped into the other party's arms. She shook one of her arms and a silver needle fell into her hand. "It's me." A familiar voice sounded in her ears. Gu Jiao pulled back her hand and turned to look at him. Mu Qingchen looked around and confirmed that Gu Jiao recognized him. He used his qinggong to take Gu Jiao to a carriage at the other end of the alley. Nangong Li's 8 guards surrounded them from different directions and finally locked onto the carriage. The coachman wasn't there. The guards exchanged vigilant looks with each other. One of them asked, "Who's in the carriage? Come out." Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao beside him and signaled her to open the secret compartment under the seat. Gu Jiao did as she was told and found a set of brand new women's clothes inside. From the style, it seemed to be Su Shui's. "If you don't come out, we'll take action," the guard said coldly. Gu Jiao put on Su Shui's clothes. To be honest, it was a little small, but it was barely enough to cover Tianqiong Academy's uniform. Mu Qingchen's original intention was to let Gu Jiao put it on directly. He didn't know that the person beside him was a woman, so naturally, he didn't think it was inconvenient for her to change. However, seeing Gu Jiao so stubbornly put it on, he didn't suspect anything. He just thought that Gu Jiao misunderstood his intention. He lifted the curtain a little to cover Gu Jiao and only revealed himself. Not everyone had seen young Master Qingchen before, but his clothes were extraordinary and he had an aristocratic aura. The guards were all stunned. Mu Qingchen revealed his identity. "I'm Mu Qingchen. Who are you?" "Oh, it's young Master Qingchen." The guard who had been clamoring before saluted. "Excuse me." Young Master Qingchen was famous in Chengdu. Some people might not have seen him, but they would have heard of him. Mu Qingchen turned the tables. "Answer me. Who are you?" We. The guard hesitated. Nangong Li was traveling in secret, and none of the guards were wearing the Nangong family's uniform. Naturally, the guard didn't dare to take the initiative to reveal Nangong Li's identity. "They're my men." Nangong Li's voice suddenly came from the other end of the alley. His carriage slowly drove over and the guards made way for him. The carriage stopped 10 steps away, and the coachman opened the curtain for Nangong Li. Nangong Li sat in the carriage and looked at Mu Qingchen with dignity. That was if one ignored the big bump on his head. "Young Master Mu, long time no see." Mu Qingchen politely greeted him. "So it's General Nangong. I heard that General Nangong was seriously injured, but it seems that you've recovered well." It was a lie. His face was pale and it was obvious that he was enduring great pain all the time. Nangong Li didn't beat around the bush. He said bluntly, "I'm chasing an assassin but I lost track of him when I came here. Did young Master Qingchen see him?" "No." Mu Qingchen said without a change in expression. Nangong Li took a deep look at Mu Qingchen. "There seems to be another person in young Master Mu's carriage?" Nangong Li was an expert, so it wasn't difficult for him to hear another breath in the carriage. Mu Qingchen said, "It's my 3rd sister. She caught a cold and ran to the inn to see me. I was about to send her back home." Nangong Li was skeptical. Mu Qingchen lifted the curtain a little, revealing Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao loosened her hair and used a hairband to tie it behind her head. She also wore a veil to cover the birthmark on her face, only revealing a pair of calm eyes. Mu Qingchen said to Gu Jiao, "It's General Nangong." He was implying that Gu Jiao should bow to Nangong Li. But why would Gu Jiao bow to such a person? Gu Jiao looked at Nangong Li and asked in her female voice, "What's the matter, General Nangong?" Her tone was a bit arrogant. Mu Qingchen almost choked. Nangong Li had been observing Gu Jiao, so he didn't notice Mu Qingchen's surprise. The Su family's status was higher than the Nangong family's. Although Nangong Li was unhappy, he didn't suspect anything. In the end, he didn't see any flaws and left with his guards. After they left, Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao as if he had seen a ghost. You just, oh. Gu Jiao changed back to her teenage voice and said without any guilt, "I like to listen to operas. I learned a little." Hearing the familiar teenage voice, Mu Qingchen breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment he almost thought that his classmate was a girl. Mu Qingchen looked at her bright eyes and realized that his heart was beating a little fast. He calmed down and said, You shouldn't dress like this in the future. It'll make people misunderstand. And don't use that voice again." Gu Jiao said, "You asked me to change." Mu Qingchen choked. Gu Jiao was wearing a veil and her long hair was loose. Her cold and beautiful eyes were infinitely enlarged in his eyes. Mu Qingchen didn't dare to look at her anymore. He quickly changed the topic and asked, "Why did General Nangong say that you were an assassin? Did you really assassinate him?" Gu Jiao said, "No, I just threw a stone at him." Mu Qingchen was puzzled. "Why?" Gu Jiao said fiercely, "Because his son bullied me. I'm angry." Mu Qingchen. Chapter 655. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Mu Qingchen couldn't refute this reason. It wasn't harmful to cause a big bump, but it was very insulting. Mu Qingchen asked, "Since you know he is General Nangong, how dare you throw stones at him?" Gu Jiao said, "Is a general that great?" Mu Qingchen sighed. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. When the military power of the Xinyuan family was divided into four, the Nangong family occupied the majority. Although the Nangong family was not one of the top 10 families in Xingdu, it was only because of its foundation. In terms of military power, the Nangong family was already far ahead. Mu Qingchen thought of something and asked again, "By the way, how did you know he is General Nangong?" Gu Jiao said, "I didn't know at first, but I heard him talking to someone. He said that his son fell off the horse and was injured during the shooting competition, so I guessed it." Mu Qingchen no longer doubted anything. Gu Jiao felt it was a pity that she didn't bring any weapons or hidden weapons to the competition. If she had the black fire pearl, she would have blown Nangong Li into a pig's head. Mu Qingchen turned his head and saw Gu Jiao frowning as if she didn't perform well. He suddenly didn't know what to say. The coachman who was sent away by Mu Qingchen came back with a stick of candied haws in his hand. "Young master, there are no delicious snacks nearby, so I only bought candied haws." The coachman handed the stick to Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen didn't really want to eat candied haws. In his opinion, candied haws were something that only girls and children liked to eat. He was about to let the coachman take it away when he suddenly thought of something and handed the stick of candied haws to Gu Jiao. "Here." "Oh, thank you." Gu Jiao didn't refuse. On the way back to the inn, Gu Jiao ate the stick of candied haws without hesitation. In case Nangong Li counterattacked, she didn't take off her woman's clothes, but only took off her veil. Mu Qingchen looked out of the window on the other side, occasionally glancing back at her. The way she chewed on candied haws was somewhat similar to Su Shui's. Mu Qingchen frowned. What was he thinking? Xiao Lulang was a man. Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen both escaped through the window. At that time the peddlers downstairs had not arrived yet. Now there was a long queue, so they had to go back to the inn through the main entrance. Wu Fuzi's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets when he saw the two people coming over from the staircase. "When did you two go out?" "I've been waiting here for a long time." Wu Fuzi exploded. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao said, "Yeah, I just walked around." Wu Fuzi clenched his fists and glared at Mu Qingchen. "What about you?" Mu Qingchen glanced at Gu Jiao and said, "I just accompanied him for a walk." Wu Fuzi was so angry that he fell backwards. No wonder he was a freshman who got 2 demerits in 10 days. He ran around as soon as he arrived and led an excellent student like Mu Qingchen astray. The competition was imminent, so it was impossible to punish him. Wu Fuzi secretly remembered this. "If you don't win tomorrow, I'll double the punishment when we return to the academy." The two went back to their respective rooms. Mu Qingchen wanted to rest, but he could not fall asleep when he thought of what happened just now. He had a feeling that Xiao Lulang was hiding something from him. It was a strange feeling, as if he was caught in a fog. The truth was behind the fog, but he could not get rid of it. Mu Qingchen decided to ask his classmate again. Wu Fuzi was guarding the door. Wu Fuzi would not stop him from visiting openly. However, for some reason Mu Qingchen chose to sneak in through the window. He could not explain why. He hooked the window frame with one hand and jumped onto the roof. He walked past Mu Chuan's room and jumped into Gu Jiao's room through the window. However, Gu Jiao was nowhere to be seen. Yes, Gu Jiao had gone out again. It was impossible for her to stay in her room, not in this lifetime. However, this time, Gu Jiao was more careful than the first time. Even Mu Qingchen, who was highly vigilant, was not alarmed. Mu Qingchen furrowed his brows. Why did he suddenly have a feeling of unhappiness? Gu Jiao used the same method. She climbed onto the roof from the window and jumped into the alley. She returned to the pawnshop. Nangong Li's guards had already left. The pawnshop was deserted as usual. Only a few pedestrians passed by occasionally, but not many people went in to inquire. However, Gu Jiao's attention was not on the pawnshop, but on the embroidery building opposite. The carriage was gone. Gu Jiao tilted her head slightly and continued to walk towards the other side. She took off the Tianxiong Academy uniform and put on a nocturnal suit that was easy to hide. Just as she arrived at the door of the embroidery building, a carriage suddenly drove over and stopped beside her. The person in the carriage did not speak, but a corner of the curtain was blown up by the night wind. A familiar aura drifted over faintly. Gu Jiao jumped into the carriage almost without thinking. There was an adult and a child in the carriage. There was no light. The child was so sleepy that he fell asleep in someone's arms. However, the adult was in high spirits, without a trace of tiredness. Gu Jiao sat down beside him. "Why haven't you left yet?" Xiao Heng faintly curled his lips. "What about you? Why are you back?" "Waiting for you. Looking for you." One did not know that she would come back, the other did not know that he had not left. However, they still came here together. "Nangong Li didn't see you, right?" Gu Jiao asked. "No." When Gu Jiao threw a stone at Nangong Li, Xiao Heng felt that something was wrong. He did not look back. He held little Jing Kong's hand and walked quickly into the shop. In fact, he did not see Gu Jiao. He only saw Nangong Li. However, he knew that except for Gu Jiao, no one would divert Nangong Li's attention. "Are you hurt?" Xiao Heng asked. "No." Gu Jiao said, "They didn't catch me." Xiao Heng looked at Gu Jiao up and down with the help of the thin moonlight and the candlelight on the street. He opened her palm and slid his fingertips gently to see if there were any hidden wounds. After confirming that there were no wounds, he said, Then he did not withdraw his hand. He just held Gu Jiao's small hand and rubbed her palm with his fingertips to comfort her. A girl's hand was always soft, small and slender. He could completely cover it with his big palm. Gu Jiao looked at the hand he was holding and felt the intimacy he inadvertently revealed. She knew what had happened to her. This was a pair of hands stained with blood. They had dug through mountains of corpses and bones and taken people's heads. His hand was clean. It was so clean that Gu Jiao did not even want to let a speck of dust touch it. At this moment, this clean hand clasped hers tightly, as if he wanted to pull her out of the sea of corpses and blood. "Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong's sleep-talking broke the temporary silence in the carriage. Gu Jiao withdrew her hand from Xiao Heng's grasp and touched little Jing Kong's back. She found that he was sweating. She took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat and said to Xiao Heng, "Two things." Xiao Heng looked at her retracted hand and frowned imperceptibly. Gu Jiao said, "The people who want to kill you are the royal family of the Yan dynasty." "The royal family of the Yan dynasty?" Xiao Heng looked thoughtful. "Also," Gu Jiao continued, "Chang Jing is the young master of the Dark Knight sect." "She is the young master of the Dark Knight sect." This news was shocking. Xiao Heng always thought that Chang Jing was just an ordinary secret guard. What is the Dark Knight sect? Gu Jiao wanted to ask for a long time. It's an assassin organization that doesn't belong to any country. Xiao Heng didn't know much about it. He paid more attention to the affairs of the imperial court and only heard about it occasionally in Jianghu. Soon the carriage stopped at the door of the inn where Gu Jiao and the others lived. In fact, Gu Jiao did not say where she lived after getting on the carriage. However, if a person really wanted to know, he or she could find out about Tianxiong Academy by any means possible. Therefore, there was no such thing as being powerless in this world. It was just a matter of whether you put your heart into it or not. In the past, it was Gu Jiao who sent Xiao Heng. When they were in the countryside, she walked dozens of miles to send him to the town to study. After they came to the capital, she always sent him to the Imperial College and Hanlin Academy. Gu Jiao was not used to being suddenly sent back by Xiaoheng. She pulled her little ears and said, "Then I'm leaving." Xiaoheng gently tugged at her sleeve and said, "You're leaving just like that?" Gu Jiao, who could kill a cow with a hammer, was pulled by someone's slender fingers. She looked over in confusion and said, Xiaoheng raised his head. The moonlight fell on his handsome jade-like face. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. "Aren't there two things? What's the other thing?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "The mastermind behind this is the great Yan royal family. Chang Jing is the young master of the Dark Knight sect. These are two things." Xiaoheng looked at her with a faint smile and said, "These are all information. Telling them information can only be considered one thing." Could he be so serious about words? Xiaoheng's fingertips slid down her sleeve and grabbed her slightly cold fingers. He gently hooked them and stood up. The carriage was not very high, so he could only bend down. He held Gu Jiao's hand with one hand and supported himself with the other by Gu Jiao's side. He pressed down on Gu Jiao. His unique aura suddenly enveloped Gu Jiao. A ray of moonlight shone through the gap in the curtains and shone on his eyes. She used to think that Jing Kong was an eyelash demon. Now that she looked at it carefully, she realized that Xiaoheng was one too. Gu Jiao was stunned again. Xiaoheng was angry and amused at the same time. He had mustered up so much courage to do such a shameless thing, but she only cared about admiring his face. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage and stared at him without blinking. Xiaoheng raised the hand that was playing with her fingertips and gently pinched her chin. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Did you remember the other thing?" After his voice had completely changed, Xiaoheng's voice became more and more pleasant. It was young, clean, and had the attractive charm of a mature man. Gu Jiao's little soul was hooked away. Xiaoheng laughed softly and lowered his body. "Gu Jiao, remember, this is only the second thing." With that, he tilted his head slightly and kissed her lips in the carriage. The next day, the people from Tianxiong Academy rode their horses to Lingbo Academy after breakfast at the inn. The archery field was already surrounded by people who had come to watch the competition. The seats in the stands were basically all reserved. What was different was that Gu Jiao actually found a small area of blue and white among the colorful uniforms. Were the students from Tianxiong Academy coming to watch the competition? There weren't many people, only a dozen or so. They seemed especially weak among the hundreds of people in the academy. Wu Fuzi was very excited. "It's our academy students. Our academy students are also here." After so many matches, this was the first time someone from his own team was watching. Wu Fuzi was so happy that tears almost came out of his eyes. Zhong Ding and Zhou Tong waved at them. Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen had already urged their horses to go to the pavilion. Mu Chuan waved at them enthusiastically. Zhao Wei had a stomachache last time and didn't go on stage. This time he was extra careful. His archery skills were better than Mu Chuan's. If he went on stage, Mu Chuan could only be a substitute. Fortunately, Mu Chuan didn't have any objections. After drawing lots, Wu Fuzi said, "We're in the third round again." Mu Chuan hurriedly said, "The third round is good. I didn't wake up in the first round, and the following rounds were too hot." Wu Fuzi agreed. "Yes, the third round is the best round in the morning. We were lucky twice in a row." Only Gu Jiao frowned. She seemed to be dissatisfied. "What's wrong?" Mu Qingchen asked. "Nothing. Before Xiaoheng left last night, he told her that he was going to investigate something this morning." Mu Qingchen glanced at Gu Jiao and his eyes fell on her neck. "Don't you turn off the mosquito net when you sleep?" "Yes." Gu Jiao pulled her collar without changing her expression. Mu Chuan continued to ask Wu Fuzi, "Which academy will we be fighting against?" Wu Fuzi said, "Pingyang Academy." The competition lasted for 2 days and Pingyang Academy was on the second day. They didn't see Pingyang Academy's performance, but they were able to make it to the second round. Gu Jiao saw that Mu Qingchen pursed his thin lips and didn't say a word. She asked, "What's wrong? Is this academy difficult to fight against?" Mu Qingchen thought for a moment and said, "Pingyang Academy is one of the few academies that is good at both civil and martial arts. Their fencing teacher used to be the best fencer in the royal family. Su Ping was taught by him. After he was injured, he couldn't fencer anymore, so he went to the academy to become a teacher." As he spoke, he paused for a moment before adding, "Their overall level is very high and their coordination is excellent. No fencer in Pingyang Academy could be as good as Su Ping, but the basic strength of a team was often determined by the weakest one, not the strongest one. Su Ping was good, but Nangong Lin and the other two couldn't keep up with his pace. He couldn't lead the three of them by himself. Mu Chuan said bitterly, "Fourth brother, I've never heard you praise anyone, but you just praised them twice. Do you mean we're going to lose?" Yuan Shao said, "Don't belittle yourself before you even fight." Zhao Wei said, "I agree." Mu Chuan muttered, "Is this a matter of agreement or not? It's a matter of losing miserably." Gu Jiao asked casually while wrapping the bandage around her wrist, "By the way, what's the reward for winning the fencer competition? You don't know?" Mu Qingchen looked at her strangely. "I don't know." No one had told her. Mu Qingchen frowned and looked away. "I thought you were going for the reward. If you get third place, you can have a piece of inner city talisman. The second place will get 1,000 taels of gold." Gu Jiao's bandaged hand paused. Gu Changqing fought desperately at the border, and the emperor of Zhao Kingdom only rewarded him with 1,000 taels of silver after he came back. Was the emperor of Yan Kingdom so generous? "What's the reward for the first place?" Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingchen said with some reverence, "The first place will have the opportunity to enter the palace to meet the emperor." Gu Jiao entered the battle mode in a second. "How many matches do we have to play until the last round?" Mu Qingchen was stunned by her sudden fighting spirit. He said, "Including today, if we don't lose a single match, there will be 3 matches left. But who could guarantee that they could play until the last match? Fight." Gu Jiao grabbed the cue stick and walked out valiantly. Chapter 656. All the novels that you can't find on the internet are available here. Tianxiong Academy had successfully defeated Qingyue Academy in the last round, which was quite impressive. They were looking forward to the duel between Tianxiong Academy and Pingyang Academy. They wondered what kind of tricks the freshmen would play this time. Mu Qingchen was the leader. Last time, Mu Chuan and Yuan Shao followed him and Gu Jiao was his tail. Today Mu Chuan was a substitute and replaced Zhao Wei. However, Zhao Wei and Yuan Shao both gave the second place to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It didn't make any difference to her whether she was second or fourth. As soon as Mu Qingchen entered the arena, all the girls in the stands became excited. They were in ancient times where etiquette was very strict. If they were in modern times, Gu Jiao would probably hear a lot of girls calling him hubby. "Young Master Qingchen. Young Master Qingchen." There was really a bold girl who shouted at Mu Qingchen. Anyway, she was wearing a veil so no one could recognize her. Her shout was like an opening, and the people around her also waved their handkerchiefs and shouted. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "You have so many fangirls." In fact, there were already enough fangirls last time. After winning the archery competition, Mu Qingchen's popularity soared again, and many girls who didn't belong to him came through the back door to watch him perform archery. Amidst the cheers of young Master Qingchen, Gu Jiao actually heard someone call out young Master Shao. Obviously Mu Qingchen heard it too. When he was called young Master Qingchen, Mu Qingchen didn't even bat an eyelid. However, when Gu Jiao was called young Master Shao, he couldn't help but turn his head to look in that direction. There was a sea of people, so how could he see who was calling? Wherever his gaze swept across, the young ladies all clutched their chests. They were about to faint. Young Master Qingchen was looking in their direction? Did he hear them calling him? He didn't look anywhere but at them. "Is young Master Qingchen looking at me? I think he's looking at me. It was me?" Mu Qingchen's action was just a subconscious one. When he realized it, he frowned slightly and quickly looked away. Gu Jiao, on the other hand, glanced at the crowd a few more times. Oh, where are her fangirls? It was gone after a single cry. His combat power was too weak. Xiao Heng had something to do in the morning, so he didn't come, but the grandstand he used last time was still reserved for him. The 3 students of the Azure Water Women's Academy were sitting in their respective seats with smiles on their faces. The seat closest to the front was reserved for the number 1 beauty. Thanks to the blessing of the number 1 beauty, they could once again comfortably watch bowls in the shady pavilion. The people next door were still from the public house. Second Master Jing sat upright on the cushion while Second Foreign sat beside him in a dignified and elegant manner. Second Madam smiled and poured a cup of fruit wine for Second Master Jing. She said gently, "Didn't my husband want to come and watch the bow? Why aren't you saying anything?" Second Master Jing was as still as a bell. "Don't you know why I'm not saying anything? I can't even watch the beauty," he muttered softly with hidden bitterness. "What did my husband say?" Second Madam didn't hear him clearly. Second Master Jing's eyelids drooped helplessly. Nothing. I'm just worried about eldest brother. Second madam turned her head to look at the Duke beside her. With Miss Mu here, eldest brother will be fine. The Duke sat in a wheelchair with Mu Ru Xn by his side. Originally, second madam didn't plan to bring the Duke to watch the bow competition. After all, he had just recovered from his cold and needed to rest. However, Mu Ru Xn said that it would be good for the Duke's condition to move around. The Duke stared at the bow without blinking. Mu Ru Xn wasn't sure if he was conscious, but she still smiled and asked, "Duke, do you like to watch the bow competition?" The Duke couldn't answer. Mu Ru Xn continued, "I heard that Madame Jing is good at the bow competition." Madame Jing Yin's birth mother was the eldest daughter of the Xian Yuan family. The children of the Xian Yuan family were all highly skilled in martial arts. Riding and shooting was nothing difficult for them. The Duke's face seemed to twitch slightly. When Mu Ru Xn looked at the Duke again, he was gone. "Young miss, this is the spring water you wanted." The maid passed a porcelain bottle filled with spring water to Mu Ru Xan in high spirits. It said that Ling Bo Academy has a natural spring water that is drawn down from the mountain using a water wheel. "Young miss, quickly taste it. Is it sweet?" Mu Ru Xan glanced at her and took the porcelain bottle. "I know. I'll drink it later." The maid smiled and lowered her eyes before retreating to Mu Ru Xan's side. "Ah, Mr. Qing Chen is here." A female student from Tsanglan Academy couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Mu Ru Xan had seen Mu Qing Chen up close in the Duke's residence before, but she wasn't as excited as them. She inadvertently glanced at the Duke and noticed that he seemed to be very excited. His fingers, which were placed on the armrest, trembled slightly. His empty eyes seemed to have regained their spirit. This was the third round of the competition. The Duke hadn't been like this in the previous 2 rounds. If it was in the past, she wouldn't have asked about anything other than the treatment. However, it was different now. Her position in the Duke's heart was getting higher and higher, and it might even be higher in the future. Naturally, she was more confident than before. She turned her head and looked at Second Master Jing and his wife on the other side. She asked, "Second Master Jing, Second Madam, are Mr. Qing Chen and the Duke old friends?" Of course they were old friends. Otherwise, Mu Qing Chen wouldn't have brought a doctor over to treat the Duke. The reason Mu Ru Xan asked this question was because she wanted to know more about the two of them. There wasn't anything that couldn't be said. Second Master Jing said, "When Yin was young, my eldest brother brought her to live in the Snow Cloud Manor for a period of time. Mu Qing Chen happened to live in the manor next door. Mu Qing Chen's handwriting was taught by my eldest brother." "I see." Mu Ru Xan nodded. It was no wonder the Duke had such a reaction when he saw Mu Qing Chen. He probably saw Mu Qing Chen as his favorite student. Mu Ru Xan couldn't help but look at Mu Qing Chen again. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao rode her horse over from behind. Mu Ru Xan immediately saw her face. "Why is it him?" Mu Ru Xan looked at Second Master Jing in disbelief. "Second Master Jing, didn't you tell me that you beat him so badly that he couldn't get out of bed? You even compensated him with 500 taels. Look at him now. Does he look like he was injured before?" Second Master Jing instantly choked. "Fuck, I forgot about this. Last time, Mu Ru Xan's arm was dislocated by Gu Jiao. Mu Ru Xan used the excuse of treating the Duke's illness to force him to capture that brat. Who would have thought that not only would he not be captured, he would also lose 500 taels. He lost face and naturally wouldn't admit it. He could only say that he originally wanted to capture him, but that brat wouldn't comply no matter what. He didn't control his strength and ended up crippling him. Second Madam also looked at Second Master Jing. "That's right. That's what you also told me." Second Master Jing coughed lightly and looked at Gu Jiao, who was practicing on the field. He said seriously, I did beat him up." "Who told him to recover so quickly?" In order to divert attention, he stood up and went behind his eldest brother's wheelchair. "Eldest brother likes to watch Mu Qing Chen hit the bow, right? Come. Let's go and watch." After saying that, he decisively pushed his wheelchair to the side of the railing. After the players from Tianqiong Academy were in position, the players from Pingyang Academy entered the field from the other side of the track. All 4 of them were dressed in black and held golf clubs in their hands. Their eyes were piercingly cold as they rode on tall horses. The aura of the 4 people and 4 horses was too strong. It was as if a strong murderous aura had shrouded the entire field in an instant. Zhao Wei suddenly touched his arm. "What's wrong?" "Yuan Shao, don't mention it." He also felt cold. Gu Jiao was still playing with her golf club. When she heard the sound of horse hooves coming from afar, she raised her head slightly. At this moment, the 4 students from Pingyang Academy had already arrived in front of them. She clearly felt that except for Mu Qingchen's horse, her Zhao Wei and Yuan Zhao's horses all shivered and retreated a few steps. The game hadn't even started and the horses were already scared. Gu Jiao frowned. The leader of the students from Pingyang Academy glanced at them. His eyes lingered on Gu Jiao's face for a while, but finally he looked at Mu Qingchen and said with a confident smile, "I watched the game last time. Indeed, you have some tricks up your sleeves. However, I'm afraid you won't be so lucky this time." Mu Qingchen said indifferently, "You forced the Han family to send out the Black Wind Cavalry. It's enough to show how much you fear Tianqiong Academy." Gu Jiao caught 2 key words, the Han family and the Black Wind Cavalry. The corner of the man's mouth twitched. He tightened the reins and turned his horse around. "Let's see who will win." "The Han family?" Gu Jiao turned to look at Mu Qingchen. To be able to become one of the 4 great families of Xingdu, every disciple of the family is proficient in both the pen and the sword. Back then, Mu Qingchen paused. There were some things that he didn't know whether he should say or not, but when he saw Gu Jiao's thirsty eyes, he sighed and said it. After the Xinyuan family's rebellion failed, the military power was divided into 4 families. The Nangong family had the most, followed by the Han family, the Wang family, and the Mu family. It's worth mentioning that the Xinyuan family's cavalry was assigned to the Han family, which is the Black Wind Cavalry. In order to ensure the strength and purity of the bloodline, the breeding of the Black Wind Cavalry is very strict. Of course, the training is stricter. Gu Jiao grunted and looked at his mount. She asked, "Why isn't your horse afraid?" Mu Qingchen stroked his horse's head to comfort it. "It's not that my horse isn't afraid. It's just that I've stabilized it with my internal energy." Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qingchen's horse and then looked at the 3 horses that were trembling. "So when we go on the field later," Mu Qingchen took a deep breath and said, "let's leave it to fate." In this world, there was no horse that was more valiant and good at fighting than the Black Wind Cavalry. Just like how there would be pressure between experts, it was the same for horses. Wherever the Black Wind Cavalry appeared, tens of thousands of horses would retreat. On the spectator's stand, many people who had seen the Black Wind Cavalry before felt sorry for the Tianqiong Academy. "It's over, it's over. It's all over now." Second Master Jing looked at the small figure on the field whose aura was similar to his brother-in-law's and sighed helplessly. "Why, is it over?" Mu Ruxen walked over and asked in confusion. She was from the Qin Kingdom and didn't understand the political affairs of the Yan Kingdom. Second Master Jing pointed at the mounts of the Pingyang Academy and said, "Do you see those horses? Those aren't ordinary horses. They are the Black Wind Cavalry." Hearing the Black Wind Cavalry, Mu Ruxen was shocked speechless. It was rumored that the Xinyuan cavalry was valiant and good at fighting. 10,000 of them could conquer a city and 100,000 could conquer a country. They relied on the invincible Black Wind Cavalry of the Xinyuan family. It was rumored that this kind of horse was more ferocious and domineering than ordinary war horses. They were known as the men of sacrifice among horses. "Is it necessary to have a match?" Second Master Jing muttered. He knew clearly whether it was necessary or not. The Han family and the Mu family didn't get along well with each other. The young master of the Han family probably wanted to trample Mu Qingchen under his feet. That was why he sent out the Black Wind Cavalry. Sigh. Second Master Jing grabbed his collar impatiently. "Annoying. I don't want to watch anymore." Wait, what was he annoyed about? Wasn't it exactly what he wanted when that brat's academy lost? Second young Master Jing smirked and stared at the boxing field with his bright and spirited eyes. The gong sounded and the match officially started. The first ball was from the Tianqiong Academy. As the team leader, Mu Qingchen personally kicked the ball to stabilize the team's morale. He shot the ball in the direction of Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao had already understood his intention and was ready to receive the ball. However, before he could swing his club, the horse under him jumped in fright and almost threw him off the back of the horse. When he stabilized himself, the ball had already been snatched away by the students of the Pingyang Academy. The horses of the Tianqiong Academy couldn't outrun the Black Wind Cavalry. Once the people of the Pingyang Academy got the ball, there was basically no room to maneuver. This feeling was a bit like riding an electric scooter to chase a Lamborghini. Could she catch up with it? At the end of the first section, the Pingyang Academy got 3 flags and the Tianqiong Academy didn't. At the end of the second section, the Pingyang Academy got 3 more flags and the Tianqiong Academy got 1. Mu Qingchen attacked from afar. At the end of the third section, The Pingyang Academy got 4 flags and the Tianqiong Academy got 1. Gu Jiao attacked from afar. If this goes on, we'll definitely lose, right? Zhong Ding whispered in the stands of the Tianqiong Academy. Zhou Tong looked tense. I believe in Xiao Lulang. Another student said weakly, it's mainly because the horses of the Pingyang Academy are too fast and fierce. After the 4 sections, the first half ended. The score was 12-2 and the Tianqiong Academy got 2 flags. It was over. They had no chance at all. They had finally regained their confidence and came to watch a match, but they were about to lose completely. The students of the Tianqiong Academy hung listlessly on the railings like eggplants that had been hit by frost. In the waiting room, Wu Fuzi was so angry that his hair stood on end. Why did they use the Black Wind Cavalry? This is too much. Isn't it obvious that they are bullying us? They used ordinary horses in the last section. The horses of the aristocratic families were not ordinary, but it depended on who they were compared to. In front of the Black Wind Cavalry, 10,000 horses could kneel. Wu Fuzi could not take this lying down. He rolled up his sleeves and said, No, I'll go and reason with their dean. You're allowed to steal the skills on the spot, but we're not allowed to use the Black Wind Cavalry? A mocking voice sounded at the door. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. It was the Pingyang Academy's young master Han Che. He crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame. He smiled and said, Did our academy break the rules? Wu Fuzi was completely speechless with this sentence. Yes, there was no rule that forbade the use of the Black Wind Cavalry, but that was because the person who made the rule did not expect that one day, someone would ride the Black Wind Cavalry to attack the bow. You're using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Is this how you use the Black Wind Cavalry? Han Che smiled contemptuously and said, See you in the arena. Wu Fuzi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. He turned to Gu Jiao and said, Xiao Lulang, your horse can't be used anymore. You have to change to another one. The academy's horses are all in the stables. Do you want to pick one or should I? Gu Jiao's attack was the fiercest when she was blocking Pingyang Academy's path. Her horse was also the most frightened. On one hand, it was the pressure from the Black Wind Cavalry, and on the other hand, it was the threat from its master. Gu Jiao said, I'll go. That's true. It's all the same. There was no horse in the stables that was not afraid of the Black Wind Cavalry. The stables of the various academies were separated. There were guards outside the stables, and each academy's members could only enter their own stables. Tianqiong Academy's stables were the innermost. Gu Jiao walked forward. As she walked, she suddenly felt a small black shadow flash past her. She tilted her head and frowned slightly. In the next second, the small black shadow flashed past her again. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and walked a few steps forward. When the small black shadow flashed past her for the 3rd time, she decisively reached out her hand and caught the small black shadow. The small black shadow was lifted and hung in the air. Gu Jiao took a closer look and was instantly stunned. Jing Kong. She always used a teenage voice when she spoke outside, but little Jing Kong was familiar with her teenage voice. Little Jing Kong raised his head and shouted, Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao took advantage of the situation and hugged him. Why are you here? Aren't you in class? Xiao Heng said that he would send the little guy to Lingbo Academy before he went to do anything else. Little Jing Kong widened his eyes in a second. I didn't skip class. Gu Jiao was speechless. Very well, it was a fact that he skipped class. Gu Jiao put the little guy on the ground and asked him to stand properly. Then she bent down slightly and looked at him at eye level. She asked seriously, Why did you skip class? Little Jing Kong lowered his head and grabbed his little pocket. Gu Jiao pointed at the part of his pocket that his little hand was covering. What's in your pocket? Take it out. Little Jing Kong took it out guiltily. It's little flower and little rope. I want to braid little Shi's hair. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. Little Jing Kong mustered up his courage and raised his head. But I've finished all my homework. I've also memorized the teacher's lessons. I really learned everything before I came out. Little Shi is here? Gu Jiao asked. The little guy nodded and said pitifully, Yes, I miss little Shi so much. Last time, I told Brother Xiaoshan that if he and Brother Yan came again, he would secretly bring little Shi over for me to play with. Chapter 657. All the novels that you can't find on the internet are available here. The break was about to end. All the archers mounted their horses and slowly returned to the field. Pingyang Academy's performance was too eye-catching. The moment they appeared, cheers rose and fell from all directions. Han Che rode at the very front. He was tall, handsome, and spirited. Between his brows, there was a carefree and confident feeling that victory was within his grasp. In Chengdu he was not as famous as Mu Qingchen, but the best way to make a name for oneself was to step on the most famous person. Now that he had defeated Mu Qingchen, everyone would say that he was the same Han Che who defeated young Master Qingchen. Han Che led his team to meet Mu Qingchen and the other two. Pingyang Academy was arrogant. The two sides were just facing each other on their horses, but everyone felt that this place was about to become a terrible battlefield. Mu Chuan looked back and whispered, "Why aren't they here yet?" Wu Fuzi asked Zhao Wei to take a break and let Mu Chuan play a small part. The main reason was that Mu Chuan and Gu Jiao cooperated well in the previous round. Yuan Shao whispered, "I don't know. They're probably still choosing their horses." Mu Chuan was helpless. "It's about to start. We'll break the rules if they don't come soon." The two of them spoke very softly, but Mu Qingchen and Han Che, who had good hearing, almost missed a word. Han Che sneered, "Could it be that the people from your academy were scared of us and decided to run away?" "Ah." The other three people laughed. Mu Chuan snorted. "Who's running away? Do you think everyone is like the Han family, abandoning the city and running away when the enemy comes?" "You." Han Che's face turned cold. There was a story about the Han family abandoning the city and running away. When the Turks invaded and attacked the border of the Yan kingdom, they used a trick to trick the Han family into thinking that the Turks had an army of 10,000. Therefore the Han family fled with the people that night. But it was not a city, it was a small village. Besides, they were not running away, they were evacuating the people. Mu Chuan knew what he was thinking. He snorted. "You're just a coward." Han Che's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as the veins on his forehead bulged violently. His companion gave him a look, telling him not to get angry so easily. It was not good to go on the field with anger. It was easy to mess up the formation and cause a foul and a penalty kick. Han Che took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at Mu Chuan with amusement and said, "Don't even think about provoking me. Today your Heaven's Vault Academy will definitely lose. In the second half, I won't let you get a single goal." Mu Chuan was so angry that he almost slapped him with his golf club. What's so great about that? Wasn't it all because of the Black Wind Cavalry? If you have the ability, change to another horse and fight with us. Han Che did not get angry. Instead he laughed. "It's my ability to have the Black Wind Cavalry. If you have the ability, go get some Black Wind Cavalry for the Mu clan too." Where did Mu Chuan get it? Really? Why didn't the Mu family get the Black Wind Cavalry when they divided the military power of the Xinyuan family? No one knew if Han Che did it intentionally or not, but he gently pulled on the reins. The Black Wind horse under him suddenly took 2 steps towards Qianxiong Academy. Mu Chuan's and Yuan Zhao's horses neighed in fear as they retreated and tried to escape. "Referee. He's breaking the rules," Mu Chuan said to the referee. The referee looked over. Han Che curled his lips and said with a smile, "My horses didn't touch them. They were the ones who were scared." Mu Chuan gritted his teeth and said, "You're shameless." "Mu Chuan." Mu Qingchen calmly called out to him. Mu Chuan unwillingly suppressed the anger in his heart. He was so angry. He wanted to beat this bastard to death. The conflict between the Han family and the Mu clan was not new. The Han family was a new aristocrat while the Mu clan was a century-old prosperous family. The Han family had always wanted to provoke the Mu clan and replace them. Han Che smiled. "The match has started. If you don't have any substitutes then?" Before he could finish his sentence, a series of strange gasps came from the crowd behind him. He frowned and turned to look in the direction of the entrance. He immediately saw the students of Heaven's Vault Academy riding over on a black horse. Let's not talk about the students for now. What's up with that horse? His entire body was black and shiny. He wore a big red flower on his head and his horse's mane was tied with a red string braid. He walked with an arrogant and elegant gait. Han Che was stunned when he saw him. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. How could it be so enchanting? Why didn't you give it a flaming red lip? In fact, little Jing Kong did steal his bad brother-in-law's rouge. However, Gu Jiao caught him too quickly and didn't have time to apply it on little Shi. Han Che recognized the student on the horse. Then he felt unwell. What was this kid's name again? Xiao Lulang, right? Are you here to bow or to act as a matchmaker? Fuck. Second Master Jing spat out a mouthful of tea. How could there be such an eye-catching horse? Did Heaven's Vault Academy change their strategy? Since they couldn't outrun you, they decided to blind you? Mu Ruexang covered her mouth with her handkerchief. She also felt that Gu Jiao was fooling around. Who was she trying to embarrass by riding such a horse? He made himself look like a clown. The Duke on the wheelchair suddenly felt strange. His hand gripped the armrest tightly. Because he used too much strength, his arm trembled slightly. Mu Ruexan noticed his strange behavior and hurriedly asked, "Duke, what's wrong? Don't you want to watch?" Second Master Jing looked at the horse and then looked at his elder brother. He said, "My elder brother really can't watch this. The red flower is on one side of the ponytail but not the other. My elder brother feels uncomfortable when he sees it." Mu Ruexan was speechless. Did the Duke have such a problem? Everyone was in position. The match started from Heaven's Vault Academy. The bowers from Heaven's Vault Academy urged their horses to move to the side. One of the bowers from Pingyang Academy smiled and said to Han Che, "Look, their horses are trembling even more than in the first half." Another bower looked and saw that it was true. He sneered, "They must be scared of us. Now they're trembling in fear when they see us. Our horses also seem to be trembling a little. They're trembling because of excitement." The people from Heaven's Vault Academy were all silent. Even though it was different from before and looked more like a horse concubine than a horse king, it was still their academy's mount. They could still recognize it. Mu Chuan muttered softly, "Why did you ride it here? Can't you see that our own horses can't move?" Gu Jiao was a little confused. Oh, how could they still recognize it when it was already so well equipped? Did these horses have a special way of recognizing horses? Gu Jiao said, "But there's no horse more ferocious than it." Mu Chuan didn't dare to raise his voice for fear that the people from Pingyang Academy would eavesdrop. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then how are we going to play later?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Stay away from me later." Yuan Shao kicked off the ball. Gu Jiao and Mu Chuan switched positions. Mu Chuan was the assistant bower. Yuan Zhao's kick was excellent. It drew a beautiful and neat arc in the air. He directly swung his club in Mu Qingqian's direction. The people from Pingyang Academy seemed to have seen through his actions. Two of the bowers chased after Mu Qingqian. In terms of speed, their Black Wind cavalry was definitely not inferior to the horses from Heaven's Vault Academy. However, something was wrong as they ran. Whoosh! A black shadow dashed past him. The speed was unimaginably fast. It could only be described as scuttling. The two of them were stunned. "Wait, is it that ugly horse? Is it so good at running? Aha, we didn't use our full speed, okay?" Aya. The two of them tacitly increased the speed of their horses. However, no matter how fast they sped up, the distance between them and the ugly black horse grew bigger and bigger. The horse's king left them in the dust. At this moment, Mu Qingqian snatched the ball. The horse's king chased after Mu Qingqian's horse. Mu Qingqian's horse was so scared that it used all its strength to charge forward. "Fourth brother." Mu Chuan urged his horse and waved at Mu Qingqian. Mu Qingqian saw Mu Chuan's speed and threw the ball in front of Mu Chuan. The ball was very close to Pingyang Academy's hole. As long as Mu Chuan caught the ball, the flag would be theirs. Han Che and another comrade attacked Mu Chuan from both sides. Mu Chuan turned around to take a look and shouted, "No way! Why are you all coming at me?" His horse was no match for the Black Wind cavalry. There was no way he could outrun them. Sure enough, Han Che leaped over Mu Qingqian and looked at the polo ball that was falling from the sky. He stretched out his cue stick and hit the polo ball. He didn't touch the ball. His horse suddenly went astray. His body swayed and he was almost thrown off by his horse. "What's going on? Who told you to run around?" The horses used for arching had been trained for a long time. They were familiar with their master's orders and wouldn't easily disobey them. However, this wasn't the most shocking thing. On the other side, Mu Chuan still didn't get the ball even after Han Che was taken care of. The ball was snatched by another archer from Pingyang Academy. The archer tightened his grip on the reins and planned to turn around. He wanted to hit the ball into Tianqiong Academy's hole. But before he could move, his horse trembled all over as if it had been greatly frightened. He was caught off guard and the ball slipped away. Mu Chuan hooked the ball over and hit a hole in the hole. The referee said, "Tianqiong Academy wins a flag." On the spectator stand, a student from Lingbo Academy clapped. "Wow! They got a flag at the beginning of the game. That's too fast." His companion beside him said, "Even Pingyang Academy didn't score so smoothly, right?" Zhong Ding raised his chin and said proudly, "It's from our academy." A disdainful voice came from behind. "So what? You're still behind Pingyang Academy by 11 flags. Can you catch up? Zhongding and Zhou Tong looked back. It was a student from Wuxia Academy. No wonder. Zhou Tong straightened his back and said, "We won't lose. Just wait and see." They were no longer weak scholars who could be bullied by others. The student from Wuxia Academy mocked, "What if you lose?" Zhou Tong rolled up his sleeves. "If we lose, we'll kowtow to you and call you daddy. If we win, you'll kowtow to us and call us daddy. Don't regret it." The game continued. Strictly speaking, the Black Wind Cavalry was also the descendant of the Wild Horse King. However, after being bred in captivity, their wildness was greatly reduced. Unlike the Wild Horse King, they emitted the aura of a Wild Horse King. The horses from Qinxiong Academy didn't dare to get close to them. Although the Black Wind Cavalry was braver, they weren't much better. Therefore, a strange scene appeared. Gu Jiao rode the Horse King like a big bad wolf that entered a flock of sheep. Wherever she went, the sheep would scatter. Gu Jiao didn't try to snatch the ball. She only did one thing: chase after the Black Wind Cavalry from Pingyang Academy. If one wasn't enough, she would chase two. If two wasn't enough, she would chase three. The Horse King was full of energy and didn't feel tired at all. The main thing was that this was much more fun than grinding. It didn't even need to be tied into pigtails. Thinking of its ordinary and boring grinding life, the Horse King decided to cherish this short period of joy that was hard to come by. In the end, everyone saw Gu Jiao chasing 4 horses by herself. The Black Wind Cavalry was on the brink of tears. When they were fighting against Qingyue Academy, Gu Jiao was as serious as Gu Jiao was in this game. Pingyang Academy was in a complete mess because of her. "Referee. He broke the rules." A student from Pingyang Academy complained. The referee walked over. Gu Jiao asked calmly, "Did I intercept you from the front?" She had been chasing after them from behind. "Did my horse touch your horses?" There was at least half a horse's length between them. "Is my cue interfering with you and your horses?" "Golf club. You didn't even wave your golf club after entering the arena." Gu Jiao smirked evilly. "Your horses are timid. Don't blame me. Wasn't this what Han Che had said to Tianqiong Academy just now? My horses didn't touch them. They were the ones who couldn't take the fright." They didn't expect Han Che's words to turn into a slap to their faces so quickly. Painful, really painful. "This kid is good." On the spectator stand, Second Master Jing couldn't help but praise Gu Jiao. "It's that horse that's powerful." Mu Ruexen said, "Anyone riding that horse would win." Second Master Jing frowned. He didn't agree with her words. "Do you think anyone can ride that kind of wild horse?" He was a martial artist. Years ago, when the Xian Yuan family was on the decline, he had the opportunity to choose a Black Wind horse that belonged to him. His brother-in-law had asked him, "Do you want a horse that is easy to ride or a good horse?" He didn't understand at that time but gradually understood later. It was a pity that he would never have the chance to tell his brother-in-law the real answer in his heart. Under Gu Jiao's and her horse's efforts, Pingyang Academy didn't score a single ball after 3 rounds. They finally managed to snatch a ball and Han Che had already brought it to Tianqiong Academy's hole. Gu Jiao rode her horse and stopped there. Han Che's horse immediately turned around and ran. "Han Che, are the 3 of you going to snatch the ball?" Gu Jiao asked the 3 students from Pingyang Academy who were eyeing them covetously. The 3 students' mouths twitched. "You might not believe it, but I want to go over, but my horse won't." Gu Jiao shrugged and sighed. "Thank you for letting me win." The 2 of them raised their chins and valiantly snatched the ball away. When the game was nearing its end, there was a shocking reversal in the numbers of both sides. From 12-2 to 12-20, Tianqiong Academy had 20 points. Everyone's focus shifted from who scored the ball to who would be the next one to be chased down. The faces of the students from Pingyang Academy turned green. They thought that with the Black Wind horse there would be no mistakes. Who would have thought that the kid's horse would mess everything up? What kind of crazy beast was that horse? Chapter 658. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. What did it mean to live long enough to see? They were definitely watching Tianqiong Academy's bowler. They never knew that a bowler competition could be like this. In the first round, they had learned from Su Ping and used Su Ping to defeat Su Ping, which was already an eye-opener. They didn't expect to see something even more impressive today. Many of them came to watch the competition to see Xingdu's first young master, Mu Qingqian. However, they were all led astray by the freshman. In the last round they were also led astray by him. Therefore they were able to verify the saying, "What kind of bowler will raise what kind of horse?" The bowler was not normal, but this horse was not normal either. In the end, the people from Pingyang Academy were completely speechless. Their horses were scared away, but it was more terrifying if they were abducted by the kid's horse. Han Che tightened the reins. "No. Stop. Stop." Nay was useless. The Black Wind Cavalry all ran after the Horse King. The Horse King grinned widely as it ran forward, panting loudly. "Come on. I'll take you flying." The bowlers from Tianqiong Academy could not bear to watch anymore. This horse was not their teammate. The people in the stands laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Those who didn't know horses would think that this horse was too powerful. Those who knew horses would understand that the person who could control it was even more eye-catching. In a pavilion with a beaded curtain on the east side of the stands, a man in a black robe sat upright and drank tea. A little to his right sat a man in an official's robe. "The horse is running so fast, but it didn't fall off. Who is that kid?" the man in the black robe asked. The man in the official's robe said respectfully, "Your Highness, I've seen this person before. He's Mu Qingqian's classmate. I heard that he's from a lower country and has a glib tongue. He once pretended to be a doctor and went to the High Duke's public house to cheat people." The man in the black robe said, "Is he the quack that Mu Qingqian brought to the High Duke's public house?" The man in the official's robe said, "Yes, it is. If Gu Jiao was here, she would definitely recognize him as Lord Xiao, who was in charge of capturing the assassins from the Crown Prince's residence. She had a grudge with Mu Qingqian, so when she found out that she had taken Mu Qingqian's token to the brothel in the inner city, she decisively stepped on her to accuse Mu Qingqian. It was also because of him that Gu Jiao openly went to the public house." The black-robed man said thoughtfully, "I think this person is quite capable. Don't beat him up just because you have a grudge with Mu Qingqian." Sir Xiao lowered his eyes. "Your Highness is right. This lad's horsemanship is indeed impressive." In other words, Gu Jiao's medical skills were indeed fake, and she wasn't the one who slandered Gu Jiao and Mu Qingqian when she went to the Duke's mansion to swindle people. The black-robed man seemed to be interested in that brat. Official Xiao was worried that he would ask for that brat's name. He didn't want anyone from Mu Qingqian's side to squeeze into His Highness' side. However, the black-robed man just picked up the cup on the table and took a sip of tea. He didn't ask anything else. The game ended with a score of 12-27. Tianqiong Academy had set a new record for the number of flags in a bowler game. Han Che's words, "In the second half I won't let you get a single goal," had come true. However, it had come true on themselves. The dean of Pingyang Academy was sitting next to Dean Xian. He didn't look too good either. He sneered and said, "Tianqiong Academy is really capable. You specially got such a crazy horse for this game?" Dean Xian smiled and said meaningfully, "You're wrong. Tianqiong Academy's horsemanship isn't even half of Pingyang Academy's. You got 4 Black Wind Riders. We were forced to use an untrained horse because we had no other choice." The dean of Pingyang Academy almost vomited blood. The horse was already so fierce without any training. If it was trained again, would it become a god? Don't show off like this. The Han clan was one of the top 4 aristocratic clans in the capital. Gu Jiao's horse had crushed the Han clan's Black Wind Riders. After this game, the Han clan became famous. Han Che wanted to use Mu Qingqian as a stepping stone, but he ended up being used by Gu Jiao. Needless to say, Han Che was going to vomit blood when he went back. There were 5 more games left. After the 4th game, they would rest for 2 hours and continue in the afternoon. "Change your clothes and go watch the next game. Maybe one of them will be our opponent next time," Wu Fuzi said to everyone in the attic. Everyone nodded and took their bags to change their clothes. There was only one room. As usual, Gu Jiao asked others to change first. Everyone thought she was shy and didn't suspect anything. After all, Mu Qingqian never changed his clothes in the same room as others. "You change first," Mu Qingqian said to Gu Jiao when only the 2 of them were left. "Okay." Gu Jiao entered the room. Click. It was the sound of the door being bolted. Mu Qingqian was speechless. After changing their clothes, they went to the stands of Tianqiong Academy. Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan sat next to Principal Xian. Their cheeks were red from the sun. Gu Jiao thought they looked cute. Her little brother was cute no matter how old he was. When Gu Jiao arrived, Gu Shaoshan automatically gave up the seat next to her. He had always been sensible and wouldn't fight with anyone for Gu Jiao's seat. Besides, sitting on the other side of Gu Jiao was pretty good. He had no intention of monopolizing her. Gu Yan was sitting in a wheelchair while Gu Jiao was sitting on a cushion. She was slightly shorter than him. Everyone in Tianqiong Academy knew that Xiao Lulang was Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan's fiancé. Why was he not fiancé? It was mainly to distance himself from Xiao Heng and prevent others from linking their identities. As for why they didn't directly distance themselves from him, it was because they didn't know that Gu Jiao was also here. Gu Xiaoshan had called him brother-in-law many times. Now, everyone present knew that Gu Jiao had a fiancé in Zhao country. This situation was normal. Yuan Xiao and Zhao Wei both had fiancés. One was betrothed before he was born, while the other was betrothed 3 years ago. Fourth brother. Su Shui suddenly appeared in a pink uniform with a veil over her face. Su Shui's eyes were bright and her figure was slim. Even the veil couldn't hide her beauty. Even Zhao Wei and Yuan Xiao, who already had fiancés, couldn't help but be stunned. Then they were attracted by Xiao He, who was following behind her. The little guy was a little tanned, but his little face was really cute. His facial features were also very delicate, especially his big blinking eyes. They seemed to be able to speak just by looking at them. His eyelashes were also very long. He looked like a little eyelash fairy. Dean Sin recognized the little guy and waved at him with a smile. Jing Kong is here? Hello, Uncle Dean. Little Jing Kong greeted him politely. Dean Sin introduced him to Mu Qingchen and the others. You guys didn't come because you watched the last match in the attic. He's the little prodigy of Lingbo Academy. His name is Jing Kong. Hello, brothers. Little Jing Kong cupped his hands and bowed. Dean Sin liked this little guy. He pointed at Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan. Come, this is brother Gu Yan and this is brother Xiaoshan. You've met them before. Yes, we've met before. Hello, brother Yan. Hello, brother Xiaoshan. Little Jing Kong had traveled a long way with his bad brother-in-law. His acting skills were impeccable. When Dean Sin was about to introduce Gu Jiao, little Jing Kong said cutely, I know him. Uncle Dean pointed him out to me last time. Hello, brother Lu Lang. Gu Jiao said coldly, yes. Don't you have classes at the academy? Little Jing Kong said, our classes are over. The last class in the morning for the prodigy class was self-study. Little Jing Kong had many ways to get the teacher to let him out. Coincidentally, Su Shui happened to pass by their classroom, so he followed her here. This is. Mu Qingchen looked at little Jing Kong strangely. Su Shui said, he's the one I told you about. He's my roommate's younger brother. Although she didn't live in the dormitory, little Jing Kong sometimes went to their classroom to look for Xiao Heng. Therefore she knew Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong came to Gu Jiao. Brother Lulang, can I sit with you? Su Shui frowned. Little guy, didn't you say you wanted to sit with me? Little Jing Kong shrugged and said with a sigh, but you already have a brother. I don't. Su Shui was speechless. Little Jing Kong sat between Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Jiao. He was small so he could sit down easily. Mu Qingchen looked at Su Shui. His eyes were very serious. It was as if he was telling Su Shui that a girl like her shouldn't be here. Su Shui said confidently, I'm here to deliver Jing Kong. I have to bring him back later. She didn't come last time because she had something to do. This time she wouldn't miss it. It's okay. Dean Sin smiled. Shepherd boy, prepare a seat for Miss Su. Yes. The shepherd boy placed a cushion beside Mu Qingchen for Su Shui. Su Shui sat beside Mu Qingchen with a smile. Fourth brother. Her brother was here. Who could say anything? Moreover, the female teacher from Pingyang Academy was here too. Under such circumstances, there was no need to be too concerned about gender. The fourth match began. The two teams were Mount Song Academy and Purple Forest Academy. These two academies were very good at bowling. They were evenly matched and played very skillfully. There were no jaw-dropping scenes. Everything was normal. Both sides had broken a few rules and were penalized a few times. Everyone was a little confused. It was exciting, but why did they feel that something was wrong? On the opposite side of the stands, the Duke looked as if he had just gone through a terrible torture and was relieved of a burden. Muru Xian felt that it was strange. He stopped looking at the horse because it made him uncomfortable, but he kept staring at it. Although that horse was very eye-catching, that was all. The Duke was still watching, but his eyes weren't looking at the field below. Instead they were, on the opposite side of the stands? On the opposite side were the teachers and students from Pingyang Academy and Tianqiong Academy. Who was the Duke looking at? Mu Qingchen? There was a small accident in the 7th section of the 4th match. One of Mount Song Academy's bowler claimed that he was hit by the other team's cue stick. The other team denied it. In the end, the referee ruled that Black Bamboo Academy's bowler had broken the rules. Mount Song Academy's forfeit was a flag. The two teams were tied at 13. It was the last rest. Who do you think will win? Mu Chuan asked. Yuan Shao said, Black Bamboo Academy. Their offense is more aggressive. Zhao Wei said, but they keep breaking the rules. This is the third forfeit. Gu Yin said, Mount Song Academy is lying. Yuan Shao and Zhao Wei were stunned. Is that so? As soon as they finished speaking, the shepherd boy who went to the attic to fetch water hurriedly came up. Oh no! Mount Song Academy and Black Bamboo Academy are fighting. Conflicts in the field were not rare since ancient times. The group of people sat down and decided to go to the attic to take a look. The shepherd boy happened to be there and brought the news. The rest of the people on the stands did not know about it yet. The teacher of Pingyang Academy was puzzled. Why did everyone leave? Dean Xin, Little Jing Kong, Gu Yan, Su Shui, and Mu Chuan were left there. Mu Chuan was responsible for watching Su Shui and Little Jing Kong. When the group of people arrived at the attic, the two sides were engaged in a fierce fight. The guards could not intervene. Archery was a sport that only the children of noble families could afford to play. The children of humble families could not even afford to buy a horse for archery. Moreover, these children of noble families had been practicing martial arts since they were young. How could ordinary bodyguards compare to them? Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen walked over and separated the wrestlers from each other. Yuan Shao and Zhao Wei helped the guards to restrain the people they threw at them. The scene was extremely chaotic. After everyone was separated, there were still people who wanted to riot. Mu Qingchen shouted, Stop it, all of you! I won't be polite to anyone who dares to attack again. The two sides finally stopped. Everyone thought that everything was over. Who would have thought that the two sides would use their inner force to hit the wall at the back of the hall? The wall finally could not withstand the pressure and collapsed with a bang. On the other side of the collapsed wall, there were about 20 to 30 servants preparing tea for the attic and the entire grandstand. Mu Qingchen clenched his fists. Look at what you've done. The wrestlers from Mount Song Academy and Black Bamboo Academy were stunned and ashamed. They were just fighting. They did not want to hurt innocent people. Gu Jiao glanced at the two sides and said, Come and save them. Everyone began to save them. The wrestlers did not come to the stage, which naturally attracted the attention of the arena. Then the whole academy knew about the accident in the attic. Lingbo Academy had a doctor, but only one. The doctor came in time, but it was obvious that they did not have enough people. Gu Jiao said to Yuan Shao, Go find Gu Shaoshan and ask him to bring me my first aid kit. Also, find someone to get a few stretchers. There were so many people. She did not know if the medicine in the first aid kit was enough. Okay. Yuan Shao answered and immediately went to do it. Gu Jiao said to Mu Qingchen, There is not enough space in the hall. I need an open space. Okay. Mu Qingchen took Zhao Wei and asked several guards of Lingbo Academy to use ropes to make a large open space outside the hall. Gu Shaoshan came quickly. Gu Jiao's first aid kit was put in Gu Yan's basket one day in advance. In addition to the first aid kit, there were some medicine that Gu Yan needed. Lu Lang. Here it is. Gu Shaoshan stepped over the rope and came to Gu Jiao's side. At this time, there were two injured people who were dug out from under the rubble lying on the ground. Both of them had injured their legs. It was not too serious, but they needed immediate treatment. Gu Jiao reached for the first aid kit, but found that it was a small medicine box. You brought the medicine box? Gu Shaoshan asked. Didn't you put it on last night? Gu Jiao shook her head. I put it on the first aid kit. Oh, I also brought the first aid kit. Gu Shaoshan handed over the first aid kit in his other hand. Then he thought for a moment and said, Maybe it was Gu Yan who put it on. Chapter 659. Patients were carried out one after another. Gu Jiao didn't dwell on this issue anymore. Gu Jiao and the doctor from Lingbo Academy had a simple discussion about the patient's triage. After all, they were busy with their own things, so it was difficult to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 + 2. The doctor from Lingbo Academy nodded in agreement. Little brother, you're right. Most people would save the more important patients first. If they were of the same status, they would save the most seriously injured patients first. Actually, this wasn't the best choice for a doctor. However, there were too few people who understood this and dared to do it. After the triage, Gu Jiao asked Mu Qingchen to clear away the irrelevant people at the scene. Other than the doctor and a few people she asked to stay, no one else was allowed to come close. First, it would affect the treatment. Second, it would cause trampling and shoving. As for whether the medicine box was exposed or not, it was a matter of life and death, so they couldn't care less. However, after asking around for so long, other than the state preceptor himself, no one else knew about these modern machines. There was nothing to worry about. Sister, I found a room inside. The light is good, Gu Xiaoshen said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay, I'll send in the patients who need surgery after I'm done with the triage. Out of the 5 patients carried out, 3 had superficial wounds, 1 was seriously injured, and the other had a dislocated right arm. The seriously injured patient had internal bleeding and was in a critical condition. The doctor from Lingbo Academy shook his head. It's impossible to save him. If the people from the State Preceptor's Hall were here, there might be a chance, but the doctors among the people were afraid. The stretcher is here, Yuan Shao said. Mu Chuan and Wu Fuzi came over too. The academy didn't have a stretcher, so Wu Fuzi brought them to make it at the last minute. There were 6 stretchers in total. Gu Jiao pointed at the seriously injured patient. Carry him in. The doctor was stunned. Little brother, what are you doing? Gu Jiao said, I'll leave you the first aid kit for the surgery. You saw how I used the medicine just now. I think I saw it, but... The doctor looked at the patient who was being carried in disbelief. Can this person really be saved? Is this student a Bauer? It wasn't surprising that he knew some simple bandaging, but was he really confident in treating such a serious injury? Little brother. The doctor had good intentions. He didn't want the young man to be impulsive and kill the patient. He didn't want the young man to be responsible for it. Before he could speak, Gu Xiaoshen arrived and said to Wu Fuzi and Zhao Wei, who were carrying the stretcher, this room. Wu Fuzi and Wu Fuzi carried the injured inside. To be honest, the 2 of them could see that there was something wrong with that person's injuries. Xiao Lulang was just an outsider who came to help. He didn't have to work so hard. To put it bluntly, they were also worried that Xiao Lulang would kill him. Bring the other stretchers over there. Gu Jiao pointed in the direction of the collapse. The collapsed area was on the right side of the attic. It wasn't far from the open space in front of them. What do I do? Mu Qingchen asked. Gu Jiao said, I need planks to fix the arms and legs. Mu Qingchen said, okay, I got it. Mu Chuan hurriedly said, 4th brother, I'll go too. Mu Qingchen said, I'll go alone. You stay here and don't let anyone in. Mu Chuan felt the trust and weight in his 4th brother's words. He said seriously, yes, 4th brother. The dean of Lingbo Academy also arrived at the scene. He thought it would be chaotic, but everything was in order. Everyone had a clear division of labor. Even Mount Song Academy and Black Bamboo Academy, who were originally fighting, put aside their previous grudges and worked together to dig a hole in the collapsed area to save the patient. As for the situation that he was most worried about, it didn't happen. Mu Qingchen led the academy and the Mu family's guards to surround the scene. Even a fly couldn't get in. It was under these circumstances that he saw Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had just connected a patient's dislocated arm when Mu Qingchen came over with planks of various sizes. Gu Jiao wrapped a plank around the patient's arm and wrapped it with gauze before hanging it around his neck to help him break. The dean of Lingbo Academy was confused. Wait, isn't this the Tianxiong Academy's Zhu Ju Shou who single-handedly led everyone astray? From secretly learning from Su Ping in the previous round to messing with the Black Wind Cavalry in this round, every hair on his body was indecent. He couldn't recognize him when he suddenly became serious. After Gu Jiao finished breaking the patient, she handed him to the doctor of Lingbo Academy. Take care of the dislocation. His leg is still injured. The doctor of Lingbo Academy nodded. I know. I'll do it. You can go in for the operation. The dean of Lingbo Academy widened his eyes. This brat can operate on people? There weren't enough doctors. After knowing that the Duke's estate brought a godly doctor over, the dean of Lingbo Academy immediately asked for help from Second Master Jing. Second Master Jing looked at Mu Ruxen. Mu Ruxen said, a doctor has a benevolent heart. Saving lives and helping the injured is my duty. Dean, please lead the way. Thank you, godly Dr. Mu. The dean of Lingbo Academy was wild with joy and quickly brought Mu Ruxen to the scene. Mu Ruxen didn't let anyone take her medicine box from the carriage. It was full of precious medicines and she couldn't bear to use it on a group of servants. It just so happened that the others didn't know she brought it. Gu Jiao was halfway through the operation. The patient's internal bleeding was very serious. Blood splashed onto her goggles and she suddenly couldn't see anything. Both her hands were busy so she couldn't wipe the blood away. Xiaoshan. She called out. Mu Qingchen and Wu Fuzi were fixing the deck for the patient with fractures. When they heard her call, they quickly got up and walked over. Just as he was about to ask Gu Jiao what she needed, he saw a tall figure enter the room before him. The owner of the figure extended a slender hand and used a handkerchief to wipe the blood off Gu Jiao's goggles. Hemostatic forceps, she said. That person skillfully took the hemostatic forceps and handed it to her. She took it and clamped the blood vessel. Needle holder, she said again. The man handed her the needle and forceps without any mistake. She was halfway through the suturing when she suddenly realized that Gu Xiaoshen didn't know about these things. Only Gu Yan knew because Gu Yan was the only one who asked her out of curiosity. She abruptly looked at the person beside her and was slightly stunned. Xiaoheng didn't speak. There were people watching outside so he couldn't speak. Gu Jiao caught a glimpse of Mu Qingchen at the door from the corner of her eyes. She pretended not to notice and continued to suture. Thank you, Mississippi. Please pass me the third pair of scissors on your right. A life is at stake. If I offend you, please forgive me. Xiaoheng was wearing the uniform of Zhonglan Academy and a veil. His side profile was as delicate as jade. Qingchen, come and help. Wu Fuzi's voice sounded outside. Mu Qingchen looked at the two of them deeply. In the end, he didn't enter the room. He turned around and helped Wu Fuzi treat the wounded. Gu Jiao had already classified the wounded and left enough medicine for the doctors of Lingbo Academy. The treatment on the scene was busy but not in a panic. This was the situation Mu Ruexan saw. She came with the attitude of a savior, but here, there didn't seem to be much use for her. She had been to the scene of the accident with her master before. The accident wasn't so big, but it was still very messy. Here, this is Miss Mu, Divine Dr. Luo's disciple. The dean of Lingbo Academy said to his doctor. When the doctor heard the words Divine Dr. Luo, he didn't have much of a reaction. He pointed at a patient with a thigh injury. I'll have to trouble Miss to help treat his injury. The scene that Mu Ruexan expected to be the center of attention didn't appear. She frowned and looked at the other unconscious patient lying in a pool of blood. She said, I'll treat him first. His injuries are more serious. Serious and urgent were two different things. His injury was more serious, but the bleeding had stopped. His injury wouldn't worsen for the time being. If the patient with the thigh injury wasn't treated in time, he might become the second critical patient due to excessive blood loss. Fortunately, the doctor was about to finish treating the patient, so he didn't say anything. Mu Ruexan treated the unconscious patient while the doctor went to stop the bleeding for the patient with the thigh injury. Gu Jiao finished the first operation. After that, Gu Xiaoshen brought in a few more patients. Their injuries weren't too serious. When Mu Qingchen passed by the door, he paused and casually glanced inside. He happened to see Xiaoheng wiping the sweat from Gu Jiao's forehead. Gauze, Gu Jiao said. Xiaoheng casually picked up a piece of gauze and handed it to her. Outside the door, Mu Ruexan and the doctor from Lingbo Academy were also treating a patient's injury. The two didn't discriminate between men and women. They passed things and helped each other. However, for some reason, Mu Qingchen felt that the atmosphere at Gu Jiao's side was different from Mu Ruexan's side. It was an indescribable feeling. The news was tightly sealed, so it didn't affect the 4 matches in the afternoon. When the matches ended, all the treatment work was successfully completed. Song Mountain Academy and Black Bamboo Academy were disqualified for the following matches due to their violation of the rules. Most of the injured patients were from Lingbo Academy. There were also a few disciples from the academy who were injured in the fighting and in the process of saving people. The 3 deans expressed their gratitude to Gu Jiao and Mu Ruexan, especially Gu Jiao. Her performance was really amazing. Mu Ruexan felt that her limelight had been stolen. It was just a swindling quack. After a few days, when the patient's condition worsened, these people would understand who was the true descendant of the divine doctor. She said, Dean, you're too polite. It's my duty. There's no need to mention it. Gu Jiao handed 3 lists to the 3 deans. The consultation fee will be paid on the spot. No credit. The 3 deans were speechless. The dean of Lingbo Academy coughed lightly and took the longest list. It's my duty. It's my duty. Mu Ruexan mocked, Hey young Master Xiao, a doctor should be benevolent. You're only treating a few patients. Aren't you embarrassed to accept the consultation fee? You don't have to be so stingy. Gu Jiao directly handed the remaining 2 lists to her. If you're so generous, why don't you pay? Mu Ruexan choked. Gu Jiao only accepted her portion. As for whether Mu Ruexan and that doctor wanted to find someone else to settle the consultation fee, that was their business. Xiaoheng's appearance at the scene didn't arouse anyone's suspicion because Su Shui had also come later. However, the scene was too busy, so Su Shui was left outside. When she saw Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng coming out one after another, she then realized that the two of them were in the same room. But when she thought about how everyone was treating the patients, she didn't suspect anything. There were people inside and outside the loft. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng maintained the appearance of strangers from beginning to end. They didn't even make eye contact. The deans also expressed their gratitude to Xiao Heng, Su Shui, Mu Qingchen, and the others. Mu Qingchen said to Gu Jiao, "Let's go." He then said to Su Shui, "You should also go back." Su Shui pouted. "Oh." Gu Jiao paused and suddenly turned around. She cupped her hands and bowed to Xiao Heng. "Thank you for just now." Xiao Heng also bowed slightly to Gu Jiao in return. Yuan Xiao touched his chin and muttered, "You two are just thanking each other. Why do you make it seem like you're going through a wedding ceremony?" Mu Qingchen and Su Shui glared at him. Yuan Xiao turned around and touched the back of his head. "Aya, let's go." The two sides said their goodbyes. Xiao Heng went to the stands to pick up little Jing Kong, while Gu Jiao and the others went to the stables. When Gu Jiao went to the innermost stables and planned to lead the Horse King out, she saw a man standing outside. It was a man about 30 years old. He wasn't too tall, but he had a strong body and strong facial features. The man was originally observing the Horse King in the stables. When he saw Gu Jiao, he immediately showed a gentle smile. "Little brother Xiao." He turned around and greeted. "Who are you?" Gu Jiao asked. He said politely, "My surname is Chu. Little brother Xiao, you can call me Chu Nan." "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked again. He turned his head and smiled at the Horse King in the stables. He then turned to Gu Jiao and said, "I like this horse very much." "It's not for sale," Gu Jiao said. He couldn't help but laugh. "That's not what I meant. Little brother Xiao, don't misunderstand." Gu Jiao opened the gate of the fence and went in to lead the Horse King out. The Horse King was as gentle as it was in front of Gu Jiao, but it was as fierce as it was when it passed by Chu Nan. Chu Nan took a step back and said with a smile, "Your horse is very interesting. Can I take a look at it? I want to see how old it is." Gu Jiao wanted to refuse, but when she heard the last sentence, she paused. "You know how to look at horses?" Chu Nan laughed. "You really don't know how old it is?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "What do you mean?" Chu Nan looked at the Horse King and said, "If you knew how old it was, you wouldn't have ridden it so early. I couldn't see it clearly when it bowed, but I guess it's not even 3 years old." "I'm a horse trainer," he added. Gu Jiao said to him, "Then take a look." "It's my honor." Chu Nan came in front of the Horse King. Maybe it was because Gu Jiao allowed it, but the Horse King didn't fiercely attack Chu Nan this time. Chu Nan guided the Horse King to open its mouth. He was probably worried that Gu Jiao or Gu Jiao's family would imitate it. He reminded, "This is very dangerous. Normal people shouldn't do this." "Look at yours," Gu Jiao said. Chu Nan checked the Horse King's teeth and exclaimed, "It's younger than I thought. It's only 2.5 years old." Gu Jiao was shocked. It had such great strength, how could it be so young? Chu Nan admired it. "It's a Horse King, right? But a 2.5-year-old Horse King is quite rare. Also, it doesn't look like a normal Horse King." Gu Jiao said, "So it's not fully grown yet and can't be ridden?" Chu Nan said, "You can ride it, but you have to be careful." This was because Gu Jiao's Horse King was strong enough. Other horses could only be ridden when they were at least 3 years old. Chu Nan continued to ask, "It shouldn't be ridden too often like today. You don't train it like this every day, right?" "No." Gu Jiao rarely rode it and her family didn't ride it either. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao asked again, "Can it work? The kind that pulls carriages and mills?" Chu Nan smiled and nodded, "It's not a problem at all. It's very strong." After saying that, Chu Nan felt that something was wrong. Why would a Horse King need to pull a mill? Gu Jiao made a sound and looked at the Horse King. "So you're still a baby. I always thought you were very old." The Horse King's face fell like an old man. Chu Nan laughed out loud. A 2.5-year-old Horse King wasn't small. It was about the same size as an adult horse, equivalent to a teenager. It was the age when it was the most rebellious. So it couldn't be blamed for being so happy in the boxing ring. What Chu Nan didn't say was that this was a good horse that was hard to come by in 100 years. The only thing that could be compared to it was the mount of war god Shen Yuanli. Unfortunately, Shen Yuanli and his mount had died in battle. After Gu Jiao led the Horse King away, Chu Nan also left the stable and walked in the opposite direction. Han Che had been waiting for a long time. "Young master." Chu Nan bowed. Han Che asked seriously, How is that horse? Chunan told him the truth. Han Che frowned. How is our Han family's Black Wind King compared to it? Chunan was slightly stunned and patted his head. I forgot about Black Wind King. Of course Black Wind King is better. Black Wind King is a rare horse. But Black Wind King belongs to Big Brother. Han Che looked at the horse king that was led away by Gu Jiao. If only it was mine. When Gu Jiao led the horse king out, Xiao Heng had already taken little Jing Kong away. Gu Yan and Dean Sun were also gone. She walked toward the gate of the academy. When she passed by the stands on the other side, she found that most of the spectators had left. Only the students from Tianxiong Academy and Wuxia Academy were left. Both sides were ready to fight. Mu Qingchen stopped them. What's the matter? Gu Jiao walked over and asked. Without waiting for Mu Qingchen to speak, Zhou Tong pulled Gu Jiao's sleeve as if she had seen her savior. She pointed at the students from Wuxia Academy and said, they made a bet with us. If our academy won they would call us father. But they didn't admit it and even wanted to beat us up. Gu Jiao asked Zhou Tong, did you beat them up? Zhou Tong pursed her lips. Almost. Young Master Qingchen arrived. A student from Wuxia Academy said, hey, don't think that you're so great just because you won 2 matches. You just cheated with a horse. Zhou Tong said angrily, who cheated? You better watch your mouth. Gu Jiao sighed and said, forget it. Stop arguing. It's my fault. Everyone was stunned. Mu Qingchen frowned. Although the students from Wuxia Academy did not know why Gu Jiao admitted her mistake, they guessed that Gu Jiao was scared. They suddenly felt confident. The leading student sneered. You also know that you're wrong? Of course. Gu Jiao nodded seriously and looked at the people from Wuxia Academy. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. You're shameless. It's my fault. Chapter 660. On the way back, Gu Jiao rode the academy's horse. The horse king led the way happily. Gu Jiao rode her horse to the side of the carriage and asked Gu Yan, who was in the carriage, did you bring the medicine box? Gu Yan looked at Gu Jiao in confusion. I didn't bring it. Why would I bring it? Gu Jiao muttered, oh, then why is it in the basket? Gu Yan said, Xiaoshen put it there? It wasn't me. On the other side, Gu Xiaoshen said, I took the basket and set off this morning. I didn't touch the things inside. Gu Yan thought for a moment and looked at Gu Jiao. You put it there. Have you forgotten? Gu Jiao hesitated. Then, maybe. The medicine box couldn't have run into the basket by itself. When she found out that the first aid kit was not enough, she did think that it would be better if the medicine box was there. Now that it was really there, she was paranoid again. Forget it. Forget it. Lulang. Mu Chuan rode over. Mu Qingchen was on the other side of Gu Jiao. When Mu Chuan came over, he didn't move aside. Mu Chuan was a little anxious. Fourth brother, can't you see? Can't you see that I have something to say to Lulang? If fourth brother didn't move aside, Mu Chuan couldn't do anything. After all, he couldn't beat fourth brother. Mu Chuan could only talk to Gu Jiao with Mu Qingchen between them. Lulang, do you really know medicine? Last time, after the competition, they met the duke who had fallen near the academy. At that time, Gu Xiaoshen said that Xiao Lulang knew medicine and asked Xiao Lulang if he wanted to take a look at the duke. They only thought that Xiao Lulang was at an ordinary level, but today Xiao Lulang treated several seriously injured patients, which surprised them. Mu Qingchen was also waiting for Gu Jiao's answer. Oh, Gu Jiao replied, I've learned a little. That's not a little, right? Mu Chuan raised an eyebrow. Mu Qingchen seemed to have noticed Gu Jiao's reluctance to talk about this topic, so he said to Mu Chuan, is it hot to squeeze over there? Aren't you not going back to the academy? Mu Chuan said, I'll go. If you go back, I'll go back. Mu Qingchen did not say anything else. Mu Chuan chatted with Gu Jiao for a while, and then the road out of the city gate narrowed, so Mu Chuan had to walk away from them. Mu Qingchen had always been confused, but he did not know if he should say it. When they were about to part ways in the academy, he finally stopped Gu Jiao. Do you know Su Shue's roommate? No, I don't. Gu Jiao denied it. He just learned about the incident in the attic from Jing Kong and Dean Sun when he went to pick up Jing Kong. He came to see if there was anything he could help with. You don't talk so much usually. Mu Qingchen said with a complicated expression. Gu Jiao blinked and said confidently, isn't it because of his beauty? I'm a little tempted. Mu Qingchen was choked by her words. Every time you thought that your classmate's skin was already thick enough, he would be thicker by an inch for you to see. Mu Qingchen frowned and said, "You have a fiancé." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said carelessly, "Everyone loves beauty. Even if I have a fiancé, it won't stop me from looking at beauties." "I think you're really—" Mu Qingchen could not reach a consensus with Gu Jiao on this topic, so he rode his horse to the front. Gu Jiao looked at his angry back and thought that men in ancient times had such a strong sixth sense. She and Xiaoheng were almost caught doing nothing. It seemed that she had to be more careful in the future. After arriving at the academy, Gu Jiao returned the horse to the stable and then took Dean Sun's carriage with Gu Shaoshun and Gu Yen back home with the horse king. "I guess that you would win. The food is ready." Madame Nan brought the food with a smile. It was Master Lu who cooked. He cooked the children's favorite pork knuckle with rock sugar, braised crucian carp, dried bamboo shoots with vinegar and stewed lotus seed soup that Madame Nan liked. Of course, there was also the stinky mandarin fish that old Master Meng had been talking about for a long time. The whole family was smelled. The horse king rolled its eyes and stuck its tongue out in the backyard. It swore that it would never walk away from this stinky old man again. Gu Yen was allowed to eat a piece of shiny pork knuckle skin today and was very satisfied. "Did you bring the pickled radish to Lu Lang and Jing Kong?" Madame Nan asked. "I gave it to Jing Kong," Gu Shaoshun said. Madame Nan nodded. "I miss Jing Kong and Lu Lang." Gu Yen did not refute her. When Jing Kong was still around, he always complained that Jing Kong was too noisy. Now that Jing Kong was gone, he felt that his home was not lively enough. Humph, little stinky monk. The night was falling. In a dormitory of the Kanglan Women's Academy, little Jing Kong sat on his chair. In front of him were the dishes that Brother Shaoshun brought him today. He was very picky. No matter how simple the dishes were, they had to be very delicate. It was because he had set up the plate that they were late for dinner. "Can we eat now?" Xiaoheng asked faintly. "Yes." Little Jing Kong shook his little head. He picked up his small chopsticks with satisfaction and picked up a piece of pickled radish that Madame Nan had pickled herself. The pickled radish was shaped into small flowers and looked very delicious. He couldn't wait to put it into his mouth. Just as he took a bite, it tasted so bad that he fell backwards and rolled off the chair. "Why does it taste as bad as what my bad brother-in-law made? It's so salty." Because little Jing Kong had eaten 2 salty dishes, he drank 2 large cups of water, causing his stomach to be round when he went to bed. He climbed onto the bed with great difficulty and lay down on the mattress like a little salted fish without a soul. Not long after, the little salted fish started to snore. The weather was hot and there were more mosquitoes. Xiaoheng went over and clamped the curtains. He couldn't sleep. Little Nine stood on the tree outside the window to keep watch. He thought for a while and called Little Nine over. In the house, after the family had eaten dinner, they washed up and returned to their rooms. Gu Jiao went to check Gu Yan's pulse and listened to his heart and lungs as usual. Gu Yan was already asleep. Gu Jiao was very gentle and didn't wake him up. After returning to the room, Gu Jiao planned to rest. Suddenly, a small black shadow fell on the windowsill outside. "Ku," Little Nine called. Gu Jiao went over and gently pushed the window lattice. Little Nine flapped his wings and flew up. After the window lattice was opened, he flew in and landed on the desk by the window. There was a small pouch tied to Little Nine's right leg. Gu Jiao took down the pouch and opened it. There was a stack of banknotes, a note and a brand new hairband. The hairband was made of blue ice silk. It was very soft to the touch and the color was very good. It complemented the blue and white uniform of Tianqiong Academy. The banknotes were worth 1,000 taels. There were only 2 simple words written on the note: household use. Gu Jiao supported her chin with one hand and played with the ice blue hairband with the other. She looked at the word, household use, over and over again. In other words, this was a love letter. Gu Jiao smiled. She opened the drawer and took out a piece of paper. She knew how to write a love poem too. Xiaoheng sat in the room and waited. He wasn't sure if she had rested. But when facing Gu Jiao, he wouldn't hesitate so much. Luckily, Little Nine flew back after a short while. Little Nine was holding the pouch in her mouth. He opened the pouch and took out a paper crane from it. The paper crane was made from the water pattern paper he gave her. He still remembered her indescribable expression when she received the paper. He didn't expect that she would bring the paper to Yen country's capital. There was something else in the pouch. He took it out and saw that it was a note written on the water pattern paper. The first one read, "The mountain has no edges, the heaven and earth are united, only then I dare to break up with you." Xiaoheng's handsome face turned red. Was this last confessing her feelings to him? Did she have to be so explicit? The second one read, "I won't be lovesick in my life. Only then will I be lovesick and I will be lovesick. Xiao Heng's face turned even hotter. So she missed him so much. The third one read, "The bottom of the lovesick tree is endless. I hate myself for not knowing." Xiao Heng's heart seemed to be filled with something. It was swollen and scalding. He didn't know that this lass had such literary talent. Also, her feelings for him were actually so deep. Gu Jiao wrote more than 10 notes. Every one of them made Xiao Heng's face turn red and his heart beat wildly. But it wasn't just from one note that the love poem on the note gradually became a little strange. The world is long and the world is long, but sometimes it ends. This hatred is endless. The corner of Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. This love can become a memory, but at that time, it was already lost. Xiao Heng's face stiffened. "Returning your bowl of heartless tears? I hate that we didn't meet before." At the end, she even drew half of a little person beating her chest and stamping her feet. Xiao Heng. Chapter 661. Gu Jiao had a problem. She would feel sleepy after reciting poems. She could grit her teeth and persevere at the beginning, but at the end she was so sleepy that she didn't even know what she had written. Even the purse was taken away by Xiao Jiao. Xiao Heng was angry and amused at the same time when he read the last part. He had thought that those poems were written from the bottom of her heart. Now it seemed that she had copied them from somewhere. Looking at the last few notes, the words were crooked. She must have been so sleepy that she didn't even know where she had copied them. Xiao Heng gritted his teeth in anger. "What a waste of my excitement. I won't fall for your tricks again, little liar." She must have fallen asleep. Xiao Heng didn't reply. Xiao Jiao saw that there was nothing else for him to do and flew back to the tree branch. Xiao Heng still couldn't sleep. If it wasn't for the love poems, he wouldn't be so petty as to care about this. It was the information he had found during the day that made him need to calm down and carefully sort it out. After Gu Jiao told him that the people behind Nangong Li were the royal family, he went to the busiest tea house in Chengdu to find a few storytellers to understand the royal family's background. He didn't find out much, but he did know a thing or two about the Nangong family. The Nangong family and the Crown Prince's residence were close. This was a tacit secret in Chengdu. The Crown Prince of Zhao Country lived in the East Palace, while the Crown Prince of Yan Country left the palace to build a residence. The Crown Prince of Yan Country was the king's second son. His birth mother was Imperial concubine Han. The young master who had prepared the viewing platform for him that day was the Crown Prince's eldest son, Mingjun Wang. Mingjun Wang was cousins with Han Che, who had struck the bow at Pingyang Academy today. Even though there was no evidence that the Crown Prince's residence had instigated the Nangong family, the Crown Prince's residence was still the most suspicious. So the question was, who was the Crown Prince's residence? Why did they want to deal with him? Tonight, Chengdu was particularly stuffy, and there wasn't the slightest bit of coolness at night. The Duke's residence that had been busy for the whole day gradually quieted down. Mu Ruxian sat in her room. "Bring some more ice over," she said with a frown. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" the maidservant asked, puzzled. There were already 2 basins of ice in the room, and if there were any more she would catch a cold. "I'm not happy," Mu Ruxian said gloomily. Thinking of what had happened in the academy, she increasingly felt that Xiao Lulang was getting in her way. She said angrily, "He saw that this was a great opportunity to make friends with the 3 deans, so he purposely took away the heavily injured ones and only left me with a few lightly injured ones." The maidservant didn't know how to respond. "Forget it. Let's sleep." Mu Ruxian put down her fan and went to bed. A maidservant came over to put down the curtain for her and comforted her. "Miss, he's just a student from another country. You'll soon become the High Duke's adopted daughter. When the time comes, let's see how he can compete with you." Speaking of this, Mu Ruxian sighed. "Say, we've already spread the news for so long and the whole manor knows about it. Why haven't Second Master and Second Madam made a move yet? Could it be that I have misunderstood Second Madam's intentions?" The maidservant said, "How could it be? Second Madam asked Miss like that to sound out Miss's intentions. I'm guessing it'll be soon." Mu Ruxian lay down and said longingly, "I don't have parents. It was my master who raised me. If I really become the High Duke's adopted daughter, I'll definitely be filial to him. To make up for his regret of losing his daughter." In the High Duke's courtyard. The High Duke had already rested, but Lian Xiao was careless and accidentally spilled the entire cup of tea on the bed. Lian Xiao had no choice but to help the High Duke into the wheelchair and find a new mattress. The High Duke opened his eyes and placed both his hands on the armrests of the wheelchair. On his right was the bedside table. On the table was the rouge that Lian Xiao had just bought and planned to bring back to her room. She was playing with the rouge just now, so she absent-mindedly knocked over the basin that was supposed to be used to wipe the High Duke's hands. She was so frightened that she didn't even have time to close the lid of the rouge. The High Duke's right hand was only about 2 inches away from the rouge. If he moved slightly, he would be able to touch it. However, for the High Duke, who couldn't even control himself to blink, moving his fingers accurately was an extremely difficult task. The High Duke stared fixedly at the box of rouge. It took him a Herculean effort to touch the rouge with trembling hands. He dipped his fingers into the rouge and once again spent a Herculean effort to write a crooked character with trembling hands. The next day, Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen went to class at Tianqiong Academy. The moment Gu Jiao entered the academy, she felt a few inexplicable gazes directed at her. Lu Lang. A student greeted her with a smile. She didn't know him. Lu Lang. Another student greeted her with a face full of smiles. She didn't know him. What was going on? She hadn't seen him for a night and everyone was so enthusiastic? Lu Lang. After being greeted by countless unfamiliar students, she finally saw someone she knew. Zhou Tong. Xiaoshen. Zhou Tong stopped in front of Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen with a smile. Gu Jiao asked, "Is something going to happen today? Why is everyone like that?" Zhou Tong asked, "Like what?" Lu Lang. About 17 unfamiliar students greeted Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao signaled with her eyes. Like just now. Zhou Tong looked at the back of the student who was walking away and suddenly smiled. "You're talking about everyone knowing you. What's so strange about that? Don't you remember that you won the competition yesterday?" Gu Jiao said, "That doesn't mean they all know me. It wasn't like they all went to watch the competition." Zhou Tong chuckled and grabbed her wrist through her sleeve. "Come with me and you'll know." Gu Xiaoshen bared her teeth. "Hey, let go of my sister." Zhou Tong brought Gu Jiao to the academy's bulletin board. It was already surrounded by the academy's students. "Lu Lang is here." Someone in the crowd shouted. The people who had been gathered in front of the bulletin board suddenly dispersed and made way for Gu Jiao. This treatment caught Gu Jiao a little off guard. Zhou Tong didn't stand on ceremony with them. He happily pulled Gu Jiao to the front and pointed at the bulletin board. Gu Jiao looked at it. On the left side of the bulletin board was yesterday's competition and the great commendation for them. On the right side were portraits of them, but only Gu Jiao was riding on a horse. She held the reins in one hand and the cue stick in the other. Half of her back was shown. She turned her head and revealed half of her face. What was revealed was the right side of her face that didn't have a birthmark. Her clothes fluttered in the wind and her hair ribbons flew across her face. She looked indescribably valiant. Even next to the handsome Mu Qingchen, she didn't pale in comparison. Gu Jiao looked at the young man in bright clothes and almost didn't recognize herself. Was this how she looked in the eyes of others? Zhou Tong said, "We worked together to draw it. We drew it all night." Only then did Gu Jiao notice that Zhou Tong's eyes were dark. She then looked at Zhong Ding and the others who were putting up the portraits. They all had heavy dark circles under their eyes. This was something that Gu Jiao had never experienced in her previous life. In her previous life, she was always first in the exams and won many prizes. However, no one could get close to her. Or rather, she didn't want to get close to anyone. Her identity meant that she couldn't have any friends. "How did we draw?" Zhou Tong asked expectantly. Gu Jiao's gaze swept across Zhou Tong, Zhong Ding, and everyone who went to the competition yesterday. Everyone looked at her with anticipation and anxiety in their eyes. "Not bad," Gu Jiao said. Everyone smiled as if relieved of a burden. They were students of the literature department and were good at zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. However, they didn't know why they had to wait until Gu Jiao personally acknowledged their drawings. "Don't you all have classes?" Gu Jiao asked indifferently. Zhou Tong smiled. "Yes, we have classes." Gu Jiao turned around and walked away coolly. After taking a few steps, she said casually, "Draw a few more. The walls at home are a little empty." Tianqiong Academy hadn't been so popular for a long time. Although they were called the Royal Academy, in fact that was many years ago. The last time they had a top scholar was 17 years ago. After that, they didn't even have a second or third place, let alone a top scholar. They weren't good at literature or martial arts and were often laughed at. Now that they had won 2 consecutive competitions and defeated 2 powerful academies, they were elated. Dean Sun was also very happy. He called Gu Jiao, Mu Qingchen, and the others to his duty room and praised them. You did well in these 2 competitions and showed Tianxiong Academy's standard. However, don't be arrogant. Train well and strive to win glory for the academy in the next competition. Mu Qingchen and the others cupped their hands. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. That's it. Dinsun was stunned. Gu Jiao said, aren't you going to give me something more practical? For example, the prize money? Dinsun was speechless. Ahem. Dinsun coughed and said seriously, the academy is short on funds recently. If you win next time, we'll give you everything. Gu Jiao caught the main point. Then you won't give us anything if we lose? Dinsun coughed. You little brat, can you not talk about money every 3 sentences? How can people who read books think of money? Gu Jiao asked, so are we giving or not? Dinsun was speechless. Was it too late for him to say no? On the way back to Brightheart Hall, Mu Qingchen asked Gu Jiao, are you short on money? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. You can say that. Do you have a way to earn money? Mu Qingchen said, I can lend you as much as you want. There's no need. Gu Jiao waved her hand. She wasn't short on money now. She was just preparing for a rainy day. Gu Yan's surgery would take place next month. It might cost a lot of money. Gu Jiao said seriously, if you have a way to earn money, call me. I won't treat you badly. I'll let you be the middleman and earn some money. Mu Qingchen was speechless. Chapter 662. The novel was updated more quickly. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found on the internet. After the last class in the morning, Gu Jiao went to have lunch with Gu Shaoshan. Mu Qingchen thought for a while and stopped her. Are you really short of money? Gu Jiao looked at him. He opened his mouth and said, there is a job that is a little hard. If you want it, I can take you there after school. Okay. Gu Jiao agreed. Mu Qingchen frowned and looked at her. Why don't you ask what the job is? Gu Jiao said without hesitation, what kind of inhumane job can a young master like you get? Mu Qingchen was speechless. After school, Gu Jiao told Gu Shaoshan to go home first. She had something to do. Sister, do you want me to go with you? Gu Shaoshan asked in a low voice. No need. Gu Jiao said. She could work alone. Gu Shaoshan always listened to her. Hearing this, he scratched his head and said, oh, then I'll go first. Come back early. After seeing Gu Shaoshan off, Gu Jiao turned right and walked a dozen steps to get into Mu Qingchen's carriage. She sat down on the side seat. Mu Qingchen must have told the driver, so the coachman started the carriage without saying anything. It was still early and the carriage was stuffy. Gu Jiao opened the window slightly. The bright sky shone in and everything in the carriage was clearly visible. Mu Qingchen turned his eyes and caught a glimpse of the ice blue hairband on her head. This kind of ice blue silk material was very precious and couldn't be bought in the outer city. Of course, it could be bought in the inner city, but Gu Jiao didn't have the habit of dressing luxuriously. Why are you looking at me? Gu Jiao noticed that he was looking at her. The hairband is good. Mu Qingchen looked away. Gu Jiao touched the hairband Xiaohing gave her and shook her head in her heart. Well, I think it's good too. Mu Qingchen couldn't help but look at her again. She couldn't hide the happiness in her eyes. He didn't know whether it was because of the hairband that she obviously didn't buy herself or because she was going to make money. Now that you've become famous, there will be a lot of people who want to know you. Don't get too close to everyone. Gu Jiao, Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao originally thought that he would bring her into the inner city to do something. Unexpectedly, the carriage turned and headed in the other direction of the outer city. After traveling for about 10 miles to the east, the carriage arrived at a majestic mansion. There were a few guards standing guard at the entrance of the mansion. The coachman flashed his token and the guards walked over. Mu Qingchen lifted the curtain and said to the guard, "It's me." The guards hurriedly cupped their hands and allowed the carriage to pass. Mu Qingchen's carriage drove into the mansion. "Young master, we're here." Mu Qingchen got out of the carriage. Gu Jiao jumped out of the carriage as well. "Wow." Gu Jiao couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the scenery in front of her. Was he really in the mansion? What a big Mu Qingchen thought. There was an orchard to the east of a forest to the south and a long path to the west. There was a long and winding path to the west, and there was a lotus pond to the north. The lotus leaves in the pond were as green as jade, and there were white and pink lotus flowers. The scenery was so beautiful. "Where are we?" Gu Jiao Mu asked. "Yin Shanjuan's mansion." Mu Qingchen said. Yanshanjun. Gu Jiaomu had never heard of it. Mu Qingchen didn't explain too much. At this moment, a pretty maid walked over and greeted Mu Qingchen with a smile. Young Master Qingchen. Mu Qingchen nodded slightly. Is your young master here? Yes, the maid said with a smile. I'll take you there. This is, she looked at Gu Jiaomu. Gu Jiaomu Qingchen was wearing the Tianqiong Academy uniform. She looked a little young and the birthmark on the left side of her face was hard to miss. Mu Qingchen introduced her calmly. She's my classmate. Her surname is Xiao. Young Master Xiao. The maid greeted him politely. Gu Jiaomu nodded. This way please. The maid didn't ask why Mu Qingchen brought his classmate here. She led them to the orchard on the other side of the field. They met many servants along the way and all of them knew Mu Qingchen. After entering the orchard, Gu Jiaomu heard a few anxious girls' voices. Princess, you can't climb the tree. Princess, come down. Princess, we won't be able to explain to our young master if you do this. Gu Jiaomu was wondering who the princess they were talking about was. She wondered if it was a girl about the same age as Su Shui. Then she saw a little girl on a peach tree. The little girl climbed up a tall branch. The servants didn't dare to climb up because the branch was very thin. They would break the branch if they climbed up. Princess, Mu Qingchen said softly. The little girl looked over and her big eyes lit up. Mu Qingchen. Oh, she actually called him by his name. Mu Qingchen walked over. The little girl opened her arms and jumped down without hesitation. The maid screamed in fear. Mu Qingchen caught her easily and put her on the ground. The little princess raised her head and asked seriously, why didn't you come to see me for so long? Are you lazy and not teaching me? Her voice was sweet. Mu Qingchen smiled and said, I've been too busy these days. I came here as soon as I finished my work. The little princess nodded. Well, I heard that you participated in the archery competition. Did you win? Mu Qingchen replied seriously, thanks to the princess I won 2 matches. Then you're good, the little princess said. Then she turned her head and saw Gu Jiao walking over. Who are you? Mu Qingchen introduced. He's the teacher I chose for you. He's good at riding. The little princess tilted her head and looked at Gu Jiao. Then she turned to Mu Qingchen and asked, is he better than you? Mu Qingchen nodded with a smile. Yes, he's better than me. He even tamed the wild horse king of our academy. He also participated in the archery competition. Mu Qingchen was a gentleman who didn't smile much. When he smiled he looked so gentle that it made people feel warm. The maids couldn't help staring at him. Master Qingchen only showed such a gentle side to the little princess. He was so charming. The little princess folded her arms and said mischievously, actually, you don't want to teach me, so you found someone to teach me, right? Mu Qingchen calmly took off a leaf from her head and said, why don't you try it? The little princess looked at Gu Jiao again and looked up and down at Gu Jiao. She was probably curious about the thing on her face, so she asked, why is there a flower on your face? She was younger than little Jing Kong, but she didn't say the word fold. Did you draw it? Gu Jiao asked. The young commandery princess said in a very dignified manner, draw one for me as well. The maids chuckled. Mu Qingchen introduced Gu Jiao to the job of teaching the little princess to ride. Mu Qingchen was not good at teaching children. Yesterday he saw that Gu Jiao got along well with Su Shui's roommate's younger brother. He thought that Gu Jiao had a talent for communicating with children. That's it? Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingchen said, the little princess has asthma. You know medicine, so there's no one more suitable than you. Gu Jiao understood. Do you come every day or? Mu Qingchen shook his head. No, you can come every 3 to 5 days. You can decide how long you want to practice according to the little princess's physical condition. 50 taels a month. Gu Jiao was very satisfied with the work intensity and the pay. Because it was the first day, Mu Qingchen was worried about whether Gu Jiao was qualified for the job, so he stayed with Gu Jiao. The two went to the stable to accompany the little princess to choose a horse. The little princess had her own stable. The stable was full of docile foals. The little princess asked Gu Jiao to choose one. Gu Jiao picked a white one. You're wearing a white fairy dress today. It matches well. It was unknown if the word fairy had pleased the young princess, but she raised her chin and said, that's right, I think so too. The servant in the stable brought the little princess's special saddle. Gu Jiao fastened the saddle and carried the little princess up. Before the little princess sat down, she threw herself at Gu Jiao. Wait. I'm scared. Gu Jiao hummed and said, what's there to be afraid of? It's very docile. You won't fall down as long as you hold on to the reins. The little princess clung to Gu Jiao's neck with her two small arms. She did not dare to look back. I'm scared. She refused to get on the horse. Mu Qingchen was not surprised. He had taught the little princess several times, but she failed every time. Gu Jiao paused and asked the little princess who was trembling in her arms, "Since you're scared, why do you still want to learn? Children don't need to ride horses." The little princess pretended to be fierce and said, "I just want to learn." Gu Jiao looked at Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen raised his eyebrows helplessly, indicating that he could do nothing. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Then, can you watch me ride first?" "Okay." The little princess got down from Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao asked the servant in the stable for a mature horse. She rode the horse around the grassland at a moderate speed so that it would not scare children. Sure enough, her valiant appearance on horseback made the young royal princess restless. Mu Qingchen winked at the servant. The servant brought the white pony over. Mu Qingchen carried the little princess up. "Little princess, try it." No. The little princess plunged into Mu Qingchen's arms. Gu Jiao rode the horse over and directly grabbed the little princess onto the horse. The little princess lay on the saddle and struggled. The strong wind blew, causing her cheeks to puff up. All the children in the family were tired, including Gu Xiaobao, who was only a few months old. Gu Jiao lacked experience with delicate little girls. In the end, she succeeded in making the little princess cry. After coming out of the grassland, Gu Jiao got into Mu Qingchen's carriage. The little princess cried until she was out of breath. Mu Qingchen went to comfort her. About 15 minutes later, Mu Qingchen returned to the carriage. Gu Jiao wondered if she had failed the interview. She did not expect the little princess to cry so easily. "What a waste of your kindness. Next time?" The little princess asked. "When you will come next time?" Gu Jiao was stunned. Mu Qingchen glanced at her. "You don't want to come?" Gu Jiao said, "No, I just find it strange. She is crying so hard. Why does she still want me to come?" Mu Qingchen smiled faintly. "The little princess said that you are the only one who dares to put her on the horse. No one else dares to. She will never learn how to ride a horse with anyone else. Maybe she can do it with you." Well, she was still a stubborn little crybaby. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen was puzzled by Gu Jiao's look. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao asked. "Who is the little princess to you?" Mu Qingchen said, "Her father, Yan Shanjun, is a close friend of Duke An. He lived in Duke An's manor when he was young. He taught me how to play chess. He also taught Yinin how to play chess." "Yinin?" Gu Jiao was stunned. "Your childhood playmate?" "Yes." Mu Qingchen nodded. This was the first time Mu Qingchen mentioned the name of his childhood playmate. Gu Jiao felt that the name was a little familiar. She seemed to have heard it somewhere. "Yan Shanjun is not in the mansion these days. He has gone on a long journey," Mu Qingchen said as if he was explaining why he didn't take her to visit Yan Shanjun. Gu Jiao said, "Oh." She didn't care about that. She was thinking about that name. Yinin. She couldn't get the name out of her mind. The carriage went out of the mansion. "Young master, where are we going now? Back to the academy?" the coachman asked. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, "Let's go back to the academy." She still refused to tell him the address. Mu Qingchen didn't say anything. The carriage went all the way back to the Tianqiong Academy. They came from the southern gate of the city, so they had to pass by there on their way back. It was hot, so Gu Jiao kept the window open. As they approached the city gate, a group of soldiers and horses suddenly appeared on the official road. Leading the group were several officials riding on fine horses. Behind them were a group of able-bodied men in ragged clothes, their hands tied with ropes. Gu Jiao had never been curious about the affairs of the government. She just glanced at them casually, but she didn't expect to see a familiar figure. She pushed the half-open window to the maximum. Chapter 663. The novel will be updated more quickly. Gu Jiao suspected that she was mistaken. How could she see Gu Qingfeng here? Mu Qingchen, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at Gu Jiao in confusion. However, the group of people had turned a corner and went in the opposite direction. Mu Qingchen asked, "What are you looking at?" Gu Jiao sat back in her seat. "I seem to see someone I know." Mu Qingchen looked at the group of people outside the window and looked at Gu Jiao deeply. "Do you know the Han family or those slaves?" Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. "Slaves?" Mu Qingchen looked at her and said, "Are you mistaken?" Gu Jiao closed the window. Maybe I'm mistaken. Gu Qingfeng couldn't have come to the Yan kingdom, let alone become a slave. There was a mineral vein at the foot of the Dongshan Ridge outside the city of Xingdu, and the Han family was responsible for mining it. Some days ago there was an accident in the mine and a group of slaves died. The Han family bought a new group of slaves without stopping. Most of these slaves were servants who had been marked as slaves. Some of them were poor people in the Yan kingdom, some were prisoners who had been severely punished, and some were strong men from the black market. The team stopped at the checkpoint of the mine. The guard looked at the corvée laborers tied up with ropes and clicked his tongue in disdain. These corvée laborers don't look very useful. There aren't many of them who are strong. An officer riding on a horse said, "The market is not good now. It's good to have them. Let's make do with them." The guard said, "Okay, go to work. We're waiting." The officer smiled, "It's so late. Aren't you afraid that something will happen again?" The guard smiled helplessly, "What can I do? It's my superior's order." His mouth said that there was nothing he could do, but his expression was clearly indifferent. Well, they were just a group of lowly slaves. Who would care about their lives? The group of people entered the mine. Several officials found an open space for them to rest. It wasn't that he sympathized with them, but they were already very tired after such a long journey. They needed to rest and eat something to recover their strength. Everyone sat down on the ground. Gu Qingfeng sat at the back looking inconspicuous. He had been eating and sleeping in the open all this time. He was no longer the young master of an aristocratic family in Zhao country. Not long after, some people brought over the porridge and steamed buns. The corvée laborers all stood up. "Stand properly. Stand properly. Don't move." The official in charge of distributing food lashed out with a whip, and everyone became obedient. Each person had a bowl of porridge and 2 steamed buns. When it was Gu Qingfeng's turn, there was only half a bun left. Gu Qingfeng didn't say anything. He took the bowl of porridge and the hard steamed buns and ate them in big bites. After being hungry a few times, he understood that if he didn't eat fast enough, he would be hungry until the next meal. Sure enough, as soon as he wolfed down half of the steamed bun in his hand, the officer urged them to enter the mine. "Sir, can you give me some more food? I don't have enough to eat. I don't have the strength to work." A corvée laborer over 50 years old cupped his hands and begged the officer. The officer whipped him, causing him to roll on the ground. "Now you have strength." He fell in front of Gu Qingfeng. If it was in the past, Gu Qingfeng would have helped him up. But now Gu Qingfeng didn't do anything. He just silently walked around him and followed the group. The group entered the mine. Some ores were on the surface and could be directly mined. Some ores were underground and needed to be dug into blind shafts. They had been sent to dig a well. There were already a few old corvée laborers digging. "Go get a shovel yourselves," the officer shouted. Everyone hurriedly walked over and picked up a shovel from the ground. They copied the old corvée laborers and started digging. Gu Qingfeng also picked up a shovel and started digging like a professional. They dug until the middle of the night. When everyone was exhausted and had no strength left, they were brought back to a large shared room to rest. Dozens of people were squeezed into one room. The smell was so bad that it was suffocating. Gu Qingfeng lay on a wooden board in the corner. On one side was a corvée laborer and on the other side was a gray mud wall. Perhaps they were tired. Almost everyone fell asleep as soon as they lay down. After the officer finished checking the room, he locked the door and then turned to leave. In the darkness, Gu Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes. He wasn't here to be a corvée laborer. Since he had already arrived at Xingdu, he didn't need to continue mingling with a group of slaves. He had to think of a way to leave. As he thought about it, he turned over and inadvertently pressed down on the wound on the outside of his right leg. He gasped in shock. Fuck. The mark of a slave was really painful. He couldn't help but swear. After returning to the house, Gu Jiao told her that she was the young princess's writing teacher. After all, she would be visiting often in the future. It was better to tell her family clearly. Madame Nan gave Gu Jiao a bowl of corn rib soup. "Which young princess? Is there a princess in the outer city?" She knew that a princess was someone with status. Usually she lived in the inner city. "Yin Shanjuan's daughter," Gu Jiao said. "Yin Shanjun." Madame Nan felt that this title was familiar. But she had left Yin Kingdom for too many years. She couldn't remember it. "The emperor's younger brother," old Mr. Meng said casually. Madame Nan was enlightened. She smiled and said, "Ah, yes, the emperor's younger brother. No wonder it sounded familiar." Gu Jiao was surprised. The emperor's younger brother has such a young child? She remembered that Commandery Prince Ming was the crown prince's legitimate son. He was the emperor's grandson. Commandery Prince Ming looked about the same age as Xiao Heng. The emperor was at least the same age as the old duke. Madame Nan said thoughtfully, I don't know. She didn't deliberately inquire about the royal family. Her understanding of the royal family was limited. Old Mr. Meng drank a mouthful of soup and said calmly, Yan Shanjun is the Empress Dowager's posthumous son. He is almost 30 years younger than the emperor. Now Gu Jiao understood. Yan Shanjun was the king's youngest brother. His daughter was of the same generation as the crown prince. Didn't that mean that even Commandery Prince Ming had to greet the young Commandery Princess politely when he saw her? Gu Jiao suddenly smiled. This little guy's seniority is quite high. Everyone looked at her with a strange expression. After saying so much, your focus was only on seniority? That was Yan Shanjuan's daughter, the young princess of the royal family. It was said that being with the emperor was like being with a tiger, not to mention the Yan kingdom's royal family. Madame Nan was somewhat worried. Old Mr. Meng seemed to be knowledgeable. She asked old Mr. Meng, is this Yan Shanjun easy to get along with? If his temper was bad, he would rather give up this job. Yan Shanjun is fine. Old Mr. Meng said and glanced at Gu Jiao. You didn't make the young princess cry, did you? Gu Jiao said seriously, no, how could I make her cry? Old Mr. Meng nodded. That's good. The emperor dotes on this young princess very much. Those who made her cry were all killed by the emperor. Gu Jiao was speechless. Early the next morning, Gu Jiao practiced the red-tasseled spear as usual. She didn't know if it was because she saw Gu Chengfeng, but Gu Jiao thought of the whip that she had neglected for many days. She also took it out and practiced for a while. After that, Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshan went to the academy. When Gu Jiao arrived at the gate of the academy, she was stopped by a luxurious carriage. A young man in luxurious clothes came out of the carriage. It was Han Che. Han Che looked at Gu Jiao with a faint smile. He turned and opened the curtain to let another man in luxurious clothes come out of the carriage. Gu Jiao had seen him before. He was Prince Ming, who had come to the academy to look for Mu Qingqian. This Prince Ming was very active. He was very close to the young masters of the aristocratic families. He didn't care if these young masters had disagreements with each other. Gu Jiao thought that he was here to look for Mu Qingqian again. She turned around and planned to go around the carriage to enter the academy. Unexpectedly, Han Che stopped her. Hey Xiao Lulang. Stop right there. Gu Jiao didn't stop. Han Che sucked in a cold breath. Prince Ming's bodyguards quickly stepped forward and blocked Gu Jiao's way. Gu Jiao frowned impatiently. You go in first, she said to Gu Shaoshan. Gu Shaoshan wanted to stay, but she thought of something and her eyes flashed. Okay, I'll go in first. The bodyguards didn't stop Gu Shaoshan. Gu Jiao turned around and looked at the two of them. What's the matter? Her unruly and arrogant attitude made Prince Ming frown slightly. However, Han Che was very satisfied with this result. What he wanted was for Xiao Lu to anger Commandery Prince Ming. Prince Ming didn't seem to want to reveal his identity. He quickly hid his displeasure and said to Gu Jiao in a pleasant manner, I'm a friend of Mu Qingqian. I came to the academy last time. So, Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently. She was just short of saying that it was none of her business. Prince Ming was a direct descendant of the royal family. He had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth and had never been disrespected by anyone. However, when he thought that Gu Jiao didn't know his identity, he felt relieved. He didn't want to give Han Che face, but he didn't want to give himself face. Thinking of this, Prince Ming smiled gently again. I don't mean anything else. You are Qingqian's classmate and I am Qingqian's friend. I just want to get to know you. Han Che pursed his lips. Didn't he tell Prince Ming that Xiao Lulang was just a commoner? Why was he being so polite to him? Prince Ming wasn't being polite to Xiao Lulang but to Mu Qingqian. Mu Qingqian occupied 3 of the top 10 families in Chengdu. If he could win over Mu Qingqian, it would be equivalent to winning over the Su family, the Mu family, and the Wang family. I'm not interested, Gu Jiao said. Han Che said coldly, Hey, do you know who you are talking to? Don't be ungrateful. You want to do this the hard way. Hey young Master Han, please don't be angry. Let's talk nicely. Since Han Che was playing the good cop, he might as well play the bad cop. He smiled and said to Gu Jiao, I was caught up with something at the last minute during the archery competition, so I couldn't see it with my own eyes. I heard that you have a very powerful horse. Can I have a look? No. Gu Jiao refused immediately. Prince Ming almost choked on his own blood. Did she think that it wouldn't work if she didn't reveal her identity? Han Che added oil to the fire and mocked. Xiao Lulang, this young master beside me just wants to see your horse. Even if he wants your horse, you have to give it to him. Do you understand? Gu Jiao looked at the two indifferently. So, you are here to steal my horse? Prince Ming frowned. He was just here to take a look, but he really wanted to steal it. Since he was young, no one had dared to disobey him. This person was too ignorant. Even if he didn't reveal his identity, his royal aura was enough to intimidate him. Inside the gate of the book, the students of the academy who had caught a glimpse of this scene exclaimed that they were doomed. That person was the crown prince's legitimate son. Ever since the crown princess was dethroned, he had become the crown prince's eldest grandson. He wanted to steal Liulong's horse. Even if Gu Shaoshun called young Master Qingchen, there was nothing he could do. What's going on? Why are you all crowding here? Don't you need to go to class? President Sun walked over and asked. The students turned around. One of them whispered, President, Prince Ming is here. He wants to steal Liulong's horse. What? President Sun's expression changed. He looked outside and saw Prince Ming and Han Che opposite Gu Jiao. Prince Ming didn't even come to watch the competition yesterday. How did he know about Liulong's horse? It was most likely that Han Che wanted Liulong's horse but couldn't do it himself. After all, he couldn't defeat Mu Qingchen, so he lured Prince Ming here. There was nothing Prince Ming couldn't get if he wanted it. It was over. Liulong's horse couldn't be saved. How is this stealing? Prince Ming smiled faintly. Although he said that he wouldn't steal it, the brocade guard beside him had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Just as Prince Ming was about to order his men to draw their swords, a horse carriage sped over and stopped beside Gu Jiao. The curtains of the horse carriage were lifted and a delicate little girl jumped out. What are you doing? She asked in a childish voice. Commandery Prince Ming was shocked. The little princess, who was not even 5 years old, jumped out of the horse carriage and walked up to Prince Ming. She raised her tender face and asked sternly, Why aren't you greeting us? How embarrassing. They were all humans. Prince Ming frowned and clasped his hands together. He braced himself and bowed. Little aunt. The little princess looked at him and then at Gu Jiao. What were you doing just now? Prince Ming thought about how the little girl loved to complain in front of the monarch. He gave the guard a look and the guard put down his sword. Prince Ming smiled. Nothing. I just came here to make a friend. Is that so? The little princess asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao crossed her arms. No. He wanted to steal my horse. Prince Ming was speechless. The little princess's face fell. Carry me. Her personal maid immediately carried the expressionless young commandery princess up. The little princess stretched out her chubby hand and slapped Prince Ming on the head. She said fiercely, You brat. How dare you bully my teacher? Chapter 664. Novels with a deeper meaning that you can't find online are all available here. The slap was not very harmful, but it was extremely insulting. With so many people watching, Commandery Prince Ming lost all his dignity and dignity. Not to mention that he didn't reveal his identity, other than Xiao Lulang, that poor countryman with poor eyesight, who couldn't recognize the Crown Prince Mansion's brocade guard. He was puzzled. How did this young fellow become his little fellow's teacher? What was going on? Wait. The angry Prince Ming suddenly thought of an important point. He looked angrily at the young princess in front of him and pointed at Gu Jiao. He gritted his teeth and said, Why didn't you believe me when I said I was here to make friends? Why did you believe her when she said I was here to steal your horse? What you did was unfair. The young princess choked. She suddenly felt a little guilty. She did seem to be unfair just now. However, the young princess also wanted to save her face. She would never admit her mistake. She rolled her eyes and said sternly, Isn't that because you're always lying? You have a bad record and your words are not trustworthy. You are not trustworthy. Prince Ming was so angry that he almost died of anger. Not only did she hit him in front of everyone, she even exposed his shortcomings. The young princess found reasonable evidence to support herself and suddenly became bold and confident. Are you still not going to admit it? Last year, you secretly went cockfighting and were caught by the Crown Prince's cousin. This year you cheated and asked someone to write an essay for you. Last month you even lied to the emperor. Do you think I'm a child and don't remember? He was finished. He was completely finished. He was exposed by the little fellow. Actually, it was a small matter. Cockfighting was just for fun. He cheated because he was too lazy to do his homework. It was not that he did not know how to do it. As for lying, how could it be called lying? He said he missed the emperor day and night. Was there anything wrong with that? How could there be such an infuriating child in this world? Prince Ming could not be calculative with the young princess. Not only could he not be calculative, but he also had to coax her and give in to her. Otherwise, she would go to the emperor and complain about him. After all, she loved to complain. Could he go and complain about it? Of course it was possible, but wouldn't it be embarrassing? How old was the young princess? How old was he? Little royal princess did not know that royal Prince Ming was giving in to her because she was young. She always thought that it was because of her seniority and that he could not be unfilial. Because of the sudden appearance of the young princess, Commandery Prince Ming had no choice but to leave. Before he left, the young princess even bowed to him. Dean Tsin and all the students who were secretly watching the show heaved a sigh of relief. The young princess came at the right time. Otherwise, who would be able to deal with Commandery Prince Ming? Speaking of which, the young princess had said that she would not allow Royal Prince Ming to bully her teacher. Which teacher was she talking about? Xiao Lulang? At this moment, Mu Qingchen was called over by Gu Shaoshan in a hurry. However, he found that Commandery Prince Ming and Han Che had already left. All his plans were in vain. Princess, why are you here? Mu Qingchen greeted the young princess. Put me down. The young princess said. The servant girl put the young princess down. In fact, the young princess was not often carried by others. That would make her seem very small. She always remembered that she was an elder. The young princess pointed at Gu Jiao and said to Mu Qingchen, I'm here to look for her. Gu Jiao asked curiously, why are you looking for me? To ride a horse. The young princess said, yesterday when I asked you what time you would be coming over, you did not give me a definite answer. Also, she still had to reply. She thought that she could just go over after school. Gu Jiao reflected seriously, it's my fault. I'll be more careful next time. She did not have the burden of an adult in front of a child. The young princess was very satisfied with her attitude. She hated it when people talked nonsense and made up all kinds of excuses to fool her like she was a child. For example, her unfilial nephew, Royal Prince Ming. The young princess looked at Gu Jiao and said, then you can tell me now. Gu Jiao said, after school today I'll go over to look for you. After school ends at 5 p.m. I'll be there for half an hour. The young princess nodded, okay, it's a deal. Then she bid farewell to Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen and went back in the carriage. Gu Jiao was a little confused. She came all the way here just to ask about the time of school. She did not understand the world of the royal little boy. On the other hand, in the mine surrounded by mountains, Gu Qingfeng and the others dug the well for the whole day. The weather was hot and some of the corvée laborers collapsed on the ground from heatstroke. Gu Qingfeng also suffered from heatstroke. He felt nauseous and weak, but he was not paralyzed. His sleeves were rolled up high, revealing his tanned skin. Every time he chiseled, the firm but not overly exaggerated muscles on his arms could be seen. Finally it was dusk. The corvée laborers were almost paralyzed with exhaustion. Gu Qingfeng was so tired that he sat on a rock and panted with sweat all over his back. Such days had started since he entered the Yan kingdom. If he was not in the mine, he was in other places. In short, he did not have a single day of peace. During the war he had experienced the pain of life and death, but he had never experienced the pain of trampling on his dignity. His hands had long been rubbed with thick calluses. Today even the calluses were broken and painful blood blisters grew on his hands. He did not even frown. He untied an old water bag from his waist and drank a mouthful of water mixed with sand. It's time to eat. An officer shouted. Although they were tired, they still had to eat. Everyone dragged their tired bodies and staggered to the shelter where they received their meals. Gu Qingfeng was not the last one this time. He took the first place and got a bowl of thick porridge and 2 big cornmeal steamed buns. Then he found an empty space and sat down, wolfing down the food. Judging from the weather, it was going to rain tonight. Because of this, they did not need to continue digging the well tonight. They were afraid that they would be buried in the well. After the meal, everyone was escorted back to the shared bunk and was not allowed to enter or leave without permission. The weather was extremely hot. The shared bunk was full of 20 to 30 people. It was like a steamer and the unpleasant smell kept fermenting in the room. Gu Qingfeng laid on the innermost wooden board. His expression did not change at all. It was as if he was used to this smell. About an hour later, dark clouds covered the sky, and the sky darkened all of a sudden. Not long after, the sky began to flash with lightning and thunder. Gu Qingfeng understood that the opportunity to escape had come. After the last person in the shared bunk fell asleep, Gu Qingfeng got off the bed and quietly walked to the door. The door was locked from the outside. It was impossible to pry it open. He did not have any tools and could only use his internal force to open it. But he could not alert the patrolling guards. He could only wait for the next thunder. A white flash of lightning flashed and the ants on the ground were clearly illuminated. Now was the time. With a loud bang, Gu Qingfeng broke the bronze lock with a ka-ka sound. He opened the door and walked out. He wrapped the broken lock with his hair and pretended to lock it back. The thunder gradually stopped and heavy rain poured down. Gu Qingfeng ran into the heavy rain without looking back. The heavy rain could cover his tracks and also hide the presence of the guards. He needed to be more careful than usual. He did not want to bump into them and be caught on the spot. Why is it raining so suddenly? My clothes are all wet. I don't know if we can start work tomorrow. What about the officials? They don't want us to dig a well anyway. Gu Qingfeng hid behind a large tree and allowed the two patrolling guards to pass by him in a hurry not far away. When the two walked far away, he continued to run towards the checkpoint. There were also guards at the checkpoint. He had observed that this was the only exit. The other places were filled with poisonous grass and traps. He waited in the rain for a while. The guards seemed to be tired and started to nap. Gu Qingfeng silently flashed in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. His heart was in his throat. Fortunately, he was not discovered and he successfully left the mine. Then he ran in the direction he came from. His clothes were soaked in the heavy rain. He did not dare to stop for a moment. He was afraid that the group of people would catch up. He did not know how long he ran. He ran until his legs almost did not belong to him. He came to a secluded official road. He held onto a tree by the side of the road and gasped for breath. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from afar. There is only one official road here. He must have gone this way. It was the officials of the mine. They found out that he had escaped so quickly. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and looked up at the branches above his head. He jumped onto the branches. Fortunately, there was no thunder now. Otherwise, even if he was not caught and beaten to death, he would have been struck to death by lightning. Go! The group of people ran under the big tree. Hearing the sound of horse hooves getting farther and farther away, Gu Qingfeng leaned against the tree trunk and panted. Only after he sat down did he feel the pain in his leg. The place where the slave mark was branded with a soldering iron had not healed. Now that it was in the rain, it hurt like a drill. Chapter 665. More in Qinxiong Academy, the weather was not good when school was about to end. The classroom was stuffy and sticky and everyone felt out of breath. The doors and windows were wide open, but it was still difficult for a cool breeze to blow in. The students who came here to study were not from poor families. Everyone was quite fastidious and didn't smell too bad. Gu Jiao sat in the last row. Mu Qingchen was on her left, and the back door was on her right. She could breathe enough fresh air from her seat. Zhou Tong, who was in the front row, was sleepy. First, the weather was stuffy. Second, he stayed up late to paint again. In the lecture, Teacher Gao was explaining the Pythagorean theorem, which was the Pythagorean theorem that Gu Jiao had learned in her previous life. Zhou Tong. Teacher Gao suddenly called out his name. Zhou Tong trembled and stood up with a confused expression. Teacher Gao said lightly, "You can answer this question." "What's the answer?" Zhou Tong swallowed. What kind of question was this? What did he mean by the answer? 80, Gu Jiao whispered expressionlessly. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Zhou Tong straightened his back and said loudly, 80. Teacher Gao looked at Zhou Tong suspiciously and then looked behind Zhou Tong. There were only two people behind Zhou Tong, Mu Qingchen and Xiao Lulang. Mu Qingchen would not tell the answer and Xiao Lulang never listened in class. He always copied his homework. Okay, Teacher Gao answered and asked Zhou Tong to sit down. Zhou Tong was relieved and raised his sleeve to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. After class, Mu Qingchen picked up the questions left by Teacher Gao and pointed to one question. He asked Gu Jiao, "What's the answer?" "I don't know," Gu Jiao said without hesitation. "What about this question?" Mu Qingchen changed the question. "I don't know," Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen frowned and looked at her. "Why do you know when Zhou Tong asks you? Zhou Tong doesn't know how to do it and you don't know how to do it either?" Gu Jiao said casually, "I don't know how to do it. I just guessed it." Not long after, Gu Shaoshen ran over to Gu Jiao. "Lulang, let's go back." Gu Jiao began to pack her bag. She looked indifferent, as if she had no interest in studying. Mu Qingchen looked at her deeply and asked, "Have you ever thought about taking the imperial examinations?" "I'm not from the Yan Kingdom," Gu Jiao said. Mu Qingchen said, "Any student of the academy can take part in the imperial examination." The Yan Kingdom was a superior country that paid great attention to talents. This could be seen from the fact that they had opened underground martial arts arenas in various countries to select martial arts geniuses. Although the imperial examinations mostly prioritized the examinees from their own country, if the examinees were truly outstanding, they would still be accepted as exceptions. There was no lack of such precedents over the years. If he passed the examination, a mere inner-city talisman would be nothing. It was not impossible for him to become a permanent resident of the Yan Kingdom. "Don't you want to stay in the Yan Kingdom?" Mu Qingchen asked. "Is there even 1 out of 1,000 examinees who can stay?" Gu Jiao asked in reply. It was difficult. The imperial examination of the Yan Kingdom was the most difficult one among the 6 countries. It not only covered a wide range of subjects, but also had the largest number of examinees. 80% of the examinees were from their own country, and the remaining 20% were excellent students from the other 5 countries. The examinees from their own country had extra points, and so did the examinees from the Liang Kingdom and the Jin State. Only the examinees from the lower country had the cruelest screening system. Therefore it was not difficult for Gu Jiao to stand out from the other examinees. Mu Qingchen said, "I think you can give it a try." Gu Jiao waved her hand and said, "Forget it. She would have to kneel if she had to write the 8-legged essay. It would be better if Xiaoheng did it." "How about the military examination?" Mu Qingchen saw that she was not interested in the literary examination, so he changed the topic. Gu Jiao was confused. "Why are you suddenly so interested in my examination?" Mu Qingchen emphasized again, "If you pass the examination you can stay in the Yan Kingdom." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at him. "Why should I stay in the Yan Kingdom? Or do you want me to stay in the Yan Kingdom?" "Mu Qingchen, you don't like me, do you?" Mu Qingchen was speechless. He turned his face coldly and said, "You are a man. How can I like you?" "Good." Gu Jiao put the last book in and picked up the bag. "Let's go. It's going to rain." Mu Qingchen looked at her back and reminded her. Gu Jiao didn't look back. She just waved her hand to show that she knew. "Sister, it seems that it's going to rain. It's getting dark." On the path out of the academy, Gu Xiaoshan looked at the dark clouds overhead and said, "Are you still going to teach that little princess?" "Yes," Gu Jiao said. The little guy was too serious. He came to the academy just by asking her a question. She was afraid that if she didn't go, the little guy would come to her house in the rain. Although she couldn't attend the class even if she went, she had to show up so that the little guy wouldn't be disappointed. "Then I'll drive you there," Gu Xiaoshan said. Since the Horse King was only 2.5 years old, the family seldom let the Horse King pull the carriage. They usually only let it pull the mill. Fortunately there was a horse at home. Gu Xiaoshan took the horse out and put it on the shaft of the carriage. Then he went into the house to get a cloak and a straw raincoat. When he came out, the Horse King was the one pulling the carriage. The horse stood far away in the alley. Gu Xiaoshan was stunned and scratched his head. "What's going on? Who changed it? Why is it you?" He took the shaft of the carriage from the Horse King and pulled it in. Then he took the horse over and put it on. "Xiaoshan, eat something before you go." Madame Nan called him in the house. "I'll bring 2 steamed buns." Gu Xiaoshan hurried into the house. When he came out with the steamed buns, the horse pulling the carriage became the Horse King again. "No, this..." Gu Xiaoshan was confused. "Sister." Gu Jiao came out and looked at the Horse King. Then she looked at the horse that was frightened by the Horse King and said, "Come out." The Horse King didn't move. It meant that it had to go out. Gu Xiaoshan said, "Sister." Gu Jiao said, "Forget it. You go in the house. I'll go by myself." Gu Xiaoshan scratched his head and turned to go into the house. "Actually, I'm not heavy." Gu Jiao sat in the carriage. The Horse King whizzed and the carriage went away. The Horse King was very fast. Gu Jiao didn't get wet on the way. It didn't start to rain until they entered the mansion. The rain didn't stop and showed no signs of letting up. Gu Qingfeng hid in a big tree for a while. In the end he was still found. He didn't know how they found him. He clearly didn't reveal any flaws. There were a total of 4 officials. Their martial arts weren't weak. If it was in the past, it wouldn't be difficult for Gu Qingfeng to deal with them. However, the wound on his leg was too painful. He escaped with minor injuries. The 4 people were seriously injured and fell to the ground. They wouldn't be able to catch up for a while. He was afraid that there would be a second wave of officials chasing after him. It was just a slave. In Gu Qingfeng's view, there was no need to make such a big fuss. However, he also understood that they weren't catching a slave. It was the rules. If everyone followed his example and left, then who would be so dead set on working in the mines? They wanted to catch him and kill him as an example. Gu Qingfeng walked along the official road. He didn't know how long he walked, but he finally came to a bustling street. Chengdu was more prosperous than Jianghu. Even though it was raining heavily, there were still many vendors on both sides of the street. The pedestrians on the road were hurried and the shops were full. Gu Qingfeng braved the heavy rain and walked on the wet street with one foot in the other. His head hurt and his body was a little cold. Suddenly he was bumped into by a man walking towards him. The man scolded, "Don't you look where you're going?" Gu Qingfeng ignored him. He didn't understand anyway. On the way to Chengdu, he was locked up with a group of slaves from a lower country. There weren't many opportunities to learn the language of the Yan kingdom. After walking for a while, he had a splitting headache and his mind was dizzy. According to his previous experience of being sick, he should have a high fever. He found an open space under the eaves and sat down against the cold wall. "Hey, go away." The beggar on the side scolded, "This is my territory." Gu Qingfeng glanced at him and was too lazy to move. The beggar pointed at the brand on the outside of his right calf with a stick. "So you're a slave? Then you dare to fight with me for territory?" In the Yan kingdom, the status of slaves was lower than that of beggars. They were not people but goods, cats and dogs. Gu Qingfeng didn't understand what he was saying. He was too tired and just wanted to rest for a while. He didn't want to cause trouble. But this person was too noisy and even hit him with a stick. Gu Qingfeng could pinch him to death with his fingers, but he was just an old beggar with a lame leg. Why bother with this kind of person? In the past, Gu Qingfeng would bother. But now he wouldn't. After experiencing more injustice and abuse, this kind of unfriendliness was not worth mentioning at all. Gu Qingfeng couldn't stand the noise and dragged his tired body away. He fell in an alley full of water. People came and went in the alley. No one noticed that a person had fainted here. Finally, a carriage stopped nearby, and a gorgeously dressed middle-aged woman walked into the rouge shop with a young maid in a flirtatious manner. When the two came out of the rouge shop, the little maid inadvertently glanced and saw the figure on the ground. "Mother, there's someone over there." In the Yan kingdom, only the brothel madam could be called mother. The middle-aged woman stared at her and said, "How many times have I said we're not a brothel? It's changed to a theater. Call me madam." "Madam." "Yes, madam." The maid hurriedly changed her words, thinking that a theater was similar to a brothel. "Alive or dead?" The middle-aged woman looked at the person in the alley. Gu Qingfeng was lying on the ground. His body was tall, and the bones of his hands were delicate and slender. "Oh, you're quite pretty." The middle-aged woman and the maid walked over with an umbrella. The maid squatted down and touched his neck. "He's still breathing. He seems to be talking." The maid put her ear close to his neck. "What did he say?" the middle-aged woman asked. "He doesn't seem to be from Chengdu. The language of the Yan kingdom is so strange." The maid listened carefully for a while and finally understood a few words. He said, "Tianqiong Academy." "Madam, is he a student of Tianqiong Academy?" The middle-aged woman glanced at the ragged Gu Qingfeng. "Have you seen a student of Tianqiong Academy dressed like this?" The maid said, "That's true." The middle-aged woman was experienced. She directly lifted Gu Qingfeng's trousers with her foot and saw the brand on it. She smiled coldly, "So he's a slave. Okay, take him back." Gu Qingfeng was carried into the carriage by the maid and the coachman and thrown on the cold floor. The maid lifted the curtain and looked at the approaching carriage. She said curiously, "Madam, look, that carriage doesn't have a coachman." The middle-aged woman wiped the water droplets on her body with a handkerchief. "His horse is obedient. What's so strange about that? It's just that the horse is jumping around happily like a fool." Chapter 666. This was the first time the young maid had seen a horse pulling a carriage by itself. The horse was quite interesting and was jumping around happily. She couldn't help but lift the curtain and watch. The Horse King was a crazy person. The more people looked at it, the more it jumped around. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage with her eyes closed to rest. In the end, the carriage swayed and swayed, causing her to faint. She lifted the curtain and said to the Horse King, "Pull your carriage properly. The Horse King immediately withered and obediently walked a few steps. As if it was testing Gu Jiao's bottom line, it jumped around again. Gu Jiao, the young maidservant chuckled. Gu Jiao subconsciously glanced at her. The young maid probably realized that she had lost her composure and bowed to Gu Jiao to express her apology. Then she lowered the curtain. Gu Jiao looked away. The two carriages passed by each other. For some reason, Gu Jiao felt a strange feeling in her heart. It was an indescribable feeling. She knitted her brows and lifted the curtain to look to the side. The carriage had already moved in front of her and her carriage had turned into the alley. That's right, the alley where Gu Qingfeng had fainted was the road they had taken to come here. Naturally, they had to pass through here on their way back. If the middle-aged woman hadn't taken Gu Qingfeng away, Gu Jiao would have met him by now. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao didn't know. However, when they passed through the alley, the strange feeling in her heart was magnified. There were more puddles in the alley than on the street. The Horse King couldn't help but want to step into the puddles. It started to jump around again, repeatedly testing the waters at the edge of where Gu Jiao would beat it to death. However, this time, it didn't jump for long before it suddenly stopped. The disadvantage of letting the Horse King drive on autopilot was that sometimes it would run off to play with itself. However, when it had enough, it would always pull the carriage back. As long as it didn't take too long, Gu Jiao wouldn't scold it. Gu Jiao waited quietly. However, the situation this time was different. The Horse King was very quiet. The Horse King sniffed and bit on something. Then, it shook off the shaft of the carriage, turned around and stuck its head into the carriage. What happened? Gu Jiao looked at the Horse King that suddenly appeared in front of her and saw a mask in its mouth. The mask had been soaked in water and was stained with a little mud, but it did not prevent Gu Jiao from recognizing it. It was Gu Jiao's mask. Or to be more precise, it was Gu Jiao's mask. Gu Qingfeng had stolen it from Gu Qingfeng. Later on, when Gu Qingfeng had a new one, she had stolen the new one and returned the old one to Gu Qingfeng. The reason why the Horse King picked up the mask was probably because it smelled Gu Jiao's scent on it and thought that Gu Jiao had dropped it. Gu Jiao took the mask. She looked at it over and over again and confirmed that it was the first mask she had stolen from Gu Qingfeng. In fact, if it was just a mask, Gu Jiao might not recognize it. However, the Horse King would not pick up an unfamiliar item. Then she thought of the figure she had seen near the inner city gate that day. Could it be that Gu Qingfeng had really come? Then where was he? Where did he go? The heavy rain poured down and the carriage struggled to move through the gradually deserted streets. The horses were tired and had arrived at their destination. The carriage stopped in front of a richly ornamented opera house. "Madam, we're here," the coachman said loudly. The middle-aged lady snoring stopped abruptly. She sat up and used her sleeve to wipe her saliva. She coughed lightly and frowned. "We're here. What are you shouting for?" She got off the carriage and found two servants to carry the person in the carriage down. The servants were used to this kind of thing and quickly carried the person into the opera house. It was reasonable to say that this kind of newcomer should be placed in the firewood room. However, after the middle-aged lady lifted the hair on Gu Qingfeng's face and looked at his face, she immediately had someone clean up a room for him. "Mother. Madam." The servant girl called her wrongly again and hurriedly changed her words. "Why did you give him a room?" The middle-aged lady snorted and said, "There aren't many men with this kind of appearance. Ever since those foxes came to Spring Wind Pavilion, all the business on the street has been stolen by them. Your mother, Your madam, I have to take good care of him and let him bring back more business for me." The servant girl curled her lips. "What if he doesn't want to?" The middle-aged lady sneered. "Oh, do you think he can do as he pleases?" After the servant put Gu Qingfeng in the room, the middle-aged lady asked someone to change him into dry clothes. Gu Qingfeng was lying on the soft bed. His clothes were half open, revealing half of his strong chest. He had been whipped and there were deep whip marks on his chest. Tsk, who did this?" The middle-aged lady sat down on the bed and happily untied Gu Qingfeng's clothes. She looked up and down with satisfaction. "Oh, look at this body. Mother, I have picked up a treasure today." "Ginkgo." "Madam." The servant girl came over. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "Go get the best bottle of golden sore medicine and jade snow ointment from my room. I want him to be clean and not leave a single whip mark." The servant girl hesitated for a moment and said, "But he seems to be sick. He didn't wake up the whole way. Will he die soon?" The middle-aged lady fiercely glared at her. "You are the one who is dying. How can you curse me like this?" The servant girl whispered, I wasn't talking about you. The middle-aged lady snorted. He is a money tree that I picked up. If you curse him to die, you are cursing me to have no money to earn. The servant girl was speechless. The middle-aged lady closed Gu Qingfeng's clothes. Don't just stand here. Go and invite Dr. Lu. Do you really want to see him die? Dr. Lu was a doctor nearby and happened to be at home. The servant girl quickly invited him over. Dr. Lu gave a prescription and the middle-aged lady asked the servant girl to get the medicine. Gu Qingfeng woke up in the middle of decocting the medicine. His head was groggy and his consciousness was not as good as before. However, he could recognize that this was not the alley where he fell. There were some strange people in the room. Why were they strange? First, because their clothes were too luxurious. Second, because they were doing something at the moment. Is it not done yet? The middle-aged lady asked. Soon. The servant girl took a pestle and stirred the medicine in the bowl. She took 2 leaves from the basket and threw them in. She poured the medicine into the bowl and took out a small jar to pour the medicine in. Not long after, a black light seemed to flash out of the small jar. The servant girl quickly caught it with a porcelain bottle. It's out, madam, she said. Use it on him. The middle-aged lady said. The servant girl turned and walked towards Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's intuition told him that this was not something good. He calmed down and used his remaining strength to lift the quilt. You're awake? The servant girl exclaimed. Gu Qingfeng suddenly stood up. He did not know if it was because he stood up too quickly or because he was too weak. He only felt a wave of dizziness and fell back down. Hurry and use it on him, the middle-aged lady said. The servant girl reached out to grab Gu Qingfeng but was pushed away by Gu Qingfeng. The servant girl cried out and bumped into the pillar behind her. Seeing this, the middle-aged lady frowned. He was so sick but he could still push people away. Was he that strong? She coldly said, Someone come. Hold him down. 2 manservants pushed the door open and entered, quickly walking towards Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's fever was muddled and his body was weak. He could not use his usual skills. After struggling a few times, he was pressed onto the bed by the servants who knew martial arts. The middle-aged lady sighed and looked down at him. Be obedient and I will not treat you unfairly. Let me go, Gu Qingfeng weakly said. The middle-aged lady did not understand Jianghu language. She smiled and said, I'm not going to poison you. Why are you running? You are just a lowly servant. It is your good fortune to be chosen by me. Why are you resisting? The servant girl suddenly held the bowl in her hand and said, Madam, the goo worm is about to die. Hurry and feed it to him. Give it to me. The middle-aged lady reached out her hand. The servant girl handed the bowl to the middle-aged lady. This kind of worm was their brothel. No, now it should be the theater. It was a method used to control people. No one could resist its medicinal properties. If they did not take the antidote every month, it would be like being bitten by thousands of ants. Pry open his mouth, the middle-aged lady coldly said. The servants pried open Gu Qingfeng's mouth. The middle-aged lady took the goo worm and poured it into Gu Qingfeng's mouth. Gu Qingfeng suddenly had strength from who knows where and kicked her away. He broke free from the 2 servants' evil clutches and ran to the door. He opened the door and ran out. The middle-aged lady held her painful stomach and gritted her teeth. This is my territory. Do you think you can run away? Jianghu. With her order, a black-clothed expert descended from the sky and sent Gu Qingfeng flying to the ground with one palm. Gu Qingfeng's chest hurt and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jianghu grabbed Gu Qingfeng's clothes and pulled him up from the ground. He raised his other hand and viciously threw it at Gu Qingfeng's face. With this punch, even if Gu Qingfeng did not die, he would be crippled. At the moment of life and death, the door to the hall on the first floor was kicked down by someone. The huge commotion shocked everyone. Jianghu's fist stopped and he coldly looked towards the first floor. He saw a youth wearing the uniform of a certain school appear at the door with a cold expression. Lightning flashed behind him and his entire body was filled with killing intent. He was like an Azura that had walked out of purgatory. Let him go, the youth said coldly. Jianghu's brows furrowed. He admitted that he had been shocked by the youth's aura for a moment. But when the other spoke, he was sure this was a living person. How could this be an Azura from hell? He once again threw a punch at Gu Qingfeng. The youth's palm was facing down. His arm shook and a dagger fell. The youth spun in his hand and the youth threw it out. Jianghu did not see the dagger's trajectory clearly. He only saw a silver light flash by. The next second, his right hand was viciously stabbed. The dagger had a terrifying force that nailed his hand to the wall. His body was also sent flying towards the wall. He could not help but let go of his other hand. Gu Qingfeng fell to the ground. Zhao Si endured the pain to pull out the dagger. He could not pull it out. It was also at this time that he realized how strong the youth was. He used a tremendous amount of strength to finally pull out the dagger. He turned around to attack the youth, but before he could stand up, he was kicked in the jaw by the youth who had appeared in front of him. This was a roundhouse kick that sent him flying from the second floor. He landed heavily on the table in the hall on the first floor. The table was smashed to pieces and he fainted from the fall. When the middle-aged madam came out and saw this scene, she was completely stunned. Who was this boy? How did he beat Zhao Si to this state? It had to be known that Zhao Si was a death warrior that she had spent a lot of money to buy. He had never suffered at the hands of an expert before. Where did this stinking brat come from, daring to cause trouble in my brothel? Do you know who I am? Ah! Before she could finish her sentence, the young man had already walked over and grabbed her by the neck, pushing her against the wall unceremoniously. She felt a sharp pain in her back and wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. The youth looked up and coldly stared at her. Who told you to touch him? Which him? Was it that slave? Madam, are you still going to give this goo worm? The servant girl held the bowl and froze in fear. Bring it over, the youth said to her. The servant girl trembled as she walked over with the bowl. The youth looked at the middle-aged madam who could not breathe and had a purple face. Feed it to her. The servant girl was so scared that she was about to cry. To feed or not to feed? Would she die if she didn't feed her? The youth expressionlessly said, If I don't feed you, then eat it yourself. The servant girl steeled her heart, reached out, and pointed the bowl at her madam's mouth. The middle-aged madam hurriedly turned her face away. Young hero, please spare my life. Young hero, please spare my life. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know he was your slave. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to pick him up. Madam, the officers are here. They're searching the tavern next door. It seems like a slave escaped from the Han family's mine. The middle-aged madam looked at Gu Qingfeng on the ground. Gu Qingfeng's body stiffened. The middle-aged madam suddenly realized, he's an escaped slave from the Han family? The youth's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The middle-aged madam's head went cold. That's right, for a moment she did think that it would be great if the officers came and arrested them. Then she would be saved. But now it seemed that was not the case. The middle-aged madam panicked. Don't kill me. I won't say anything. I won't say anything. The youth clearly did not believe her. The youth tiptoed and picked up the dagger on the ground, grabbed it with his hand and placed it on her neck. The middle-aged madam's expression changed. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I have a way to help you hide from the officers. If you kill me, you'll be exposed. It's not worth it. Spare my life. I promise that no one will find him. Half an hour later, the officers finished searching the next door and came over. The lobby was cleaned up briefly and Zhao Si was taken away. However, the door that the youth kicked down did not have time to be fixed. There were a total of 6 officers. It was not the one who fought with Gu Qingfeng but another one. Because they found out that Gu Qingfeng knew martial arts, the Han family's mind sent a few powerful Dragon Shadow Guards over. 3 of the 6 were Dragon Shadow Guards. The middle-aged madam's surname was Su, and her name was Fengxian. She walked down the stairs in a flirtatious manner and said with a smile, Oh, what wind has blown the officials here? Our heavenly fragrance pavilion is honored by your presence tonight. The leading officer took out a portrait and asked the middle-aged madam, Have you seen this person before? Su Fengxian glanced at the portrait and said with a smile, Oh, such a handsome young man. It's a pity that I haven't seen him before. The leading officer said coldly, You really haven't seen him before? Su Fengxian said with a smile, My heavenly fragrance pavilion can't find someone like him. If I had seen him before, I would definitely remember him. The leader of the officers ordered, Search the place. Su Fengxian's face turned pale. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know that third young master Nangong is our heavenly fragrance pavilion's guest? The leading officer snorted in disdain. How could someone from the Nangong family be compared to the Han family? The few of them went in and searched inside and out. Luckily, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's business was not good and there were not many customers. Otherwise, they would have suffered a great loss tonight. Boss, we didn't find him. The officers returned to the lobby to report. The leading officer took out the portrait and said to Su Fengxian, If you see this person in the future, remember to report to the Han family. Do you have money? Su Fengxian asked. The leading officer looked over with a cold gaze. Su Fengxian shrunk her neck and said in a low voice, "Yes, this servant will remember." The group turned and left. Su Fengxian watched them enter the gambling house next door before going to the firewood room in the backyard. She moved the firewood away and opened the secret door on the ground. She said to the two people in the cellar, "They're gone." Gu Jiao carried Gu Qingfeng on his back. Su Fengxian actually had a chance to tell on him just now. The reason why she didn't was because Gu Jiao said to her, "If you betray me, I will escape and come back to kill you. You can bet on whether or not I can escape." When the young man said this, his bloodthirsty eyes didn't seem like a living person. Su Fengxian didn't dare to gamble with her life. Su Fengxian placed Gu Qingfeng in her room. This was definitely not because she wanted to take advantage of Gu Qingfeng. It was because her room had an escape route and was the safest room in Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Gu Jiao placed Gu Qingfeng on the bed and planned to go to the carriage to get a first aid kit to treat his injuries. Just as she turned around, a scalding hot hand grabbed her hand. There were some things that he wouldn't do normally and some words that he wouldn't say normally. But his fever was too high and his brain was mush. How could he distinguish between his face and dignity? He held her tightly and struggled to open his eyes. His vision was blurry as he looked at her and said in a hoarse and weak voice, "Did I find you?" Gu Jiao looked at him and nodded, "And I found you." Chapter 667. Gu Jiao used her own voice. He couldn't see now but at least he could hear. Su Fengxian, who was pouring tea for Gu Jiao, heard the young girl's voice and was shocked. She looked at the youth in disbelief. "Prepare the hot water," Gu Jiao said, returning to her youthful voice. Su Fengxian wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Was she scared silly? She could even mishear the voice. This was clearly a boy, how could he turn into a girl? A girl wasn't that scary. Gu Qingfeng's injuries were very serious. There were light abrasions from falling and knife wounds from fighting. The wounds were soaked in water and were full of sand. During the cleaning process the flesh had to be turned over. Gu Jiao did everything calmly. Su Fengxian, who was watching from the side, almost jumped out of her throat. "Oh my God, isn't this washing a little too cruel? She didn't even torture those disobedient boys. Where did this boy come from? Was this really saving someone? He was trying to kill him. Don't clean it." Gu Qingfeng said weakly, "It's ugly." Gu Jiao said calmly, "I've seen wounds that are even uglier than this." Besides the new wounds today, Gu Qingfeng also had many old wounds. They were big and small, almost all over his body. It wasn't hard to see that he had suffered along the way. "The Han family did this?" Gu Jiao asked. Her voice was still calm, without any fluctuations, but the room was inexplicably shrouded in an extremely cold, murderous aura. Su Fengxian, who was carrying the hot water into the room, couldn't help but shiver. She had been in this line of work for many years and had seen all kinds of people, but this was the first time she had seen such a young boy with such a strong murderous aura. She put the hot water on the stool beside the bed and asked, "Does the young master have any other orders?" "Go make some vegetable porridge," Gu Jiao said. "Okay." Su Fengxian agreed and quickly ordered ginkgo to do it. After the huge stone in one's heart was lifted, one could relax and easily fell asleep. Gu Qingfeng was about to fall asleep when he suddenly felt someone pulling at his pants. He was dazed and subconsciously grabbed his belt. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao looked at the blood on his pants and said, "You have an injury on your leg." Gu Qingfeng used his last bit of consciousness to resist. Don't look, Gu, I'm not laughing at you for being small." Gu Qingfeng. "I'm not small. I'm Gu. Savage Gu. And what's this girl? Was this something a girl should say?" Gu Qingfeng's head tilted and he lost consciousness. Su Fengxian, did he fall asleep or did he faint from anger? Gu Jiao had checked him. Gu Qingfeng's thigh was cut near his crotch. The cut was so deep that the bone could be seen. It required 7 stitches. It was already an hour later when all the injuries were treated. The vegetable porridge in the kitchen was ready, but Gu Qingfeng had already fallen asleep. Gu Jiao did not wake him up and ate a little herself. She wasn't hungry. She just didn't like to waste food. After experiencing such a thrilling night, Su Fengxian felt that she should eat some porridge to calm herself down. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room," she said embarrassedly. Gu Jiao sat at the table and put down the bowl in her hand. "Wait, I have something to ask you." Su Fengxian quickly turned back and smiled flatteringly. "Hey, young master, please ask." Gu Jiao asked. The officers today were from the Han family. Is it the same Han family as Han Che? Han Che. Su Fengxian was stunned for a moment before she realized that the second young master of the Han family was indeed called Han Che. She nodded. Yes, it's that Han family. Gu Jiao asked again, why would the Han family chase after a slave? There's something you don't know. He's not an ordinary slave. Su Fengxian realized the relationship between the two halfway through her sentence. She hurriedly coughed and changed her words. Judging from the clothes of those officers, they should be from the Han family's mine. The mine has extremely strict control over corvée laborers. Those who escape will all be caught and executed. This is the rule of the mine. It's also the Han family's way of intimidating people. Young master's friend is lucky to have escaped. The Han family's mine is not a place for humans. Only prisoners on death row are sent there. Otherwise they're bought slaves. The people there are not human. They work from dawn to dusk. If they're sick or injured, no one will treat them. They'll just throw them into the mountains because the money for treatment is enough to buy a new slave. Gu Jiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Su Fengxian advised, Young master, I advise you not to act rashly. The Han family is not to be trifled with. How not to be trifled with? Gu Jiao asked. Su Fengxian said, the Han family is the crown prince's mother's family. They're very powerful. Although they're not ranked first among the aristocratic families, sometimes the ranking is fake. The military power in their hands is real. The Han family got the Black Wind cavalry from the Xinyuan family. They have the strongest cavalry in the Yan kingdom. Young master, you're still young and don't know how to fight. You don't know how strong the cavalry is. The Han family's Black Wind King is rumored to be a magical horse that only appears once in 1,000 years. It can command wolves and fight tigers. There's only one in the 6 countries. It's invincible. Ah, the maid Ginkgo screamed from the backyard. The horse was jumping on the water in the backyard. The water splashed on Ginkgo's face. Speaking of slaves, Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the brand on the outside of Gu Qingfeng's right leg. It was branded with a red-hot iron brand. His skin and flesh were burned and his pride was crushed. The brand was very eye-catching. It was more eye-catching than all the injuries on his body combined. Gu Jiao asked, how long will it take for the officers to find him before they give up? These words were so awkward that Su Fengxian almost did not understand. She said, we won't give up. None of the people who escaped from the Han family's mine have not been found. Otherwise, why would no one dare to escape now? Your friend is probably the first to escape this year. You have to be careful when you take him away. Gu Jiao glanced at her. Who said I'm taking him away? Su Fengxian was stunned. What? Gu Jiao looked at Su Fengxian and said threateningly, you'll live as long as he can hide. Su Fengxian. No, was this guy blackmailing her? Was she going to have to help him deal with the Han family's soldiers? Su Fengxian stuttered, I'm warning you, Gu Jiao said indifferently, the soft are afraid of the hard are afraid of the unreasonable, and the unreasonable are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. Guess which one I am? Su Fengxian's blood was stuck in her throat. Gu Qingfeng had a high fever for the entire night, and Gu Jiao stayed by his bed for the entire night. Before dawn, Gu Jiao took a carriage to Qianxiong Academy. At the entrance of the academy, she ran into Gu Shaoshan. Gu Shaoshan walked over with a bag of books. Sister, did you sleep in the young princess residence last night? No. This wasn't the place to talk. Gu Jiao looked around and said, I'll tell you later. Gu Shaoshan replied, oh. Gu Jiao planned to put the Horse King in the academy first and bring it back at night. She had only taken a few steps when someone called out to her. Are you Xiao Lulang? My master wants to see you. I'm not going. Gu Jiao said without thinking. That person said word by word, my master's surname is Han. Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks and handed the carriage to Gu Shaoshan. You go in first. My bag of books is in the carriage. Don't forget to bring it to Ming Xian Hall later. Okay. Gu Shaoshan took the reins obediently. Lead the way. Gu Jiao turned around and said to the young guard. The guard led Gu Jiao to a nearby alley. Han Che had been waiting in the alley for a long time. There were many guards of the Han family standing beside him. It was obvious that they didn't come with good intentions. In fact, the matter was quite simple. It was just a horse. They thought that Prince Ming would definitely be able to snatch Xiao Liulang's horse away. Who would have thought that a young princess would appear out of nowhere? Since Commandery Prince Ming was humiliated, he could only vent his anger on him. He blamed him for not understanding the situation and bullying the young commandery princess. Was this his fault? Wasn't it because Prince Ming couldn't defeat the young princess? Han Che didn't dare to say this. He was so angry that he couldn't sleep the entire night. He decided that no matter what, he had to get his hands on the horse. He couldn't bear this humiliation for nothing. Of course, he wasn't an unreasonable person. He would try peaceful means before resorting to force. Xiao Lulang, to tell you the truth, I want your horse. Name a price. Gu Jiao looked at him coldly. Why are you looking at me? It's your fortune that I want your horse. If not for this, do you think you have the right to talk to the Han family's legitimate son? Gu Jiao continued to look at him coldly. Han Che inexplicably felt that he was being stared at by a ferocious wolf. He felt a chill run down his spine and said angrily, Xiao Lulang, don't think that you have someone backing you up. The young princess is just a child. If Lord Yen Shan and the monarch find out that you used her, you will suffer a fate worse than death. If you sell the horse to me now and beg me, I might be able to let the Han family protect it on account of you kneeling down and licking my boots. Before he could finish his last word, Gu Jiao raised her leg and kicked him heavily onto the ground. The young man was like a demon. He stepped on Han Che's chest and said arrogantly, Do you think the Han family is so great? Chapter 668. Han Che brought a total of 6 guards from the Han family. Although they weren't as strong as the men of sacrifice, they were still top experts. However, from the moment Gu Jiao attacked until now, not a single one of them had reacted. They didn't know if it was because Gu Jiao's movements were too fast or because Gu Jiao's aura was too strong. Han Che's mouth let out a painful whimper. Only then did they regain their senses. They looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and charged at Gu Jiao. If it was 6 dragon shadow guards, Gu Jiao would hesitate. However, it was impossible for these guards to gain any advantage from Gu Jiao's hands. Gu Jiao used each of her hands as a hammer to smash them. In a few moves they were smashed until they spat out blood. Han Che could only watch helplessly as the guards he had brought along fell to the ground. His pupils constricted. But thinking about it carefully, this result wasn't too surprising. He had been practicing martial arts since he was young. Although he wasn't one of the top young masters in the aristocratic families, he was definitely not bad. However, when Xiao Lulang attacked him, he couldn't resist at all. What the hell is going on? How could a scholar from a lower country have such strong martial arts skills? In all fairness, it was true that Gu Jiao could fight. However, it was more because Han Che and his guards lacked experience. Han Che was only a young master of an aristocratic family. He wouldn't go to places that were too dangerous. The guards his father gave him naturally weren't vicious people. If it was Heir Han and his guards here, Gu Jiao wouldn't be able to deal with them so easily. Gu Jiao kicked Han Che again. Han Che was in so much pain that he almost fainted. He didn't understand. This brat was so young. How could he be so ruthless? Don't what? Gu Jiao hated people being noisy. Han Che was beaten to the point of doubting his life. He could feel from the bottom of his heart that Gu Jiao was not lying. She really did not put the Han family in her eyes. He really could not understand where a person from a lower country got the courage to go against an aristocratic family from a higher country. It was too late for others to kneel and lick his boots. In the clear heart hall of the Tianqiong Academy, Mu Qingchen had been waiting for a while. He always came late and was always the last in class. He belonged to the category of students who came in late. Gu Jiao was the complete opposite. Except for not studying hard, she always gave the teacher face in other aspects. She was never late, never skipped classes for no reason, and never missed homework. She had always arrived earlier than Mu Qingchen, but she was nowhere to be seen today. Her school bag had been brought over by Gu Shaoshan, and now it was sitting alone on her desk. Mu Qingchen frowned and looked at the back door. At this time, Teacher Jiang came over with the Analects of Confucius. Today, let's go. Before Mr. Jiang's voice had died away, a dashing little figure flashed in from the back door and sat beside Mu Qingchen. She took the book that Mu Qingchen had opened. Mr. Jiang looked over and saw that Mu Qingchen's desk was empty. Mr. Jiang frowned and asked, Mu Qingchen, where's your book? Mu Qingchen's mouth twitched. Gu Jiao pretended to return the book to him and said, I'll lend it to you. Fortunately, I brought 2 books with me. Then, she took out a copy of the Analects of Confucius from her school bag without changing her expression. Mu Qingchen. Mr. Jiang gave Mu Qingchen a warning look and started the class. Although Mu Qingchen had already experienced his deskmate's shamelessness, He did not expect her to be this shameless. He was at a loss for words. Everyone in the classroom read along. Mr. Jiang read one sentence and everyone followed suit. After reading, Mr. Jiang began to explain one by one. Mu Qingchen suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and asked Gu Jiao in a low voice, "What did you do?" Gu Jiao opened her book and said softly, "I met an acquaintance and greeted him in a friendly manner." Mu Qingchen frowned. Greetings were just greetings, but how could they be friendly? Why did it sound so strange when it came from Xiao Yulong's mouth? Did you cause any trouble? No. Something had provoked her. On the other hand, Han Che, who had been greeted by Gu Jiao, was escorted back to the Han residence by the servants. Han Che was covered with bruises and bruises all over his body. When he entered the residence, no one recognized him. The servants immediately called for a doctor and went to the main courtyard to report to Master Han. Master Han was receiving guests with his eldest son in the parlor. It was inconvenient for him to leave when the guests were present, so he asked his eldest son to come over first. Han Che was lying on his bed. The servant had just helped him change into a clean set of clothes. It was such a simple thing, but it was so painful that he almost died again. This was the scene that Crown Prince Han saw when he entered the room. His younger brother was lying on the bed in great pain, and all the servants in the room were helpless to do anything. "Crown Prince." A servant saw him and hurriedly bowed. The rest of the servants followed suit. Crown Prince Han walked to the bedside without a smile. What happened? When Han Che saw his elder brother, he suddenly felt wronged. He reached out his bruised hand and grabbed his elder brother's sleeve. "Elder brother, someone bullied me," Crown Prince Han said. "Tell him properly." With snot and tears, Han Che told the story of how he was beaten up. "I saw that Commandery Prince Ming was unhappy, so I wanted to persuade him not to go against Commandery Prince Ming, who knew that he would vent his anger on me. He even said that the Han family was so great. Elder brother. He didn't care about the Han family at all. A commoner wouldn't dare to do this. It must be Mu Qingchen's doing." The enmity between the Han family and the Mu family had been going on for a long time. After some thought, Han Che felt that Mu Qingchen was most likely behind all of this. Crown Prince Han looked at his younger brother seriously and said, "Don't blame everything on Mu Qingchen. He didn't have to go through so much trouble to deal with you." Han Che said angrily, "Did he deal with me? It's the Han family." He slapped the Han family's face. Crown Prince Han glanced at him and said, "I think you're quite strong. You didn't hit him hard." "How was it not hard? I was about to die. I was just angry." Han Che felt wronged. He was really about to be beaten to death. Xiao Lulang didn't seem like he didn't want to sell the horse. It was more like he had done something to offend Xiao Lulang. "He's taking it out on me?" Han Che choked. Crown Prince Han put his hands behind his back and looked at Han Che. "I've told you to stay away from your bad friends and stop causing trouble outside. You always turn a deaf ear to my words. This will teach you a lesson. Let's see if you dare to mess around in the future." Han Che couldn't believe it. "Elder brother, what do you mean? Aren't you going to avenge me? Are you just going to watch your only twin brother be humiliated like this?" There were many sons in the Han family. There were only two of them, Crown Prince Han and Han Che. Both brothers had high hopes and were raised strictly since they were young. However, Crown Prince Han was more outstanding in all aspects and had a calmer and colder personality. Crown Prince Han heard his brother's words and his eyes turned cold. "You went out to bully a subordinate and got bullied instead. You still have the face to ask me to avenge you?" Han Che choked. Crown Prince Han continued coldly, "You couldn't even win against a subordinate. If I were you, I would find a hole to hide in." Han Che didn't dare to utter a word. It had been like this since he was young. Other people's elder brothers would stand up for their younger brothers. Only his elder brother would always ask him to fight back. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them looked so similar, he would have doubted if he was his own brother. Han Che lowered his head and clenched his fists. Crown Prince Han looked at him coldly, turned around and walked out. "Crown Prince." After leaving the yard, Crown Prince Han's confidant walked over. Crown Prince Han asked, "Did you find out?" The confidant cupped his hands and said, "I've asked second young master's guards." It was indeed the student from Tianqiong Academy who started the fight. The reason was that the second young master had taken a fancy to a student's horse during the archery competition and wanted to take it for himself. However, he was worried that Mu Qingchen would protect the horse and he would not be able to get it. Thus, he mentioned it to Commandery Prince Ming. Commandery Prince Ming's horse was so good that he almost stole your Black Wind King. When Commandery Prince Ming heard that there was a horse as good as the Black Wind King, he was tempted and went to Tianxiong Academy to ask for the horse. However, the young princess suddenly appeared and ruined everything. She seemed to have reprimanded Commandery Prince Ming in public. Commandery Prince Ming felt humiliated and then vented his anger on Second Young Master. Today, Second Young Master. I'm afraid that other than asking for the horse, he also went to get back at Second Young Master. Crown Prince Han finished what the confidant didn't dare to say. He went to vent his anger on Commandery Prince Ming. Can you blame him for beating him? The confidant didn't dare to talk about Han Che. Crown Prince Han continued, however, that student was too arrogant. No matter what, Che is the legitimate son of the Han family. How could he humiliate the Han family like this? Moreover, he was too heavy-handed. Crown Prince Han frowned when he thought of the injuries on Han Che's body. Chapter 669. After the heavy rain, the grass field would take a few days to dry. Gu Jiao and the young princess agreed to teach her in 3 days. After school, Gu Jiao asked Gu Shaoshun to bring Horse King back first while she went to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion used to be a brothel, but because the girls had either redeemed themselves or left, only a few middle-aged women remained. As a result, the business couldn't continue, so they changed it to an opera house. However, it wasn't easy to run an opera house. They couldn't find suitable actors, so they had to rely on a group of old musicians. Not many rich young masters were willing to spend money to support them. The main door had been repaired, but it was a pity that it was cold and cheerless inside. Su Fengxian sat in the main hall and sighed. If this continued, her Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion would have to close down. Madam, that young master is here. Ginkgo whispered in Su Fengxian's ear. Which young master? Does he have money? Su Fengxian asked casually. Ginkgo replied, the young master from yesterday, the one who tore down the door. Upon hearing the door being opened, Su Fengxian shuddered and sat up straight. She looked towards the door and saw Gu Jiao striding in. Su Fengxian quickly stood up and looked at Gu Jiao with lingering fear. You're here to find that young brother, right? He's upstairs, he's awake. Gu Qingfeng was really good at taking beatings. After a day and a night of recuperation, he was able to wake up from his serious injuries. His fever had also subsided. When Gu Jiao entered the room, he was sitting on the bed, refusing to drink the medicine. The medicine was prescribed by Gu Jiao. The servants of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion had fetched the medicine and decocted it for him. Chinese medicine treated the root of the problem and could also regulate the body's constitution. Gu Jiao had instructed them to watch him drink it. What, are you afraid of bitterness? Gu Jiao's voice came from the door at a moderate pace. Gu Qingfeng was slightly stunned. He grabbed the bowl and gulped down the medicine. The maidservant was dumbfounded. She had been trying to persuade him for a long time, but he didn't drink a single mouthful. That young master really had a way. Thinking about it, the little young master was so fierce. If he didn't drink the medicine obediently, the little young master might beat him up. Gu Qingfeng was not worried that Gu Jiao would beat him up. Gu Qingfeng was so bitter that he wanted to stick out his tongue, but he held it in. He leaned against the cushion behind him and said indifferently, Why are you here? Don't you have class? He had been to the Puishui Alley. Of course, he knew the identity of Gu Jiao when she came to the Yen Kingdom. School is over. Gu Jiao came to the bedside and opened the first aid kit. Change the bandage. I'll change it myself, Gu Qingfeng said without looking sideways. Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently and put down the first aid kit unhurriedly. She pressed him against the head of the bed and changed the medicine inside and out. Unable to struggle at all, Gu Qingfeng, after changing the dressing, Gu Qingfeng turned into a young chick whose face was flushed red with anger. Gu Jiao started to tidy up the medical supplies on the table. She didn't ask why Gu Qingfeng came to the Yen Kingdom. Some things had to be done, but some things didn't have to be said. However, just because she didn't ask, it didn't mean that Gu Qingfeng thought that she wouldn't ask. As if to seize the opportunity, Gu Qingfeng sat on the bed and coughed lightly. He said seriously, I'm not here for you. I'm here for my big brother. My big brother also came to the Yen Kingdom. I'm worried that he'll be in danger. Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Qingfeng didn't remember what he said to Gu Jiao when he was confused by the fever. He even thought that he covered it up perfectly. You're not my sister. Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Qingfeng felt that he had punched cotton. However, as the #1 thief in Jiaodu, Fei Shuang had matured and practiced the ability to not be embarrassed by others. "How's Gu Yan?" He pretended to ask casually. "Gu Jiao, he's out of danger for now. If there's no accident, the operation will be scheduled next month." Gu Qingfeng frowned. "What do you mean by, if there's no accident?" Gu Jiao put the last used cotton swab into a porcelain bottle. "The operation room is in the State Preceptor Hall. The State Preceptor can only enter when he comes back. He's expected to come back next month." "I see." Gu Qingfeng nodded. Then Gu Qingfeng asked about Xiaoheng, Little Jingkong, and the others. Gu Jiao answered them one by one. Some people said that they didn't care, but they didn't let go of any details. "This is for you." Gu Qingfeng suddenly took out an oiled paper bag sealed with wax and handed it to Gu Jiao. "What is it?" Gu Jiao took it. "Princess Xinyang asked me to bring it to you," Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Jiao opened it and saw that it was a brand new safety charm. "Why did you give me another one?" she asked, puzzled. Gu Qingfeng snorted. "It's made of medicine. If you wear it for too long, the medicine will lose its effect. You have to change it regularly." Gu Jiao touched the safety charm around her neck. "I don't feel it." Gu Qingfeng said, "Wouldn't it be too late to change it when you feel it lose its effect?" "That's true." Gu Jiao put on the new safety charm. She didn't feel anything when she didn't compare it, but after wearing it, she felt a cool feeling in her heart. It seemed that the old safety charm really needed to be changed. Speaking of which, Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth but didn't know where to start. If Princess Xinyang hadn't told him about it, he wouldn't have known that this girl had such a secret. He finally understood why his elder brother wanted to sneak into the Yan kingdom. At that time, Gu Yan hadn't had a relapse. His elder brother didn't seek treatment for Gu Yan but for her. His elder brother wanted to cure her so that she wouldn't lose control. But usually, he couldn't tell. Maybe it was because he hadn't seen it before, so it was hard to imagine. "By the way, my elder brother also came to the Yan kingdom. Have you seen him?" "No." Gu Jiao shook her head. Gu Qingfeng said thoughtfully, "My elder brother came with the people from the underground martial arts arena. I don't know where they took him. My elder brother didn't know that you and Gu Yan were here. If he knew, he would definitely try to contact you." Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "He might not have come to Xingdu." Gu Qingfeng agreed. "That's true." His elder brother came to the Yan kingdom to treat this girl's illness. The Yan kingdom was so big and there were many capable people, but the most powerful one was the State Preceptor Hall. His elder brother would definitely come to the State Preceptor Hall. However, a master selected from the underground martial arts arena of a lower country might not be qualified to enter Xingdu. His elder brother had to fight his way up and defeat all the masters in front of him before he could enter the martial arts arena of Xingdu. This was his guess. If there was a martial arts arena in Xingdu, Tianxiang Pavilion was indeed a relatively safe place. Gu Qingfeng continued to rest. Gu Jiao came out of the Tianxiang Pavilion. After walking a few steps, she felt that someone was watching her. This was a kind of intuition that had been trained for a long time. The other party didn't reveal anything. She walked into a clothing store without saying a word. The shop's business was very good. The lady boss and the shop assistants were very busy. Gu Jiao took a set of ready-made women's clothes, put a piece of silver on the counter, and took off a veiled bamboo hat. Gu Jiao came out of the shop, and had become a slender and elegant girl wearing a veil. The line of sight was still there, but it wasn't staring at her. She expressionlessly walked towards the two people who were staring at her, and seemingly inadvertently bumped into one of them on the shoulder. "You." That person was furious. Seeing that it was a pretty little girl, his face turned red, and he cupped his hands and said, "Miss, I'm sorry." "It's okay." Gu Jiao curved her lips and said gently, "Can you let me pass?" The girl's voice was cold and clean, with the tenderness that belonged to her age. Hearing it, the two men's faces turned red. The two hurriedly moved to the side. Actually, the road was very wide, but who would refuse such a polite request from a girl? After Gu Jiao walked away, the two experts continued to stare at the shop for a long time. "Why hasn't he come out yet?" The expert who had been bumped into muttered. His companion was also puzzled. "Did he leave?" The expert said, "That's impossible. This shop doesn't have a back door. We even watched the windows. I didn't see him come out." His companion asked, "Could it be that he changed his clothes?" The expert said, "A total of 13 people went in just now and 5 came out. One was a pregnant woman, 2 were children, one was a gray-haired old woman, and one was the little girl just now. Which one do you think is him in disguise?" The pregnant woman, the child, and the old woman were all a family. The characteristics were too obvious and it was impossible to disguise them. As for the little girl, her voice was so pleasant. Their heir had asked them to watch a boy. His companion frowned. Forget it, let's go in and look. The two of them entered the clothing store and searched every corner, but there was no sign of that kid. His companion was dumbfounded. Did he grow wings and fly away? The expert suddenly touched his waist. My pouch. On the quiet street, Gu Jiao turned right into a quiet alley. As she walked, she took off her veil and outer garment. She weighed the pouch in her hand and opened it. Then she took out a token with her fair fingers. Han family? She faintly curved her lips, walked out of the alley, and threw the token into the pond by the side of the road. She poured out the gold ingots and silver fragments inside, and then threw the pouch away. Chapter 670. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. On the martial arts field in the back mountain of the Han family, Crown Prince Han swung his red-tasseled spear downwards, forcing his opponent to take a few steps back. After the opponent steadied himself, he saluted Crown Prince Han. Crown Prince, I've lost. Crown Prince Han was sweating profusely and panting slightly. He threw the red-tasseled spear in his hand to the guard beside him and said, "Leave, remember to heal your injuries." Yes. The man of sacrifice who had fought with Crown Prince Han left the martial arts field with the help of two guards. A servant came forward with a clean towel. Crown Prince Han took the towel and wiped the sweat off his face. He turned to the middle-aged man who had been watching the battle and said, "Second uncle, how was it?" The man who was called second uncle by Crown Prince Han was the second master of the Han family, Han Yong. Han Yong walked over with his hands behind his back. "You've improved compared to last month." Crown Prince Han quickly calmed his breathing. He was obviously not very satisfied with this result and continued to ask, "How is it compared to Shenyuan Cheng?" Shenyuan Cheng, the eldest son of the Shenyuan family, was a martial arts prodigy famous in the Six Nations. He had received the teachings of Shenyuan Li and was known as the only person who could catch up to the Shenyuan war god. Han Yong had once been under Shenyuan Cheng's command. Han Yong pondered for a moment and said, "You're still young. If you practice martial arts diligently, you may be able to reach Shenyuan Cheng's level. So I still can't surpass him." Crown Prince Han stretched out his hand to the guard holding the red-tasseled spear. The guard understood and passed the spear to him with both hands. Crown Prince Han practiced another round of spear techniques. Every move was full of murderous intent. After practicing, he was not satisfied. He frowned and said, "It's still not as good as Shenyuan Li's divine weapon." Han Yong smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. Shenyuan Cheng may not be as powerful as you when he was your age. He went to the battlefield early and killed his way through piles of corpses. What you lack is just some opportunities to gain experience." Crown Prince Han threw the red-tasseled spear to his guard again. The red-tasseled spear was too heavy. The guard staggered a few steps and almost couldn't catch it. Han said, "Are there any new masters in Chengdu recently?" Han Yong said, "Are you talking about the underground martial arts field?" "Not yet, but when I do I'll inform you so that you can compete. Actually, the Han family's men of sacrifice aren't bad either. It's just that their methods are different and they aren't the most suitable opponents. Regardless of the martial arts level of the men of sacrifice, they were not the most suitable sparring partners. Fighting with them only stimulated the instinct to kill, not the progress of martial arts." Han Yong continued, "It's already hard to find a worthy opponent in Chengdu. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." "Alright, I almost forgot to tell you something." Crown Prince Han said, "Second uncle, please speak." Han Yong said, "The emperor's birthday is coming. The imperial concubine has sent a message from the palace, asking you two brothers to enter the palace for the banquet." Crown Prince Han paused and said, "With Chair's injuries, I'm afraid he won't be able to go." Han Yong smiled. "You can go too." Crown Prince Han did not say whether he would go or not. Instead he asked, "Isn't the monarch's birthday approaching? Why is there a birthday banquet all of a sudden?" The emperor and the crown princess had the same birthday. Ever since the crown princess colluded with the Shenyuan family to rebel, the emperor's birthday banquet had never been organized. Han Yong smiled and shook his head. "Who knows? Our emperor is temperamental and his mind is strange. No one can guess what he's thinking." Crown Prince. While they were talking, the two masters who were sent to spy on them returned. They were Crown Prince Han's personal bodyguards. One was called Sun Feng and the other was called Jianghu. The one who stole the purse was Sun Feng. The two of them bowed to Crown Prince Han. Crown Prince Han looked at the two of them who were covered in dirt and asked lightly, "Why are you back so early? Where's the person I asked you to follow?" The two of them looked at each other. Sun Feng braced himself and said, We lost him." "Lost him?" Crown Prince Han was slightly surprised. "How can the two of you lose him?" The two of them blushed with shame. They were Crown Prince Han's trusted bodyguards. Their abilities were not small. They had helped Crown Prince Han many times and rarely failed. Today they were careless. Sun Feng's purse was also stolen. Jianghu said. Sun Feng glared at Jianghu. "Didn't I tell you not to mention this? The dignified bodyguards of the Han family actually let a thief steal his purse? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if word got out?" Sun Feng already understood that the purse was stolen by the little girl. But even so, he and Jianghu did not associate her with the boy they were supposed to follow. After all, one was a woman and the other was a man. Crown Prince Han looked at the two of them coldly. "Go and receive your punishment." "Yes." The two of them bowed and left. Han Yong asked, "Who is so powerful that he actually threw off your men?" Crown Prince Han said lightly, "A student from a lower country. He has some skills and even defeated Che. I want to see if there's anyone behind him." "Oh." So Che was injured by a person from a lower country. Han Yong was angry and amused. Bullying the Han family's legitimate son. Isn't this provoking the Almighty? There are not many people in Chengdu who have the guts to do this. It's either the Mu family or the Nangong family. The Mu family had old grievances and the Nangong family was fighting for military power. Crown Prince Han looked at the flowers in the garden and said, "He is indeed Mu Qingqian's classmate, but Mu Qingqian would not do this. Mu Qingqian will only come for me and not Che." Han Yong touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "Then only the Nangong family is left." Crown Prince Han frowned slightly. "The Nangong family?" Han Yong nodded and said bluntly, "Yes, the Nangong family has always wanted our Black Wind Cavalry and we have always coveted their military power. It's only a matter of time before we face them." Crown Prince Han pondered for a moment and said, "Why do I feel that it's not the Nangong family?" Han Yong said, "Other than the Nangong family, who else would come to deal with the Han family? The Wang family? The Wang family has no intention of doing this." As he said this, he saw that his nephew was still deep in thought. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you think he has the guts to provoke the Han family? Not to mention that he is just a country person. Even a young master of a Shangguan family can't compete with the entire Han family by himself. As long as he is not crazy, he will not do this. Moreover, don't you think it's strange that a few students suddenly came from the Zhao kingdom? There have never been any students from the Zhao kingdom in the Yan kingdom." Crown Prince Han frowned. "Do you mean that they were sent by the Nangong family?" Han Yong said again, "Do you remember that one of General Nangong's arms was cut off by bandits?" Crown Prince Han said, "Yes." Han Yong sneered. General Nangong did not return to his hometown to worship his ancestors. He secretly went to the Zhao kingdom. His arm was not injured by bandits. I don't know what happened exactly. However, not long after he returned to Chengdu, these people from the Zhao kingdom came. Do you think it's a coincidence? After Gu Jiao returned to the house, she told her family about Gu Qingfeng's visit to Chengdu. Everyone in the family was surprised. "He doesn't have a travel permit. How did he come?" Madame Nan asked. "Could it be?" Gu Jiao nodded. "He was marked as a slave." Madame Nan sucked in a breath of cold air. The servant of the Gu family was too cruel. In order to come to Chengdu, he did not hesitate to mark him as a slave. This mark would stay with him for a lifetime. "Is he okay?" Madame Nan asked. Gu Jiao said, "He found a suitable hiding place. He is fine for now." This child? Madame Nan did not know what to say. The children of the Gu family were really stubborn. Once they decided on something, they would do it at all costs. For example, Gu Jiao wanted to cure Gu Changqing. For example, Gu Jiao wanted to cure Gu Yan. Now there was Gu Qingfeng. However, this was not a bad thing for Gu Jiao and Gu Yan. The two of them had no relatives in Chengdu. It was always good to have more helpers. 2 days later, Gu Jiao went to Yan Shanjuan's residence. The young commandery princess still got on the horse fearfully. Gu Jiao did not hesitate to grab her onto the horse. She finished the riding lesson while crying. In the next few days, "You don't have to." The young commandery princess cried until she hiccuped. She stopped crying after getting off the horse, but the hiccups did not stop. "Tell me slowly," Gu Jiao said. "I'm slowly." The young commandery princess hiccuped again. She felt that it was better to keep it short. "I can't go to class. Uncle Jun is going to birthday. My father is not here. I'm going to go to the banquet for him." In fact, there was still some time before Uncle His Majesty's birthday banquet, but she had to move into the palace in advance, so she could not go to class for the time being. This was exactly what Gu Jiao wanted. Because Gu Jiao was about to prepare for the next boxing competition, there was a high probability that she would not have time to teach her. Then when the young commandery prince is not busy, we will learn how to ride a horse. Tado. The young commandery princess immediately covered her mouth. She was famous for being eloquent, but she was still too young. There were some words that she could not pronounce very well. Gu Jiao curved her lips and stretched out her finger. She did not mention her pronunciation. The young commandery princess also stretched out her small finger and hooked it with Gu Jiao's. The night before the boxing competition, Wu Fuzi, as usual, took Gu Jiao and the others to the same inn as last time. When Mu Chuan entered the inn, he couldn't help but grumble, "Didn't we win last time? Why are we still staying in such a shabby inn? Wasn't this because of the lack of funds?" To be honest, the academy did allocate a little more money, but this year's boxing competition was particularly popular, causing the price of the inn to rise again and again. Wu Fuzi patted his chest and said, "I promise you, as long as you win this round, I will pay for a better inn out of my own pocket for the finals." Mu Chuan pursed his lips, obviously not believing him. Wu Fuzi looked at the other students, who also had a look of doubt. Wu Fuzi tried to salvage the situation. "What's wrong with this inn? There's a lantern festival tonight. It's nearby. I specially picked this inn. I'll allow you to go and look at the lanterns tonight. Come back before 9 p.m. This was the biggest concession Wu Fuzi could make. Mu Chuan suddenly became interested. He moved closer to Gu Jiao and went upstairs with Gu Jiao. "Hey Lulang, you haven't been to the Lantern Festival in Chengdu yet, right?" "Yes." Gu Jiao stepped upstairs. Mu Chuan smiled and said, "Let's go and have a look later?" "Okay." Gu Jiao agreed. Mu Chuan turned around and looked at Mu Qingchen behind him. "Fourth brother, are you going?" "Forget it, you definitely won't go." His fourth brother was not interested in the lanterns. They went up to the second floor. Mu Qingchen pushed open the door of his room and looked in Gu Jiao's direction. "See you at the door." Mu Chuan was stunned. Fourth brother was going to go? He had lived for a long time, but there was a day when his fourth brother would go to the Lantern Festival? Zhao Wei and Yuan Shao also had nothing to do, so they gathered at the door. Wu Fuzi was also there. Mu Chuan's smile froze. "Wu Fuzi, what are you doing here?" Wu Fuzi said seriously, "I thought about it and decided to go with you guys. Otherwise I'll be worried." Mu Chuan was speechless. Wu Fuzi did not lie about the lanterns. They were indeed near the inn. They just had to walk 100 steps and turn a corner. The entire street was filled with colorful lanterns. On both sides of the street were stalls with colorful lanterns hanging on them. The peddlers were selling the lanterns while yelling with all their might. Pedestrians had already rushed over, and the crowd was moving shoulder to shoulder. However, the street was busy but not chaotic. It was noisy but not noisy. There were many pedestrians but not crowded. It was orderly. Not all of the lanterns here were bought with silver. There were also lanterns that were given for guessing riddles or reciting poems. Gu Jiao liked crowds. She felt a sense of novelty, just like a child seeing a new toy, even though she was a very quiet person by nature. "Young master, buy a lantern." On the side, an old woman said kindly to Gu Jiao, who was passing by. Gu Jiao stopped and looked at the lantern the old woman handed to her. She blinked curiously. It was beautiful. The old woman saw that she liked it, so she picked up another one. "This is a new lotus lantern made by my wife. Buy it together. It's 10 copper coins cheaper." The lotus lantern was beautiful too. Gu Jiao looked at it. Oh, there was also the peach blossom lantern. The peach blossom lantern was beautiful too. Mu Qingchen looked at her strangely. "You're not going to buy a lantern, are you? Why would a man buy a lantern? It was enough to walk around. Even if he bought one, it would be a gift from a scholar. How could a man not let go?" So, Gu Jiao sighed and touched the peach blossom lantern in front of her. She could not ruin her image. She could not buy a lantern, especially a pink one. She reluctantly put the lantern back. Suddenly, a slender, jade-like hand reached over. The jade-like fingertips picked up a silver coin and placed it on the stall. Then a clean and low voice slowly sounded beside Gu Jiao. I want this peach blossom lantern. Gu Jiao turned her head. The other party was wearing a silver mask that covered half of his face. Only his soft lips and delicate chin were exposed as well as his deep eyes. The night wind blew gently from his side. The familiar aura on his body faintly enveloped Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was stunned. Mu Qingchen saw Gu Jiao's reaction and frowned unconsciously. He looked at the young man who suddenly appeared and was about to ask Gu Jiao to leave. At this moment, the old man who was selling the lanterns was hanging up the newly made lanterns. However, he lost his balance and fell onto the stall. The lantern in his hand flew out. Seeing that the lantern was about to hit Gu Jiao, Mu Qingchen hurriedly reached out to block it. Almost at the same time he made his move, the young man also raised his hand to block the lantern. The difference was that his other hand pulled Gu Jiao into his embrace to protect her. However, Gu Jiao did not resist and just threw herself into his arms. Was it an illusion or something else? Her little head even rubbed against the other party's chest. Are you okay? Mu Qingchen heard the other party ask softly. I'm fine. He heard Gu Jiao answer softly. It was not her usual cold and unruly tone. Instead, it was a feeling that he could not describe. In just a moment, the two of them separated. Thank you for your help, young master. Gu Jiao said politely. Xiaoheng picked up the peach blossom lantern in his hand and said gently, It's nothing. I feel like old friends with you at first sight. This lantern is for you. It's my pleasure. Gu Jiao took the lantern. I'll give you one too. Xiaoheng nodded with a smile. Okay. Gu Jiao bought a pink lotus flower lantern. This was also her favorite. Here. Mu Qingchen would not accept the lantern that only women like, and he felt that the other party would not either. However, Xiaoheng accepted it without hesitation and thanked him sincerely. Thank you for the lantern. Since we feel like old friends at first sight and even exchanged gifts, why don't we go together? Mu Qingchen, no. Okay. Gu Jiao said straightforwardly. There were jugglers in front of them, and Mu Chuan and the others had already run over to watch the fun. Mu Qingchen and the other two walked on the long street unhurriedly. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng each carried a lantern, and they looked very compatible. But they are obviously men, Mu Qingchen thought. Where's Jing Kong? Gu Jiao asked Xiaoheng with her eyes. Xiaoheng whispered. He was called by the teacher to make up lessons. Mu Qingchen asked, Are you from Chengdu? Xiaoheng was very talented in languages, and his accent was even better than the locals. Yes, Xiaoheng said. Mu Qingchen asked again, May I know your name? Xiaoheng said, Long Yi. Mu Qingchen, what's this name? Xiaoheng ignored Mu Qingchen's strange behavior and turned to Gu Jiao. Are you hungry? The dumplings over there are very good. Yes, Gu Jiao said. The three of them went to the stall selling bean curd and found an empty table to sit down. Mu Qingchen and Xiaoheng faced each other. I'm not hungry. You guys eat. Mu Qingchen said. The son of the first wife of the Mu family couldn't eat roadside stalls. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng each ordered a bowl of cabbage and meat dumplings. Then something strange happened again. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng reached for the seasonings on the table at the same time. Gu Jiao took vinegar and Xiaoheng took spicy oil. Gu Jiao put the vinegar in front of Xiaoheng, and Xiaoheng put the spicy oil in front of Gu Jiao. Mu Qingchen. The novel will be updated faster. Chapter 671. What are you two doing? One gives each other vinegar, the other gives each other chili oil. Isn't it enough that they gave each other lanterns? Mu Qingchen felt that this scene was very annoying. At the same time he felt a little full. He hadn't eaten dinner. He can't eat spicy food. Mu Qingchen took the chili oil from Gu Jiao. Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was about to say something when Mu Qingchen glanced at her. Do you want your hemorrhoids to act up again? Gu Jiao was speechless. Can't you get over this? Yes, just a spoonful. Gu Jiao quickly poured half of it into the bowl. Mu Qingchen couldn't stop her in time. The dumplings tasted really good, especially after the chili oil was poured on them. Gu Jiao ate with satisfaction. Both of them were eating and only Mu Qingchen sat there. Mu Qingchen didn't want to stare at them, but his eyes couldn't help but fall on them. Gu Jiao was stuttering as she ate. Her cheeks were puffed up and she looked inexplicably cute. Mu Qingchen frowned. Why would he think that a man was cute? He must be crazy. He again looked at that uninvited guest, Long Yi. The way Long Yi ate, however, didn't need to be described as cute. He was refined and elegant, and his every movement revealed a noble aura. Mu Qingchen didn't believe that this was not an etiquette that was cultivated since childhood. However, no matter how hard Mu Qingchen racked his brains, he couldn't associate the man in front of him with any aristocratic family in Xingdu. Was he not from Xingdu? No, his accent was from Xingdu, and he admitted it himself. While Mu Qingchen was puzzled, Mu Chuan and the other two came over. Fourth brother. Lu Lang. Gu Jiao didn't look up when she heard Lu Lang. Instead, Xiao Heng glanced at Mu Chuan. Mu Qingchen frowned. I didn't call you. Lu Lang, why are you ignoring me when I'm calling you? Mu Chuan came to the table and said bitterly. Gu Jiao sucked on a dumpling and said without changing her expression, I'm busy. He would never admit that he didn't react in time. Are you full? Xiao Heng asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, you can eat a little more. Shengdu was good at everything, but the portions of the dishes were always exquisite. Xiao Heng chuckled softly and said, leave some for those who suffer. I'm okay. Gu Jiao readily agreed. Mu Qingchen's frown deepened. He had known Gu Jiao for so long, but he had never seen Gu Jiao so easygoing. Mu Chuan looked at Xiao Heng strangely and asked, Lu Lang, who is this? Gu Jiao introduced, he's a friend I just met. His name is Long Yi. So you're Lu Lang. Xiao Heng covered up the loophole that they didn't finish introducing each other. Gu Jiao said in all seriousness, yes, my surname is Xiao and my name is Lu Lang. They're my classmates. I'm Mu Chuan. Yuan Xiao. Zhao Wei. The three of them introduced themselves one by one. Mu Qingchen didn't show any intention of getting acquainted with Long Yi from beginning to end, so he didn't introduce himself. However, just because he didn't say anything didn't mean that Mu Chuan wouldn't say anything. Mu Chuan smiled and said, the three of us are Liu Long's classmates. My fourth brother is also Liu Long's roommate. Xiao Heng's face sank as soon as he said that. Gu Jiao, who was drinking dumpling soup, inexplicably felt a chill down her spine. What was with the illusion that the backyard was on fire again? Gu Jiao quickly put down the bowl and said, I've never lived in a dormitory before. Xiao Heng's expression relaxed. Mu Qingchen looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. Gu Jiao coughed softly and stood up. I'm full. Let's go. Alright, where's Wu Fuzi? She had the ability to change the topic. Mu Chuan said, he went to watch the juggling show. We secretly came here. What was the point of going to the lantern show with Wu Fuzi? Of course they had to sneak away. There's a poetry gathering over there. Let's go take a look. Zhao Wei suggested. They were students of the Institute of Literature, so they were quite interested in poetry gatherings. Gu Jiao just wanted to put out the fire in the backyard as soon as possible, so she naturally wouldn't disagree. The group gladly went. Xiao Heng walked on Gu Jiao's left, and Mu Qingchen walked on Gu Jiao's right. Her left and right were occupied, so Mu Chuan and the other two could only follow behind them. Zhao Wei suddenly whispered, Hey, don't you think the three of them are a little strange? What's strange? Mu Chuan asked. Yeah, what's strange? Yuan Xiao also asked. Zhao Wei looked at the backs of the three men and frowned. I don't know. It's just, the three of them. It's quite crowded. Yuan Xiao looked at the three of them and said, the three of us are quite crowded too. The street is only so wide and there are so many people. It'll be strange if it's not crowded, right? Zhao Wei said, it's different between us and them. Yuan Xiao asked stupidly, how is it different? Zhao Wei scratched his head. Sai, why would I ask you if I could tell? Forget it. Zhao Wei sighed. Zhao Wei was more meticulous, but he couldn't compare to Mu Chuan and Yuan Zhao's carelessness. Compared to observing whether the three men were crowded or not, the two of them were more interested in the lanterns on the street. The folkways of the Yen Kingdom were relatively open among the 6 countries. There was no lack of women on the street who strolled around with lanterns. The men rarely carried lanterns because it always felt a little out of place. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao were exceptions. The way the two of them carried lanterns together was as beautiful as a painting. The group arrived at the poetry gathering. This was probably the largest poetry gathering on the street. It was hosted by a restaurant. Not only were there poems, but there were also lantern riddles, couplets, and 8-legged essays. The lantern riddles were the simplest, and the lanterns rewarded were also the most ordinary. The lantern for the first place was a gourd made of gold leaf. The gourd had to be made of real gold thread. It was expensive and exquisite. This lantern was not for sale. Only the most outstanding 8-legged essay was qualified to take it away. Gu Jiao looked at the gourd lantern and her eyes lit up. It was golden and shiny. Jing Kong would definitely like it. Do you want it? Xiao Heng whispered in her ear. His warm breath made her earlobe slightly itchy. She pulled her little ear and nodded her head. Xiao Heng walked over. The lobby of the first floor was full of scholars who were writing 8-legged essays. Xiao Heng found a table in the corner and sat down. Why did Long Yi go in? Mu Chuan asked. Guessing lantern riddles, composing poems, and couplets could be done outside. In any case, Mu Chuan only wanted to guess a few lantern riddles. Soon Mu Qingchen also walked in. Fourth brother? Mu Chuan was dumbfounded. He looked at that golden gourd lantern hanging at the entrance and thought, is this lantern so beautiful? Fourth brother also wants it? Mu Qingchen didn't sit together with Xiao Heng. He specially chose a table that was 3 or 4 seats away from Xiao Heng. The two of them calmly started writing. Not long after, they attracted the attention of everyone. A scholar who was writing 8-legged essay at a table beside the window patted his companion at the front table and asked, Look, isn't that person young Master Qingchen? As soon as he said that, not only did his 2 companions at the front table stop writing, but the rest of the people also looked in the direction he was pointing. Another person recognized Mu Qingchen and whispered, It really seems to be him. No way, right? Why is young Master Qingchen also here? Is he the one who sent lanterns? Is he here to cause trouble? Yeah, he's the head of the 4 great young masters. If he's here to write 8-legged essays, what can we do? At least half of the people who were still writing at a high speed put down their pens. Just the title of young Master Qingchen was enough to extinguish their fighting spirit, okay? Gu Jiao and the others guessed many lantern riddles while waiting outside. They won a lot of lanterns and gave them to the girls who passed by. The news of Mu Qingchen's presence gradually spread, and more people came to watch. Finally, after a gong sounded, the restaurant's manager walked out with a smile and personally took down the golden gourd lantern. Someone won first place. Who is it? Who is it? I don't know. It must be young Master Qingchen. The manager glanced around the crowd and walked toward Gu Jiao with the lantern. He said politely, Are you Xiao Lulang, young Master Xiao? I am. Gu Jiao said. The manager handed the lantern to Xiao Lulang with both hands. Congratulations on winning the lantern, young Master Xiao. Someone in the crowd said unhappily, He didn't go in to write essays. The manager looked at Gu Jiao with a smile. The essay written by young Master Zhao's friend was praised by Grand Secretary Yang. He deserves to be the winner tonight. Young Master Zhao's friend asked me to give this lantern to young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao, please accept it. Gu Jiao took the lantern. Only then did the crowd realize that the manager had just mentioned Grand Secretary Yang. Oh my God. Grand Secretary Yang is here. If I knew Grand Secretary Yang was here, I would have gone in to write essays too. If I could get some advice from him, my life would be worth it. Grand Secretary Yang was a leading figure in the literary circle of the Yan Kingdom. Everyone who came to Chengdu to study was eager to be his student. Unfortunately, Grand Secretary Yang rarely accepted students in private. Soon Xiao Heng and Mu Qingchen came out. The two of them walked toward Gu Jiao. Seeing that Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen knew each other and that they were both wearing the uniform of the Tianqiong Academy, the crowd was surprised. A scholar said, I told you it was young Master Qingchen. Only his works are worthy of Grand Secretary Yang's attention. In the wing room on the 2nd floor, Grand Secretary Yang was sitting on a cushion. On the desk in front of him were several pieces of 8-part essay that had just been collected from the hall. Opposite Grand Secretary Yang sat an elegant middle-aged man. Grand Secretary, you have read it several times. The middle-aged man said with a smile, Is it really so amazing? Elder Yang stroked his beard and said, Ever since Prince Jing, I haven't seen such a brilliant literary talent. Now it's Duke and Crown Prince Jing was the title many years ago. The middle-aged man said with a smile, Isn't it too high to be mentioned in the same breath as Dukin? Who is it? Grand Secretary Yang looked at the name under the essay and said with a strange expression, Long Yi. Gu Jiao and the others walked on the busy street. Now she had 2 lanterns, a pink peach blossom lantern and a golden gourd lantern, which attracted many people's attention. Lulang, your lantern is so beautiful. Yuan Shao pointed at the gourd lantern in Gu Jiao's right hand and said. Of course it was a gift from her husband. Mu Qingchen looked at Xiao Heng suspiciously. Who is this person? Dried meat. Fresh and delicious dried meat. A hawker's shout came from not far away. Xiao Heng said to Gu Jiao, You go first. I'll buy some dried meat. After he left, Mu Qingchen blurted out, Do you like dried meat? Was a strange question. Even Mu Qingchen was surprised. Why did he subconsciously think that Long Yi did everything for Xiao Lulang? Gu Jiao inexplicably felt that she had to answer this question carefully. At this moment, Mu Chuan found a new lantern riddle-guessing stall. He waved at them. "Fourth brother Lulang, come here." "Lulang, let's go and have a look," Yuan Shao urged. Gu Jiao was successfully taken away by the two. Mu Qingchen asked Long Yi. The place selling dried meat was not far away. It was in front of a ready-made clothing store diagonally across the street. The business was good. There were many people waiting in line. Xiaoheng stood at the end of the line. Xiaoheng waited patiently. He was not used to wearing a mask. He pushed it with his hand, but the mask accidentally fell off. He bent down and picked up the mask on the ground with his slender fingers. He gently patted the dust off the mask. At the same time, a woman walked out of the ready-made clothing store with an embroidered basket. The woman's clothes were not too luxurious, but her bearing and temperament were not comparable to ordinary women. She walked past the stall selling meat and got into a carriage on the side of the road. Perhaps the fragrance of the dried meat was too alluring. The woman could not help but look at the stall. With just one glance, she froze. The carriage started to move. The woman lost her balance and fell backward. The curtain in her hand fell with a bang. "Stop the carriage! Stop the carriage!" she shouted. The coachman stopped the carriage. The little girl in the carriage asked, "Aunt, what's wrong? Did you leave something in the store? Should I go and get it?" The woman did not answer her. Instead, she lifted her skirt and hurriedly got out of the carriage. She came to the stall selling dried meat and pushed away the men in the line one by one. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Everyone cursed. The woman muttered in a daze, "Where is he? Where is he?" The little girl came over and asked, "Aunt, who are you looking for?" The woman said with disappointment, "His Highness Zhangsun. I saw His Highness Zhangsun." The little girl looked around and said in a low voice, "Aunt, are you seeing things? His Highness Zhangsun is no longer in Xingdu. He went with the crown princess to guard the imperial mausoleum." Chapter 672. All the Xiaoheng bought 2 flavors of dried meat. One was spicy and the other was honey sesame. In addition, he also bought a bag of vegetarian dried meat made of tofu for little Jing Kong. He found Gu Jiao in front of the lantern riddles stall and handed the 2 boxes of dried meat to her. Gu Jiao tried a piece of spicy dried meat first. It was sweet and spicy with a slight numbness, and the texture was very rich. "You try one too." Gu Jiao handed the box to Xiaoheng. In order to make it easier for Gu Jiao to eat, Xiaoheng took all the lanterns in Gu Jiao's hand. Xiaoheng raised the lanterns in his hand, indicating to Gu Jiao that he had no hands. In the end, Gu Jiao took a piece of dried meat and fed it directly to him. Xiaoheng ate it with a smile. "Is it good?" Gu Jiao asked. "It's good," he said as he looked at her deeply. Mu Qingchen's eyes hurt, and he was extremely irritated. There seemed to be a strange atmosphere between the two of them, as if no one could get in between them. Xiaoheng bought a lot of dried meat and Mu Chuan and the others also tried the dried meat. The 3 of them had a good impression of Xiaoheng. He was good at writing, talented, generous, had a sense of propriety and had a good conversation style. He was a person they could make friends with. Mu Chuan held a box of dried meat and asked while eating, "Mr. Long, which academy are you studying in? Is your academy participating in the boxing competition?" Although Xiaoheng was wearing a mask, his eyes and voice were very young. Coupled with his talent, Mu Chuan could tell that he was a student. Xiaoheng said, "I'm not studying in the academy." Mu Chuan sighed. "What a pity. I wanted to invite you to watch the boxing competition." Yuan Shao said, "Even if you're not a student of the academy, you can still watch it. Mr. Long, if you're free tomorrow, please come over." Xiaoheng smiled and nodded. "Okay." Mu Qingchen glanced at them coldly and said, "So you know that there's a boxing competition. It's getting late, so we should go back." Mu Chuan begged, "Don't, fourth brother. Let's play a little longer. I haven't won enough lanterns yet." Mu Qingchen said coldly, "You've already given away the lanterns you won. What's the point of winning more?" Mu Chuan pursed his lips. He wanted to struggle a little more, but Wu Fuzi came looking for him. This time, the few of them were completely hopeless and could only obediently be brought back to the inn by Wu Fuzi. Wu Fuzi stared at them with his fiery eyes. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng did not have a loving farewell. They separated as if nothing had happened. After returning to the inn, Gu Jiao pushed open the door to her room. Mu Qingchen suddenly asked, "Is this really the first day you two met?" Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, "Yes." Mu Qingchen wanted to say something but hesitated. On second thought, even if the two of them were old friends, it was not his business. "Go back to sleep," he said indifferently and stepped into the room. Gu Jiao put the two lanterns on the bedside, washed up and went to sleep. The next day the group went to Lingbo Academy under Wu Fuzi's lead after breakfast. Wu Fuzi drew lots in the attic as usual. He went to Tianqiong Academy's room with a serious expression. Mu Chuan asked, "Wu Fuzi, which academy are we fighting against? Lingbo Academy or Canaan Academy?" At this point only 3 academies were left. Who would have thought that Wu Fuzi would shake his head and say, "Neither"? Everyone was shocked. Mu Chuan was flabbergasted. "And no?" "Oh." Wu Fuzi said with a serious expression, "It's Shaolin Academy." Gu Jiao understood that Shaolin Academy did not participate in the previous matches. It was because Mount Song Academy and Black Bamboo Academy fought and caused trouble. Both of them were kicked out of the competition, so there was an extra place for them to advance. As for why they did not choose from the eliminated teams, they had to ask the organizer. Gu Jiao asked, "Do the other academies have any objections?" Wu Fuzi said, "The eliminated academies have no objections. Maybe it's because they were defeated by Shaolin Academy before. Shaolin Academy was last year's champion." Wu Fuzi was relieved when he learned that they did not participate this year. Who knew that what he feared would happen? How did we end up fighting against them? It's the first match. Wu Fuzi's morale dropped. "Are the students of Shaolin Academy all monks?" Yuan Shao asked curiously. Wu Fuzi shook his head. "No, there are monks, lay disciples and ordinary people." Yuan Shao asked again, "Are there ordinary people among the people who bowed?" Wu Fuzi shook his head again. "No, they are all first-class monks." Yuan Shao was speechless. Everyone was speechless. Tianqiong Academy was the first match. After the lots were drawn, they began to prepare for the match. On the other side, the spectators entered the arena one after another. Xiao Heng sat on his personal viewing platform. Beside him were his 3 schoolmates. Commandery Prince Ming's maidservant was attentively attending to them. Prince Ming was also here today. However, just like the first time, he did not appear on the grandstand. Instead, he was in a wing room on the highest floor of the attic. The view here was broad and they could see the entire arena. However, the people in the arena could not see them. There was another person sitting beside Prince Ming. "Cousin, please have some tea," Prince Ming said politely. Crown Prince Han picked up the teacup and took a sip. Crown Prince Han was the most outstanding descendant of the Han family. Prince Ming did not dare to treat him like how he treated Han Che. Prince Ming was very polite. There was even a hint of respect in his voice. "Cousin, why did you come to watch the match today?" "I just wanted to take a look," Crown Prince Han said. Although he said so, he had been looking for Tianqiong Academy since the beginning. He did not know how the lots were drawn in the attic, so he could not tell which match Tianqiong Academy was in. However, he saw Dean Tsin and a few students of Tianqiong Academy on the grandstand. One of them was even in a wheelchair. Speaking of wheelchairs, he glanced around and saw a group of people from the Duke's mansion entering the arena. He looked at a man in luxurious clothes who walked out from behind the crowd. "That is Second Master Jing." Commandery Prince Ming followed his gaze and said, "That's right." Second Master Jing took a few steps forward. Crown Prince Han did not see clearly because someone was blocking his path. When he was far away from the crowd, he saw that Second Master Jing was pushing a wheelchair. He asked suspiciously, "Is the person in the wheelchair Dukin?" "Yes, it is him," Prince Ming replied. "He is really awake." Crown Prince Han had heard some rumors. However, he did not believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. Prince Ming sneered and said, "He has been awake for a few days. I heard that the disciple of Dr. Luo of the Chen Kingdom woke him up. However, he is still unable to speak or write. In my opinion, he is no different from a zombie." Crown Prince Han's target was not Dukin, so he quickly looked away. The people from Tianqiong Academy entered the arena. Mu Qingchen was still the center of attention. Everywhere he went, there were cheers and screams. However, Crown Prince Han did not look at him. His gaze fell on the young man behind Mu Qingchen. Crown Prince Han was so far away that he could not see the iconic birthmark clearly. However, when he saw the young man, Crown Prince Han was sure that he was the arrogant guy from the lower kingdom that Han Che had mentioned. The young man was riding on a horse. He looked valiant. He exuded an arrogant and unruly aura. Prince Ming said, "Cousin, why do you think His Majesty suddenly held a birthday banquet? Isn't this a taboo for him?" This was not only the birthday of the emperor, but also the birthday of the crown princess. At the same time, it was also the day that the crown princess was demoted to a commoner. He felt unlucky just thinking about it. Crown Prince Han stared at Gu Jiao without blinking and said casually, "Then it's no longer a taboo." No longer a taboo could mean forgiveness, but it could also mean forgetting. While Commandery Prince Ming was thinking about Crown Prince Han's words, the people from the Shaolin Academy entered the arena. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Obviously, they were also very surprised and expressed deep sympathy for the Tianqiong Academy. Tianqiong Academy is going against Shaolin Academy. Isn't it hopeless? Shaolin Academy was last year's champion. They even defeated the Imperial family's team. Tianqiong Academy is no match for them. What a pity. I didn't want Tianqiong Academy to lose. I wanted to watch a few more matches, but now it's impossible for them not to lose. What bad luck. Why is Tianqiong Academy against Shaolin Academy out of the 3 academies? The people from Tianqiong Academy were Mu Qingchen, Gu Jiao, Mu Chuan, and Zhao Wei. Yuan Shao was the second to enter the arena. They rode their horses all the way here, so they naturally heard the discussions. Mu Chuan whispered to Gu Jiao, "Don't listen to their nonsense. We will definitely win." The monks from Shaolin Academy rode their horses over and lined up in front of Tianqiong Academy. They wore monk robes and were tall and sturdy. They looked dignified and ferocious, which reminded people of the Vajra Buddha statues in temples. They were not easy to deal with. Mu Qingchen had never looked so serious in any of his previous matches, but this time, even he was not optimistic about the outcome. Shaolin Academy had never been defeated. No one could defeat them. Chapter 673. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found on the internet can be found here. Wow, they're going up against the Shaolin martial monks. In the attic, Prince Ming looked at the group of people on the field with great interest. This is going to be a good show. Prince Ming didn't pay much attention to any of the academies. However, he had been humiliated in front of Tianqiong Academy. Nothing could make him happier than to humiliate that kid. Prince Ming decided not to discuss the emperor's thoughts for the time being. He waved his hand at the servants and asked them to bring up the fruits and snacks. He wanted to see the Shaolin martial monks beat that kid up. The 4 Shaolin martial monks on the field were each more furious than the other. Each of them had a scar on their head. From right to left there was 1 scar, 2 scars and 3 scars. It seemed that the strongest martial monk had 6 scars. "Don't you think these martial monks are a little scary?" Mu Chuan whispered to Gu Jiao. "Aren't you not afraid?" Gu Jiao asked. Mu Chuan immediately straightened his back and said stubbornly, I'm not afraid." "Who says I'm afraid?" Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, "Talk when your legs stop shaking." Mu Chuan was speechless. The Shaolin martial monks didn't talk to them. They just exchanged glances. In fact, it was more of a show of force and provocation than an exchange. To be honest, Mu Chuan was a little scared. He was even more scared than when he was fighting against the Han family's Black Wind Cavalry. Zhao Wei was the same as him. He was also scared. However, he was more experienced than Mu Chuan, so he didn't show too much fear. The kickoff of the first section was decided by drawing lots. After that, the opponent would kick off for every goal. Tianqiong Academy was the one kicking off. Mu Qingchen, as the main attacker of the team, rarely participated in the kickoff. However, because the opponent was too strong, they decided to let him kick off after discussing it with Wu Fuzi. It had only been a few seconds since they went on the field and waited for the gong to sound, but everyone felt like a long time had passed. The people in the stands were so nervous that they held their breaths. How could this be? Second Master Jing sat in front of the railing and stared at the Shaolin martial monks on the field. Do we have to be so unlucky? Today, the second madam had some matters to attend to and couldn't leave, so she couldn't come over. On his left was the wheelchair-bound Dukin. Behind Dukin stood Mu Ru Xin, who was dressed in a white dress and green gauze. When Mu Ru Xin heard that, she looked at Second Master Jing in confusion. What's wrong? What's wrong with that? Second Master Jing sighed deeply. That group of Shaolin martial monks is very powerful. Tianqiong Academy isn't their match. Mu Ru Xion's eyes moved as she asked, Second Master, Do you really hope that Tianqiong Academy will win? Second Master Jing stammered, I didn't. It's just that those Shaolin martial monks didn't know how to control their strength. It wasn't easy for the students either. As soon as he said this, the High Duke's hand on the armrest slowly clenched into a fist and began to tremble slightly. The gong sounded. Facing the scorching sun, Mu Qingqian's expression turned serious as he steadily swung his club to open the ball. Second sister, hurry up. Outside the archery field, Su Shui pulled her second sister and squeezed into the crowd. She took out her token and asked the guards to let them pass. Slow down. Second Miss Su's hand hurt from being pulled by her. Su Shui said, the gong sounded just now. The archery competition has begun. Second Miss Su frowned slightly. It's already begun. Why are you in such a hurry? I want to watch fourth brother, Su Shui said seriously. I haven't seen fourth brother for a long time after he moved into the academy. Second Miss Su sighed. If father finds out that we skipped Master Fu's chess class and came here to watch some archery competition, he'll definitely punish us. Su Shui grabbed her wrist and walked toward Tianqiong Academy's grandstand. He won't. Let's go. Mu Qingqian's ball was extremely good. There were no problems with its speed and accuracy. The person who caught the ball was Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei had been learning archery since he was a child, so his technique was excellent. He successfully caught the ball that Mu Qingqian swung at him. He looked at Mu Chuan in front of him. Mu Chuan nodded at him. Zhao Wei passed the ball to Mu Chuan, and Mu Chuan passed it to Gu Jiao. At this time, Mu Qingqian had already arrived at the opponent's hole. Gu Jiao passed the ball to him and Mu Qingqian took it and hit the ball into the hole with his pole. The four of them cooperated seamlessly and smoothly. The spectators finally got to see the Tianqiong Academy seriously play polo for the first time. However, the moment the ball was about to enter the hole, something unexpected happened. A Shaolin monk jumped on his horse and came to the hole. He hit the ball out of Mu Qingqian's way with his pole. The pole hit so far that it almost crossed half of the archery field. Zhao Wei and Mu Chuan had already rushed back. They rushed to grab the ball, but before they could even see the ball, they heard the gong on the referee's stand. Did they score? The two of them were stunned. Shaolin Academy took the lead and got the first flag at the beginning of the game. No, how did they score? What's going on? Mu Chuan was confused. He and Zhao Wei were chasing the polo ball. Did the ball escape into the hole by itself? Of course, it was not because the ball could escape but because the Shaolin monk was so fast that they did not see it. Zhao Wei frowned and looked at the arrogant Shaolin monk. He recalled, it's not just fast. They have a strategy. Just now, the monk with the scar blocked our view with his horse. He swung his pole to grab the ball. We thought the ball was with him but in fact the ball was in front of him. It had already been in the monk's hand. After listening to Zhao Wei's analysis, Mu Chuan felt that his belief had been subverted. Is it so sneaky? Since the opponent had scored, it was still their turn to kick off. This time it was Zhao Wei who kicked off. Zhao Wei passed the ball to Mu Chuan, but before Mu Chuan could swing his pole, a Shaolin monk rushed past him. The Shaolin monk took the ball away. Mu Qingqian was attacked from two sides and could not break through. Gu Jiao intercepted the ball with the skills she learned from Su Ping. She passed the ball to Mu Qingqian, and Mu Qingqian passed it to Zhao Wei. Then the ball was lost again. The gong sounded again. Shaolin Academy had scored again. The speed of the Shaolin Academy's goal was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. It was even faster than the record set by the Horse King. Mu Chuan and Zhao Wei were so tired that they were panting. Mu Qingqian and Gu Jiao also had sweat on their faces. They rode on their horses and waited for the referee to bring the ball over. Mu Chuan panted and said, "What kind of monks are these? Aren't they too fierce? Liling, why don't you ride your horse over?" Gu Jiao said, "It's still young. It can't be ridden." Mu Chuan muttered, "Didn't we ride it last time?" Mu Qingqian said lightly, "Stop talking." Mu Chuan shut up. This was not a game about the horses but the people. These monks were too powerful. They all had strong internal energy and were extremely strong. No one could catch the ball they threw. "How's your arm?" Mu Qingqian asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao intercepted most of the balls just now. Gu Jiao touched her almost numb right arm and said, "It's okay. I'll be fine after some rest." The game began again. Mu Qingqian kicked off. The use of internal energy was prohibited in the bowler game. Otherwise it would be considered a foul. These young monks had been tempering their bodies all year round and had developed an indestructible body. Every swing they threw seemed to be imbued with internal energy. As expected, Mu Qingshan's ball was snatched away again. Mu Chuan was the closest. He swung his club to snatch it back. Zhao Wei assisted him from the side. The two of them blocked the Shaolin monks' formation. They were going to get the ball. The Shaolin monks glared at them and swung their clubs. "I'll do it." Mu Chuan stepped forward and caught the ball. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The monk had obviously expected that the ball would be intercepted, so he used a terrifying amount of strength. Mu Chuan's whole body was knocked out. Zhao Wei's expression changed. Mu Chuan. Mu Chuan fell from the horse and fell heavily to the ground. The grassland fell into silence all of a sudden. Another person fell off the horse. Everyone couldn't help but think of Nan Gonglin, who fell off the horse and was trampled. The referee stopped the game. Zhao Wei got off the horse. "Mu Chuan, are you okay?" Mu Chuan clutched his right arm, his face contorted in pain. "Is my arm broken?" Gu Jiao jumped off the horse, squatted down and held his arm. "It's dislocated. Bear with it." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and connected Mu Chuan's arm with a crack. Mu Chuan cried out in pain. Wu Fuzi came over and took Mu Chuan away. Yuan Shao came on. After careful consideration, the referee finally judged that it was an accident. Shaolin Academy did not violate the rules. "Isn't this a violation?" Yuan Shao said unhappily. "They did it on purpose." He had been watching just now. The monk with 3 scars on his head was aiming at Mu Chuan. He wanted to use the force of the ball to hurt Mu Chuan. Were they like this before? Gu Jiao suddenly asked. Mu Qingshan was the only one who could answer this question. After all, other than him, no one else had seen Shaolin Academy play. Mu Qingshan frowned. They used to be very domineering, but they were not as cruel as today. If not for his better martial arts skills, he would have been knocked off the horse. The reason why he asked Gu Jiao if her arm was alright was because his arm was also injured. This group of Shaolin monks seemed to be deliberately targeting them. Was someone secretly controlling them? In the attic, Prince Ming clapped his hands and cheered. "Beautiful. That's how it should be played. Who brought the Shaolin Academy here? This prince really likes that person." Han sipped his tea unhurriedly. The game started again. Gu Jiao led the horse and walked in front of the referee. Suddenly, she stopped and tilted her head to look at the referee. "Are you sure it's not a violation?" The referee said, "Of course it's not." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "So, as long as it's hit by the ball, it's not a violation." The referee frowned. He felt that this statement was not right, so he corrected her. "You can't deliberately attack the opponent with the ball." Mu Chuan was sent flying when he tried to grab the ball. The opponent did not aim at him. Gu Jiao said, "If it's not intentional, it's not a violation, right?" "That's right, but it sounded a little strange when it came from your mouth." The referee looked at Gu Jiao strangely. In the end, he could not tell what was wrong. He nodded. "Let's start." Gu Jiao got on the horse. Yuan Shao kicked off. As soon as Zhao Wei got the ball, it was snatched away by the Shaolin warrior monk. Gu Jiao galloped to catch up. The Shaolin warrior monk was about to swing the club when Gu Jiao suddenly said, "Amitba." The Shaolin warrior monk was stunned. He almost reflexively took back the club and bowed. "Amitba." Bang. Gu Jiao hit the ball out with her pole. The Shaolin warrior monk was speechless. Yuan Shao got the ball and passed it to Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei passed it to Gu Jiao. At this time, they were very close to the opponent's hole. Mu Qingshan was already in position. The Shaolin warrior monk caught up. Gu Jiao was attacked from 2 sides. "Luleng." Yuan Shao shouted not far away. "Give the ball to him and he will pass it to Mu Qingshan." Gu Jiao did not do that. She took a risk and passed the ball to Mu Qingshan. As expected, it was intercepted. Yuan Shao sighed. It was the warrior monk with the 6-ring scar who intercepted the ball. He wanted to pass the ball to another warrior monk. Gu Jiao stared at the latter. The warrior monk with the 6-ring scar had a fierce look in his eyes. He hit the ball out. He had used almost all of his strength in this stroke. Mu Qingshan knew that things were not going well. This was not the ball he really wanted to pass to his companion. He planned to use the trick he used on Mu Chuan on Gu Jiao. She could not take it head-on. Mu Qingshan wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Gu Jiao stretched out the club. With a scream, the warrior monk on the right behind Gu Jiao was hit by the polo ball and fell from the horse's back. It turned out that Gu Jiao did reach out the club just now but not to catch the ball. She touched it gently and changed the direction of the ball. The warrior monk fell hard. His companion shouted, "You broke the rules." Gu Jiao spread her hands. "How did I break the rules? You were the one who hit the ball. You were so strong that you couldn't get it. How can you blame me?" The warrior monks were speechless. The referee ruled that it was an accident and there was no foul. The game continued. The power of the six-ring scar warrior monk could not be underestimated. This warrior monk fell heavily and temporarily left the stage. Another warrior monk took his place. This warrior monk was slightly weaker, but he opened up a gap for Qianxiong Academy. Before the second section ended, Qianxiong Academy scored a goal. The Shaolin warrior monk seemed to be angry. As soon as the third section began, Yuan Zhao's arm was injured. "Are you okay?" Mu Qingchen asked. Yuan Zhao gritted his teeth and held the club. "I'm fine. I can still continue." They had to continue. They only had 5 people. Mu Chuan couldn't play anymore. If he also went down, they wouldn't have enough people to play. They could only forfeit. Gu Jiao looked at Yuan Zhao's right hand, which was trembling in pain, and her eyes turned cold. She switched the club to her left hand and wrapped the reins around her right hand. Then she snatched the ball at lightning speed. The monk whose ball was stolen was stunned for a moment. Clearly, he did not expect the opponent to suddenly become so fast. After Gu Jiao snatched the ball, she didn't pass it to anyone. Instead, she took the ball to the opponent's hole. The warrior monk with the 6-ring scar had been waiting for a long time. Gu Jiao was full of murderous intent. She hit the ball toward the hole. A trace of contempt flashed in the warrior monk's eyes. He raised his club to block it. At this moment, something incredible happened. The moment the club hit the ball, he was sent flying. What kind of terrifying strength was this? He was sent flying out of the field and hit a pillar below the stands. Then he fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone was stunned. Many people in the stands even stood up. What just happened? Was the Shaolin warrior monk sent flying? How could this be? Sixth senior brother. The warrior monks rushed to the edge of the field, dismounted, and rushed toward him. Was that Lu Lang? Yuan Shao was stunned. Even though he knew Xiao Lulang was capable, he didn't expect him to be so capable. Even Mu Qingchen couldn't use the power of that blow. Did he use his internal force? Zhao Wei asked. Mu Qingchen said with a complicated expression, "No." He didn't feel any internal force. Xiao Lulang used his own strength. Zhao Wei's eyes lit up. Then didn't this group of warrior monks kick an iron plate? Mu Qingchen said, "Yes, they kicked an iron plate." The reason why the Shaolin warrior monks were so powerful was not because of how good their shooting skills were. There was still a certain gap between them and Su Ping. They were superior in speed and strength. Without using their internal force, no one was a match for a tempered body warrior monk. No one could catch the ball they hit, but they couldn't stop the ball they hit. Yuan Shao scratched his head. Was Lu Lang this powerful before? Mu Qingchen paused and said, "No. When Xiao Lulang tamed the Horse King, he didn't show such strength. It was more like his potential was stimulated by the Shaolin warrior monks." Gu Jiao's move was so beautiful that Prince Ming, who was in the attic, even closed his mouth. What kind of monster is this guy? Those are Shaolin warrior monks. Prince Han looked at the arrogant young man on the horse. A figure he saw when he was young flashed through his mind. It was the eldest son of the Xinyuan family. A young man who could kill a tiger with one punch without using his internal force. Gu Jiao looked at his hands. Well, these monks were useful. Their strength seemed to have recovered a little. They hadn't shown any signs of strength for months. Gu Jiao smiled and looked at the Shaolin warrior monks who were about to return to the field. His eyes flashed with a green light. The Shaolin warrior monks' hearts skipped a beat. Why did they have an inexplicable ominous feeling? Chapter 674. Ordinary people couldn't imagine how strong a tempered body warrior monk's physique was. Even after being sent flying by that kind of force and landing on the ground, he didn't suffer any internal injuries and was still able to return to the field. The sound of the gong rang. The monks were still the same, but for some reason the audience felt as if something had changed. A Wudong Academy student raised his head and scratched his head in confusion. Why do I feel like the weather is changing? I don't think so. The sun is quite bright. His companion looked at the sky and then rubbed his hairs. It does seem a bit strange. On Tianqiong Academy's stand, Su Shui raised her chin and said to her second sister with pride, "I told you Lu Lang is very strong." Second young Miss Su glanced at her sister. Are you here to see fourth brother or that Xiao Lulang? I only heard you mention Lulang before and after Lulang, but I didn't hear you mention fourth brother. I am looking at both. Su Shui blushed and looked at the valiant youth on the field. Didn't he beat the Shaolin martial monk off his horse? Second young Miss Su said, why didn't you say anything when fourth brother scored? Su Shui pouted. I said it. You didn't hear it? Second young Miss Su, yeah, I'm deaf. Second young Miss Su had been dragged over. She didn't have much interest in the tournament itself, but after watching for a while she felt that it wasn't bad. That guy called Xiao Lulang didn't have a good appearance, but he had a heroic spirit that made people's blood boil. She couldn't blame her sister for always staring at him. On the opposite side of Tianqiong Academy's stand, Second Master Jing laughed out loud. Yes, yes, yes. Let's fight like that. The Duke's fingertips tapped on the armrest in an irregular pattern. He also seemed very happy. Only Mu Ruxin looked unhappy. She didn't like Xiao Lulang, so she hoped he would lose. Didn't they say that the Shaolin martial monk is very strong? Did he cheat? Second Master Jing didn't like to hear these words. How could he not be able to tell if Xiao Lulang was cheating? Moreover, the referee was also an inner force expert. If Xiao Lulang really dared to break the rules, he would have been sent off by the referee. What is wrong with this Mu Ruxian? Why would Big Brother want to take this girl as his goddaughter? Thinking of the words his eldest brother wrote on the bedside table, for the first time, Second Master Jing felt that his eldest brother's brain was really damaged. Of all people, why did he have to think about Mu Ruxian? Second Master Jing didn't know that he had misunderstood his eldest brother's intentions. So when he said that they weren't from the same mother's womb, they really didn't have any tacit understanding. On the field, Gu Jiao snatched the ball again. The Shaolin monk rode his horse over to snatch the ball. Gu Jiao smiled and hit the ball hard again. The Shaolin martial arts monk snorted contemptuously, as if he had expected her to do this. He actually put away the cue stick with a whoosh. Mu Chuan, who was watching the match from the sidelines, grabbed his arm and shouted, "Fuck! What kind of sneaky monk is this? He actually tricked Lulang into attacking them." Oh no, they dodged. Yolong's ball was going to go out of bounds. In a while it would be their turn to kick off the ball. Seeing that the ball was about to go out of bounds, Mu Qingchen suddenly sped up. He stretched out his cue stick and gently hit the ball. The ball flew back into the field. Mu Qingchen's forearm was slightly numb. This guy's strength was too great. He didn't take it directly just now. If he did, he was afraid that he would be sent flying out like the monk with the scar on his face. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. Oh, a scheming monk. The green light in her eyes became brighter. The Shaolin martial arts monk who had snatched the ball rushed toward the whole of Tianqiong Academy. He sped up to the extreme. However, as he was running, he suddenly felt a dark shadow coming over. He turned his head and saw Gu Jiao smiling. His eyebrows twitched. It's fine, it's fine. The ball is on my right and this girl is on my left. She can't snatch it. The next second Gu Jiao disappeared. The Shaolin martial arts monk? Gu Jiao hooked one foot on the saddle and hung upside down. She hit the Shaolin martial arts monk's horse with the cue stick and sent the ball flying. The Shaolin martial arts monk was stunned. So fast? Are you a ghost? The ball was caught by Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei passed it to Yuan Shao, and Yuan Shao passed it to Mu Qingchen. The main attacker of Tianqiong Academy was Mu Qingchen. Usually he was the one who scored the ball. However, Gu Jiao was looking at him while riding the horse. Mu Qingchen was stunned for a moment and passed the ball to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao drove the ball all the way to the hole of the opponent. This was the only time when the two sides could face each other. The Shaolin martial arts monk stood in front of Gu Jiao defensively. Gu Jiao's flexible waist was full of strength. She raised the cue stick in her hand and hit the ball toward the hole. It was a spinning ball and it made a humming sound as it spun. The Shaolin martial arts monk shouted and swung his cue stick to block it. Bam! The Shaolin martial arts monk was sent flying. Hiss! Mu Chuan gasped. Gu Jiao looked at the row of Shaolin martial arts monks in front of her. Who's next? They looked at each other in unison. The corners of Gu Jiao's lips curled up as she hit another ball. Bam! Another Shaolin martial arts monk was sent flying. This was not like when they were fighting for the ball in the middle of the game. They could think of ways to attract Gu Jiao to foul. Here, as long as they dared to dodge, Gu Jiao would score the ball. Every time a martial arts monk fell off the horse, the referee would call for a pause and wait for the martial arts monk to get back on the horse before continuing. It was worth mentioning that as long as the bowler did not foul, the game would continue from where it was paused. In other words, Gu Jiao did not even need to move. She could take turns playing with the sandbags. No bowls? The Shaolin martial arts monks were sent flying one after another. Mu Chuan was so relieved that he laughed loudly. Who told you to set me up? Now the tables have turned. The Shaolin martial arts monks were beaten up, and finally thought of a way. When they were sent flying, they used the cue stick to hook the ball out. This way it would be judged as out of bounds. Although the opponent would be the one to kick the ball out of bounds, at least they would not be pressed to the hole and be beaten up. But every time the ball was about to fly out, Mu Qingchen would hook it back and look at them coldly. It was as if he was saying, "Continue to be beaten up." The Shaolin martial arts monks were speechless. No more, no more. A Shaolin martial arts monk was sent flying again. He sat on the ground and cried. The scarred martial arts monk was furious. A strong murderous aura erupted from his body. He shook his arms and said fiercely, "Kid, you're courting death." In the stands, Second Master Jing's hand trembled and tea splashed all over his eldest brother's head. Oh no, it's the Shaolin martial arts. Qi enters the body and is invulnerable. Gu Jiao hit the ball into the air. She slapped the saddle and jumped into the air. Then she flipped and hit the falling ball with the cue stick. The scarred martial arts monk said, "Indestructible body." Bang. The scarred martial arts monk's nose was crooked and his tongue was stuck out. Gu Jiao carried the cue stick on her shoulder. "I don't care if you're indestructible or not." Mu Qingchen stopped Gu Jiao and signaled the number of flags near the referee stand with his eyes. "Are you done playing?" It was the last part. There were still 9 flags left. Gu Jiao licked the corner of her lips, wishing for more. She had to play. The monks couldn't hold on any longer. Gu Jiao exhausted the arrogance and physical strength of the Shaolin martial arts monks. Then Qianxiong Academy began to use all their strength. The Shaolin martial arts monks' hands were shaking and they almost couldn't swing the cue stick. At the end of the game, Qianxiong Academy won the game with a score of 13-10. In the side room of the attic, Gu Jiao treated the injuries of Mu Qingchen and the others. After so many games, this was the most serious one. Almost everyone's arms were numb and their palms were bruised. Mu Chuan's arm was hanging from his neck with gauze. From time to time he helped Gu Jiao pass the Wan medicine. These Shaolin martial arts monks are too ruthless. The Shaolin martial arts monks who were just passing by the door staggered. Who was the ruthless one? You're still alive and kicking. We don't even have the strength to walk. The Shaolin martial arts monks were miserable. They were dragged into the side room by the guards. There were a total of 5 martial arts monks. All of them were bruised and swollen. They sat on the chairs to rest, depressed. They couldn't even move their fingers. Suddenly the door was kicked open with a bang. A demon-like young man appeared at the door with a cold expression. Their bodies trembled. He's here. He's here. He's here with a cue stick. Gu Jiao patted her palm gently with the cue stick. She glanced at them and asked, "Who sent you?" They were shocked and looked at each other. Gu Jiao said, "What? You don't want to tell me?" "Master Qingchen." The voice of the Lingbo Academy's guard came from outside the door. "The doctor is here." Mu Qingchen said calmly, "No need. I've invited the doctor. He has already gone in to treat the eminent monks of Shaolin Academy. You can go back. The doctor will take good care of them." The martial arts monks widened their eyes in unison. "Don't go. Don't go. Then we'll have to trouble you." The guard left with the doctor. The martial arts monks looked at Gu Jiao in despair. Gu Jiao tilted her head and smiled. Gu Jiao came out of the room and scratched his little back with the cue stick. Phew! Mu Qingchen had been attracted by his little tricks recently and found him adorable for some reason. There was something wrong with this idea. Mu Qingchen decisively cleared his mind and said seriously, "Are you done?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. "They are not real martial arts monks of Shaolin. They are just a group of masters who have been lurking in Shaolin. They secretly learned the skills of Shaolin and secretly used them for the aristocratic families." Mu Qingchen was a little surprised. "Which aristocratic family?" Gu Jiao said, "The Han family." Mu Qingchen frowned. "It's the Han family? It seems that they are targeting the Mu family this time. No wonder they injured Mu Chuan so badly in the beginning." Gu Jiao blinked. "If you insist, I can't help it." Mu Qingchen said, "The Han family and the Mu family have been feuding for a long time, but I really didn't expect that they would dare to attack Mu Chuan and me." Gu Jiao touched the bridge of her nose. Looking at this situation, it seemed that she should ask what kind of feud they had. "Okay, since you are the scapegoat, I will ask. What is the feud between the Han family and the Mu family? At first it was because of military achievements. Mu Qingchen was more cautious when it came to the Xinyuan family. However, after hesitating for a while he decided to tell Gu Jiao. Back then the Xinyuan family rebelled. After they were defeated, their military power was divided into four. The Han family and the Mu family both wanted the Xinyuan family's Black Wind Cavalry. The Crown Prince's mansion wanted to win over the Mu family and used the name of Imperial Concubine Han to unite the Han family and the Mu family by marriage. However, the day before the wedding, the Han family's legitimate son eloped with his cousin. The Mu family was furious and broke off the engagement. How could there be such a ridiculous thing? However, it is said that there is another reason. What is it? Crown Prince Han's father, and my uncle, both wanted to be the Crown Princess's husband. Husband? Gu Jiao heard this name for the first time. The Crown Princess's harem? Mu Qingchen was stunned. I guess so. The Crown Prince had a Crown Princess and the Crown Princess had a husband. Before the Xinyuan family's incident, the Crown Princess was the noble Crown Princess. She was also beautiful. Who didn't want to be her husband? Of course this was all hearsay. His uncle didn't admit it personally. Gu Jiao asked, who became the Crown Princess's husband in the end? Mu Qingchen shook his head. The Crown Princess didn't have a husband. Gu Jiao asked subconsciously, she didn't have a child? Mu Qingchen said, she did have a child. The Crown Princess went missing for a few years. When she came back she had a son. The child was 1 month older than Commandery Prince Ming. No one knew who the father was, but as long as he was the Crown Princess's child, he was of royal blood. How old was Commandery Prince Ming? Gu Jiao was confused. Why did she care about Commandery Prince Ming's age? He was a few months younger than me. He was also 19. Mu Qingchen said. 19. Xiaoheng was also 19. What happened later? Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingchen looked at the bonsai in the yard and said slowly, later, something happened to the Xinyuan family. The Crown Princess seemed to be involved. She was demoted to a commoner and sent to guard the Imperial Mausoleum. The Crown Princess went with her. The Crown Princess had always been in poor health. It was said that he was poisoned when he was in his mother's womb. The State Master spent a lot of effort to save his life, but his foundation was damaged. 2 years ago, there was a rumor that the Crown Princess didn't have long to live. Have you seen the Crown Princess? Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingchen shook his head again. The Crown Princess followed the Crown Princess to guard the Imperial Mausoleum when he was very young. Except for returning to the Master Hall every 2 years to treat his illness, he almost never stayed in Chengdu. I didn't have the chance to see him. Gu Jiao looked thoughtful. Mu Qingchen thought of something. He hesitated for a moment and said, there was a rumor about the Crown Princess a few years ago. Gu Jiao asked, what rumor? Mu Qingchen frowned and said, it said that the Crown Princess wasn't the Crown Princess's son. Fourth brother. Lulang. Why are you still here? The competition is about to start. Mu Chuan walked over with his arm in a sling. Whether it was the Xinyuan family or the Crown Princess, they were all taboos in Chengdu. Mu Qingchen obviously didn't want Mu Chuan to join the conversation. He glanced at Gu Jiao and said, let's go and watch the competition. Gu Jiao said, okay. Next was the competition between the Lingbo Academy and the Canaan Academy. Both academies were very good at archery. Compared to Gu Jiao's various tricks, the second round of archery was obviously more normal. Gu Jiao and the others sat next to Dean Xian Su Shui, and the second miss of the Su family were also there. Su Shui glanced at the boy next to her fourth brother and giggled. The second miss of the Su family looked at the silly boy next to her speechlessly and quietly moved to the other side. She had to sit further away to avoid being infected by her sister. As the saying went, the layman enjoyed the show while the expert appreciated the skill. The atmosphere of the Tianqiong Academy was always high, but the Lingbo Academy and the Canaan Academy definitely contributed the best skills so far. Mu Qingchen explained to Gu Jiao, the Lingbo Academy is a century-old academy in Chengdu, and the Canaan Academy is an academy run by the State Preceptor Hall. I heard that the State Preceptor named them. Gu Jiao touched her chin. No wonder they named them like that. Mu Qingchen was puzzled. What's wrong with the name? Nothing. Gu Jiao couldn't explain to him the tacit understanding of time-traveling people. Mu Qingchen's attention returned to the archery field. They were holding back before, but today they went all out. This is their true strength. Both sides fought very cleanly, without any underhanded tricks that could not be brought to the table. The archery skills of the Tianqiong Academy were far inferior to theirs. It was not something that could be made up for by practicing at the last minute. In fact, it was a miracle that they could go all the way to the last round. Of course, it was all thanks to someone's various tricks. Mu Qingchen said solemnly, "We don't have a good chance of winning the next round. We have to train harder these days." Gu Jiao said calmly, "We didn't want to win anyway." Mu Qingchen looked at her strangely. Gu Jiao cleared her throat and said without changing her expression, "Let's not put too much pressure on ourselves. Our homework is already so heavy, so let's not make ourselves anxious. Second place is not bad either." What a joke. The reward for second place was 1,000 taels of gold. Who would want to see the emperor in first place? She wanted them to win without doing anything. Mu Qingchen, what kind of person was this? At the end of the round, the Lingbo Academy lost by 2 flags. The Lingbo Academy was the academy of little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao felt sorry for them. 2 seconds, no more than that. When the competition ended, the people of the Tianqiong Academy and the Canaan Academy met. As expected of the students of the Grand Preceptor Hall, each of them had an imposing appearance and a heroic spirit. The people of the Canaan Academy had the arrogance of the Grand Preceptor Hall and did not intend to get acquainted with the people of the Tianqiong Academy. They just glanced at them indifferently and walked away. Gu Jiao suddenly said to them, "I have high hopes for you guys. Do your best in the next round and don't show any mercy. First place is yours." Everyone from the Canaan Academy. Everyone from the Tianqiong Academy. Fourth brother. Su Shui ran over while lifting her dress. She quickly glanced at Gu Jiao and pretended to say to Mu Qingchen, "Fourth brother, are you guys going back so soon?" Mu Qingchen looked at her. Su Shui's eyes flashed and said, "I mean, it's rare for you to come back to the inner city. I haven't seen you for a few days. It's almost lunchtime. Why don't we have a meal together? There's a new restaurant nearby. Second sister and I haven't eaten there yet. Am I right, second sister?" The second young lady of the Su family was stunned by Su Shui's question. "What?" Mu Qingchen sighed and turned to his companions. "You guys go back first." Su Shui glared at him. "No, fourth brother." Mu Qingchen could not bring his 2 sisters to eat at the same table with several men. However, he could not refuse his sister's request and could only stay. Su Shui watched as Gu Jiao and Mu Chuan got on their horses. She felt so wrong that she pursed her lips. Mu Qingchen looked at his sister who was about to cry in confusion and asked, "Didn't you want to eat?" "She did not want to eat with you." Su Shui stomped her feet and left in a huff. Gu Jiao did not leave the Lingbo Academy. "I'm going to buy something. You guys go back first. I'll catch up with you later." Mu Chuan asked, "Should we wait for you?" Gu Jiao said, "No, I can catch up with you." Mu Chuan agreed. "Okay, we'll go first." "What's wrong?" President Sun asked. Mu Chuan rode beside the carriage and said, "Lulang said he's going to buy something and told us to go first. He'll catch up with us later." President Sun said, "He doesn't have the inner city talisman. If he can't catch up with us, we won't be able to leave the city. Forget it, we'll just wait for him at the city gate." Gu Jiao rode towards the Kanglan Women's Academy. When she passed by a small alley, she saw a carriage parked there. Gu Jiao walked over and got off the horse. She handed the horse's reins to the coachman. The coachman understood and led the horse away. Gu Jiao got on the carriage. "You're pretty fast," Xiaohing said with a slight smile. Gu Jiao said, "I'm going to meet my husband. I have to be fast." Xiaohing raised his slender fingers and brushed the hair on her temples. "I thought you didn't understand." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "I can still understand a beauty's gaze." Xiaohing smiled gently. His fingers slid down and held her hand. "Are you hurt?" Even if he didn't know how to bow, he could tell that something was wrong today. Gu Jiao shook her head. "I'm not hurt." "What happened?" Xiaohing asked worriedly. Gu Jiao told him about how Han Che came to ask her for a horse and was beaten up by her. "Those martial monks are from the Han family." Xiaohing thought for a while. No wonder the heir of the Han family came today. Gu Jiao asked, "The heir of the Han family came?" "Yes, he came with Prince Ming." Xiaohing said, "I asked Prince Ming's maid. That person is the heir of the Han family, Han Che's older brother." Gu Jiao touched her chin. "Oh, he actually dared to come. It's getting late. Classes in Jing Kong should be over. I have to go pick him up." Xiaohing said. He saw Gu Jiao narrowing her eyes and looking like she was going to cause trouble. He said, "You're not going to cause trouble for him, are you?" "Of course not." Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and blinked. She was very obedient. Xiaoheng watched as she grabbed the sack behind her. Chapter 675. Xiaoheng held his forehead helplessly. This girl, he couldn't stop her from going. She agreed very well and slipped away immediately. Gu Jiao was the easiest person to talk to at home because she was very tolerant of her family. She had a different standard for outsiders. The Shaolin monks invited by Han injured all the fighters of Tianqiong Academy. She wouldn't be Gu Jiao if she just let it go. She was a young wolf facing an adult tiger. Even if she couldn't defeat it, she had to bite off a piece of meat. This was her courage that was engraved in her bones. She didn't want to go against the Han family to avoid their revenge. The moment Han Che coveted the Horse King, the enmity between the two sides had been set. People from a lower country had no status in a higher country. If the Han family wanted something, they could just take it away. However, Gu Jiao was definitely not a lamb that could be slaughtered by others. No one could take it away from her. She wouldn't allow it, and neither would Xiaoheng. That's all for the morning class. In the gifted class of Lingbo Academy, Teacher Lu finished the last poem and dismissed the class. Because they were all children, most of them were picked up by adults. Little Jing Kong was the youngest in the class, but he was also the one who looked the most like a little adult. The other children all rushed out of the classroom, but he was still sitting in his seat, calmly packing his school bag. In fact, what he meant by packing was that he stuffed the textbook into his bag without any order. When he went back, Xiaoheng had to rearrange it for him. But even so, the little clear sky was still very slow. It was even slower than a tortoise. The gifted class of the academy had a rule that the students could only leave after the teacher finished. After all, they were all children. They were afraid that something would happen. Teacher Lu sat in the lecture hall and watched the little guy slowly packing his bag. The dignified scholar was so anxious that his feet trembled. He wasn't hungry, nor was he in a hurry. It was just that the child's slow movements made him anxious. Couldn't it be faster? After waiting for a while, Master Lu seriously suspected that the time it took to brew a cup of tea had passed, but the child had not even received half of it. Master Lu couldn't hold it in any longer. He said to little Jing Kong, "Jing Kong, I'll take it for you." Little Jing Kong said seriously, "No, I have to do my own things. I'm not a kid anymore." Master Lu was going crazy. "If you're not a child, who is? You're the youngest in class, okay. I've been a teacher for 20 years and this is the first time I've accepted such a young student." Master Lu stretched his legs and changed his sitting position. Little Jing Kong continued to tidy up slowly. Master Lu changed his sitting position again. Little Jing Kong was still being cleaned up. Master Lu's blood pressure was about to rise. Finally, little Jing Kong was cleaned up. Master Lu heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the heavens. Crush. Little Jing Kong poured out the books from the bag again. "I can't find something." Looking at the small mountain of books on the table, Master Lu's eyes finally rolled back and he fell backwards. Little Jing Kong was taken away by Master Cheng. Master Cheng held little Jing Kong's hand and walked out of the classroom. He said to little Jing Kong in a pleasant manner, "I'll take you out for lunch today." Master Cheng was a teacher at Lingbo Academy. He was very accomplished in calligraphy. Xiaoheng had asked him to teach little Jing Kong how to write. Little Jing Kong was the top student in every subject except for his calligraphy. He had learned a lot from Gu Jiao. "Oh." Little Jing Kong's reaction was very calm. Master Cheng was speechless. Why did he feel that this child was a little soulless today? The boxing competition was over. He had left without seeing Jiao Jiao. His little soul also left with Jiao Jiao. He was now a soulless little Jing Kong. Crown Prince Han and Prince Ming went to the entrance of the academy after coming out of the attic. Prince Ming's carriage and Crown Prince Han's horse were already waiting outside. "I'll send you back first," said Crown Prince Han. "Thank you, cousin," said Prince Ming with a smile. Crown Prince Han mounted the horse and escorted Prince Ming back to the Crown Prince's residence. Prince Ming lifted the curtain of the carriage and said to Crown Prince Han, "Cousin." Crown Prince Han looked at the road ahead and turned to look at him. "What's the matter?" Prince Ming said, "I haven't finished what I was reading just now. What do you mean by His Majesty doesn't care about his birthday anymore?" Crown Prince Han looked ahead with deep eyes and said, "Either he has forgiven the Crown Princess, or he has completely cut off his father-daughter relationship with the crown princess. From the current situation, the latter is more likely. Prince Ming muttered, then why didn't imperial grandfather abolish his title? When the emperor abolished the crown princess and sent her to the imperial mausoleum, he didn't punish the crown princess. However, the crown princess insisted on following his mother. Hence, the emperor said, if you dare to leave, I'll take it that I don't have a grandson like you. The crown princess left. Theoretically, this meant that the crown princess had cut off all ties with the emperor. Since that day, the emperor never mentioned the crown princess again. Hence, many people thought that the emperor didn't recognize the crown princess anymore. However, the emperor didn't issue an imperial edict to abolish the crown princess's title. So, was he still the crown princess? No one dared to question the monarch and no one dared to guess his thoughts. After all, being called the emperor's eldest grandson was an unlucky title. The crown prince ordered his subordinates to keep their mouths shut and not let them address Commander Prince Ming as His Highness' eldest grandson. Prince Ming snorted. I was born the crown princess's grandson. However, the crown princess brought back a child who was half a month older than me. He took away my identity as the crown princess's grandson. Even in his dreams, he wanted to be openly addressed as His Highness Jianghu's son. Crown Prince Han said seriously, you don't have to think about him anymore. A verbal edict is also an imperial edict. If His Majesty said that he doesn't recognize him, then he won't recognize him. You are the crown princess of the Yan Kingdom. The entire Han family is your backing. That's right. The entire Han family was his backing. How could a bastard with an unknown father compete with him? Thinking of something, Commander Prince Ming asked mysteriously, Cousin, do you think that the rumor is true? Crown Prince Han glanced at him and asked, what rumor? Prince Ming gestured to the brocade guards accompanying him. The brocade guards surrounded the carriage and didn't allow anyone to get close. Prince Ming then said softly, he is a child that the crown princess brought back from outside. He is not the crown princess's flesh and blood. If this was true, then this fellow would have no chance of being the crown princess's grandson. Crown Prince Han frowned and said seriously, Prince Ming, you better not say these things. This concerns the reputation of the royal family. If His Majesty blames you, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Prince Ming's scalp went numb when he thought of the temperamental and cruel His Majesty. Crown Prince Han pursed his thin lips. This cousin of his was good at everything. He was also talented in learning. However, he was spoiled and had a bad temper. Prince Ming, how are your studies going? He asked. Prince Ming said, it's going well. The Grand Tutor just praised me and said that I wrote a good essay. However, I don't understand why father doesn't allow me to show off my talents in front of grandfather. This was the emperor's quirk. He didn't like people who were too smart. Crown Prince Han could only say, since His Highness the Crown Prince has given this order, he must have his reasons. Prince Ming just follow his orders. In fact, Prince Ming wasn't the only son of the Crown Prince. However, he was the legitimate son. In addition, the Crown Princess was also from the Han family. Therefore, the Han family valued Prince Ming and didn't want him to make any mistakes. Prince Ming sighed. Crown Prince Han's words were always watertight. He couldn't get any information out of him even if he wanted to. Prince Ming didn't want to talk anymore. He was about to put down the curtain when suddenly, a familiar figure of a woman appeared on the street. He recognized her at a glance. It was the maid he sent to serve Miss Gu. The maid looked at him as if she had something to report. He couldn't let his cousin know that he was pursuing a female student from Kanglin Academy. His cousin would definitely report it to father. If that happened, he would be in trouble. He coughed softly and said to Crown Prince Han, Cousin, I want to go to the washroom. Crown Prince Han nodded. Prince Ming asked someone to stop the carriage. He walked towards the tea house that the maid had just entered. After making sure that Crown Prince Han couldn't see him, he called the maid to him. Why did Miss Gu suddenly come to see me? What's the matter? The maid said respectfully, Miss Gu said that she wants to see you. Prince Ming's eyes lit up. Is that true? The maidservant smiled and said, It's absolutely true. Originally, the event had already ended and Miss Gu had also left. However, she suddenly returned and said that she wanted to thank the county king for booking the arena for her. She had made a painting and wanted to personally give it to the county king. Royal Prince Ming laughed excitedly. She's finally willing to see me. She even wants to give me a gift. It seems that I was right to reveal my identity. The maid said, You are the Crown Prince's legitimate son and the eldest grandson of Yan's emperor. She is just a commoner. How would she dare to reject your pursuit? Prince Ming's eyes darkened. You are not allowed to disrespect her. The maid quickly lowered her head. It was a slip of the tongue. Prince Ming put his hands behind his back and looked at the endless stream of people. He smiled wantonly. As long as she obeys me, I will give her an identity from Shangzhou. Yubin Pavilion, right? The maid hesitated for a moment and advised, Prince Han, Crown Prince Han is outside. Isn't it inappropriate for you to meet Miss Gu like this? There was indeed some trouble with his cousin. However, Prince Ming had been pursuing the beauty for a long time. The beauty didn't even look at him. He was worried that if he missed today, the beauty would ignore him the next time. After a moment of hesitation, he finally forced himself to lie to Crown Prince Han. Cousin, I met a friend in the tea house. You don't have to send me off. I will go back to the residence later. After saying this, he suppressed the nervousness in his heart and tried to make himself look magnanimous and calm. Crown Prince Han didn't seem to notice anything amiss. He nodded. Then be careful. Prince Ming smiled. I will. There are so many brocade guards. After Crown Prince Han left, Prince Ming couldn't wait to go to the Yubin Pavilion nearby. Xiao Heng was waiting in a room on the second floor near the street. Prince Ming entered the room in high spirits. 6 brocade guards guarded the door vigilantly. These 6 guards were not to be underestimated. They were all top experts in the Crown Prince's residence. Otherwise, Xiao Heng wouldn't have thought of a way to lure them away from Crown Prince Han. However, even if Crown Prince Han was alone, he was still not easy to deal with. His martial arts were so high that even the Shadow Dragon guards were no match for him. Therefore, they had to use some auxiliary methods to weaken his strength. Crown Prince Han rode into the alley on his horse. He wasn't riding on the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King was too powerful. It would scare the other horses away on the street, causing unnecessary accidents and panic. He took a few steps and suddenly pulled on the reins. He tilted his head slightly and glanced behind him. Who's there? Come out. On the roof, Gu Jiao moved her fingertips and 3 Tanghua needles flew out. Crown Prince Han jumped up from his horse and flipped in the air. The 3 Tanghua needles were nailed to the wall beside him. What a powerful qinggong. What an agile speed. Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently. Crown Prince Han didn't get back on his horse after dodging the Tanghua needles. Instead, he stood steadily on the ground. He looked in the direction where the Tanghua needles came from. Gu Jiao didn't give him a chance to see her clearly. She shot another Tanghua needle. This time there were 10 needles. Crown Prince Han pulled out the sword at his waist and activated his internal energy. The sword flashed and blocked all the Tanghua needles. Gu Jiao didn't shoot Tanghua needles anymore. She changed to darts. The darts were made by Mistress Nan. They were more powerful than the Tanghua needles. However, they were all blocked by Crown Prince Han effortlessly. Mistress Nan was very fond of him. One could tell by looking at the hidden weapons. Gu Jiao shot more than 10 kinds of hidden weapons. Some were not poisonous and some were poisonous. However, none of the hidden weapons successfully hurt Crown Prince Han. Crown Prince Han had more or less figured out his opponent's strength. He snorted disdainfully. He tapped his toes and swung his sword toward the roof. Gu Jiao's lips curved slightly. She moved her hands at the same time and shot out another round of hidden weapons. Crown Prince Han was fearless. He swung his sword and slashed. Bang! 6 black fire pearls exploded mercilessly. Crown Prince Han was stunned by the explosion. His body stopped in midair. He had already flown to the roof and saw the masked young man who had attacked him. The young man was only inches away from him. Now was the time. Gu Jiao raised her leg coldly and kicked him down. With a loud bang, Crown Prince Han fell to the ground like a small mountain. The hard bluestone floor cracked. His sword flew out of his hand and hit the corner of the street. It was stuck in a crack in the wall. Crown Prince Han was in great pain. He covered his chest and stood up with a fierce look in his eyes. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly. So many black fire pearls and double the effect of the knockout drug. You can still get up? Then I'll give you 6 more black fire pearls. What a waste of black fire pearls. Gu Jiao threw 6 more black fire pearls at him. After that, she used half a vial of neurotoxin to make him collapse. However, a tuft of his hair was still stubbornly sticking up. It was as if he had an unyielding will. Haha. Gu Jiao flattened his hair with a slap and put him into a gunny sack. Chapter 676. More than 1,000,000 novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. In a room of a tea house, 3 scholars were drinking tea and reciting poems. One of them suddenly put down the brush in his hand and said with a strange expression, "Did you hear a strange sound?" His companion opposite him said, "No." His companion beside him listened carefully and frowned. "Seems like there is." He hurriedly said, "Right? Did you hear it too?" The scholar who didn't hear it just now also opened his eyes wide. I heard it too." Soon the 3 of them not only heard it but also felt it thoroughly. The 3 of them sat on the cushion together. The floor shook and the 4 treasures of the study on the table shook. Is someone hitting the ground with a hammer? Or is the earth dragon turning over? With a loud duong sound, the calligraphy on the table fell to the ground. The 3 of them hugged each other in fear. This punch was for Mu Chuan's arm. This punch was for Mu Qingqian's internal injury. This punch was for Zhao Wei and Yuan Zhao's hand injury. Han was actually conscious. It had to be said that his physique and skills were really strong. If she hadn't used some tricks, she wouldn't have been able to take him down. Gu Jiao really wanted to kill him. However, before she could draw her sword, the masters of the Han family came. Gu Jiao felt the breath of the men of sacrifice. There was more than one of them and they were all stronger than Tianlang. Well, she couldn't beat them. It was never too late for a gentleman to fight. Gu Jiao decisively put away the sack and ran away. Xiao Heng came out of the Yubin restaurant. His carriage was parked in the alley diagonally across the street. The coachman was a servant he bought after he came to Chengdu. He was loyal to him and could be trusted. As soon as he got into the carriage, Gu Jiao rushed in, panting. Phew. It was obvious how fast she ran just now. "What's wrong?" Xiao Heng asked. "Did something happen? Or did someone find out?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment and shook her head. "No, I didn't find anything." "Did an expert from the Han clan come?" Xiao Heng speculated. Gu Jiao twiddled her fingers and said seriously, "It doesn't matter if he's an expert or not. The main thing is that we don't have enough sacks." "Xiao Heng, I'll send you to the southern city gate," Xiao Heng said. "No, I'll go by myself." Gu Jiao wasn't sure if Han would suspect her, and she didn't want Xiao Heng to be exposed. Xiao Heng understood her thoughts and said, "Don't worry. They won't suspect you." Although Gu Jiao and Han Che had a grudge against each other, it was impossible for Han Shizhi to guess that it was Gu Jiao who did this. Gu Jiao was bold, but Han Shizhi would never have expected her to be so bold. Gu Jiao was good at fighting, but Han Shizhi would never have expected her to be so good. There were also 2 very important points: the Black Fire Pearl and her identity as a citizen. The Black Fire Pearl was something that only the royal family of the Yan Kingdom and the top aristocratic families had. Everyone knew that it would never appear in the hands of a citizen. The identity of a citizen was a double-edged sword. There were too many unfairness, but it was also a natural camouflage. "How's Prince Ming?" Gu Jiao asked. "He's drunk and resting in the restaurant," Xiao Heng said. Prince Ming thought that he could take advantage of the beauty, but Xiao Heng poured him a cup of strong wine and made him drunk. He was the one who got drunk, so the brocade guards couldn't blame Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng casually left behind a small piece of useless graffiti and left in a dignified manner. Gu Jiao took off the mask on her face and took off the black clothes on her body. She changed back into Qianqiong Academy's uniform. Xiao Heng very gentlemanly turned his face away and looked elsewhere. After changing, Gu Jiao stared at him for 2 seconds and said, "Why is your face red again?" "I'm just changing my outer clothes." Xiao Heng cleared his throat and said seriously, "The weather is hot." Xiao Heng sent Gu Jiao all the way to the vicinity of the southern city gate. Gu Jiao didn't have a talisman for the inner city. Xiao Heng wanted to give her his talisman, but he didn't expect to see people from Qianqiong Academy. They were all waiting for her. It seemed that she had made a few true friends in the academy. Xiao Heng patted her head and said, "Go." "Okay." Gu Jiao got off the carriage and rode her horse to the tea stall near the city gate. Dinsen and the others were there. Seeing Gu Jiao come over, Dinsen's heart settled down. Earlier, his eyelids had been twitching. He was afraid that this brat had gone out and caused trouble again. He couldn't be blamed for being so worried. In the history of Qianqiong Academy, this brat was the only one who had gotten 2 demerits in the first 10 days of school. "Are you done?" Dinsen didn't ask what Gu Jiao had done. Students could have their own privacy as long as they didn't break the law. Gu Jiao, who had just returned from breaking the law, said calmly, "I'm done. Let's eat something before going back." Deanson wanted to eat back at the academy. The cafeteria was cheaper than outside so he could save some money. However, everyone seemed to be starving. Forget it, let's eat first. The group found a nearby noodle restaurant and had lunch. No one came to seal the city. It seemed that the Han family hadn't guessed that it was her. Gu Jiao happily got on her horse. Yuan Shao glanced at her and said, Lu Lang, I feel that you are particularly refreshed. Did you just do that? Gu Jiao didn't understand. What? Yuan Shao looked around and said in a low voice, That. What? Gu Jiao still didn't understand. Zhao Wei said bluntly, going to the brothel to look for girls. Men are like that after having fun. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Oh, it was quite fun. Yuan Shao was just casually asking. He didn't expect Gu Jiao to admit it. His body trembled. So you really went to the brothel? How could you do that? You didn't even bring us along to look for girls. You're too disloyal. Aren't we all good brothers? Yuan Shao clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, Bring me along next time. Zhao Wei coughed. Bring me along too. Gu Yin and Gu Shaoshun didn't go to watch the game today. It wasn't because they didn't want to go, nor was it because Gu Yan's body didn't allow it. It was because Mistress Nan poisoned herself again. Master Lu went to fight with the Horse King and successfully crippled herself again. It was a bit serious. The two brothers stayed to take care of them. Gu Shaoshun mainly took care of them. Gu Yan was responsible for basking in the sun and drinking tea with Meng Lao. Of course, he occasionally played a game of chess with Meng Lao. Gu Yan liked to play chess. But his chess skills were far worse than Gu Jiao's. Meng Lao was badly battered. But Gu Jiao said that if Meng Lao played a game of chess with Gu Yan, Gu Jiao would play a game with Meng Lao when she came back. In order to play chess with Gu Jiao, Meng Lao was really going all out. Gu Yan's chess skills were terrible from head to toe. Meng Lao finally couldn't take it anymore. He broke down and said, Why did you play here again? Didn't I teach you a few times that you should play 16th out of 7th? Your chess skills are so terrible. It's almost on par with that Shenyuan Cheng. Gu Yan had heard this name many times. Every time the old man disliked his chess skills, he would drag this person out and torture him. Who is Shenyuan Cheng? He asked. Meng Lao waved his hand. Someone who shouldn't be mentioned. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows. Then why do you keep mentioning it? Meng Lao choked. Didn't I make you angry and confused? Gu Yan was at the rebellious age. The more he wasn't allowed to mention it, the more curious he became. He asked, Does that Shenyuan guy know how to play chess like me? Kid, do you have some misunderstanding about the 3 words know how to play chess? Meng Lao actually had a lot to say in his heart. In Chengdu he couldn't mention it to anyone else. The funny thing was that this place where he met by chance became the only place where he could speak freely. He said, I taught that kid for a few days. I almost died of anger. He's even more stupid than you. Gu Yan's face darkened. I'll tell my sister. You said I'm stupid. Meng Lao, don't tell her. That girl will deduct the chess pieces. Meng Lao endured the humiliation and said, He's stupid. You're smart. Gu Yan was satisfied. He asked again, Which one is he? The rest or the blooming Sheng? Neither. Meng Lao dipped his fingertip in water and wrote on the stone table. It's this Sheng. Gu Yan, oh. Meng Lao said, It wasn't this name in the early years. It was Shenyuan Hao. He fell into the water several times when he was young. He went to the Grand Master Hall for divination. The Grand Master Hall said that he was incompatible with the water and asked him to change his name to Sheng. So he was called Shenyuan Cheng. Meng Lao's eyes were a little more melancholy as he recalled the past. But it didn't take long for the Horse King to come over with the reins in its mouth. The Horse King threw the reins to Meng Lao in disdain. It's time for the old man to leave again. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.